Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Granicus feed. Granicus feed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
effect.
Sorry, I closed my.
Together we're
Yeah, so we won't get to the culmination of the earlier. So feel free to maybe have it back or whatever. Okay. Great. Yeah. Yeah.
But you will still need to have the certificate.
How are you? Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just sure. Right. Yeah.
Year and a half, yeah. Sophie's, yeah, running around. Yeah, this morning she's trying to set up the house for her son, that was my son's birthday. Yeah, that happened as one of his calories, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you have any.
We all love it.
Or. Well, I recommend hearing
Enjoyed the music. Thank you very much. Good way to wake up this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 25th. We are here in Grand Lebacan Resort in Tahoe City, California. And we'll start off our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Jones.
Please join me in the renewal of the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. We will start this morning with our consent calendar. Does staff or any board members have any items they wish to pull?
I have none. Supervisors, I have one item. Board and Commission assignments, that is 13C.
So item 13C on page 2 of our packets. Without any other items, does the public have any items they wish to have pulled?
I see none, Chair. Just for the record, we did have a public request of C. Of one more hand raised. Mr. Garabedian, did you wish to pull an item from consent?
My name is Michael. Did you get the right person or did I hear incorrectly? So anyway, can you hear me? Hello?
My microphone went off. Okay. Yeah. They were just working.
Hello?
Hold on.
How much interference in the room, so can you just use this for now?
Okay. Hello, Michael, did you have an item you wish to pull from the consent calendar?
Oh, yes, 15A and 15B.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the remaining items on our consent calendar.
Move approval.
I have a motion, Gore, second, Holmes, all in favor?
No, we need a.
Oh, roll call. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to read that we are also for item 17A convening as the Placer County Housing Authority. And so with that, we'll do a roll call.
Gore,
Aye.
Weigand,
Yes.
Holmes,
Aye.
Jones, Gus.
Aye. Okay, then we'll go to item 13C. Todd?
You need the microphone.
Oh,
We'll tag team this. So this morning, our boards and commissions for 2022, back on January 11th, you discussed this and we are bringing it forward for a final determination discussion today. I did want to share with you with one minor adjustment. The first page under the listing of board and commission assignments is the Flood Control and Water Conservation District Board of Directors. Supervisor Jones was initially asked if she wanted to consider this, and after further discussion, she felt like she had the requisite number of committees that she was going to serve on for this year. So I'd requested Supervisor Wygant continue to serve in the capacity unless there's another board member that would so choose to serve along with Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Robert, you're willing to accept that?
I'm game.
Okay. Great, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Any other changes, Todd?
Absent that, that was the only change that was requested at this time.
Any other board discussion on this item? Okay, and then we have a member of the public who would like to speak. Oh, Cheryl, can you provide
Can
your
you hear me?
comments? Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning. On the January 11th, 2022 meeting, the CEO presented a proposal for supervisor assignments for 2022. In the agenda packet, the 2021 assignments were listed, not the proposal that was being discussed. I mentioned that that is a Brown Act violation. The actual committees, the 2022 list was not provided to the public. I do still believe this is a Brown Act violation. The committees were not sent out prior to the meeting. Supervisor Jones also again raised the fact that she didn't have as many assignments as the other committees. The supervisor committee assignments are not objectively being measured. They're not rotated yearly. Privilege is being granted to certain supervisors being given influential committee assignments. The supervisor preference for assignments algorithm for how they're being assigned doesn't pass the bus test for sharing knowledge among supervisors in the event a supervisor leaves before their term expires, exposing the county to risk. It doesn't allow for well-rounded knowledge among supervisors. The failure to assign supervisors committees according to how critical the committees are, according to how much budget the committee manages, and failure to account for time and effort required is not being done. The current process also fails to provide a system of checks and balances across responsibilities. The current process of assigning status quo lacks fair representation for Placer residents. The CEO failed to propose committee assignments that were evaluated and evenly balanced across the supervisors. The CEO process was rather what the supervisors like and want as criteria. Hardly a thorough, balanced, and it's extremely preferential. An admin assistant could have done a cut and paste on the document to preserve the status quo. When Supervisor Jones took office, the status quo, if that was the algorithm, then she would have received Supervisor Euler's assignments. This did not happen. Again, preferential treatment. He should have taken those assignments. As Joe Patterson pointed out, county funds are unfairly being used for future residents rather than current residents. So we have roads, sewer, and housing development as an example. The Sunset Area Placer Ranch used county funds to act as a developer for the plan. Supervisors Wygant and Gore ensured federal infrastructure funds are being used for Placer Ranch and Placer Parkway sewer. The highly controversial landfill vendor selection and landfill expansion is overseen by Wygant and Gore. So the CEO, I don't believe, has done due diligence in proposal for assignments to ensure that the committee's assignments are weighted and assigned to fairly represent all Placer County residents. As a remedy for the Brown Act violation, I am recommending that the proposal be re-presented to the public this time so that they can look at them, and then a future meeting be held to represent the Placer County residents fairly. Thank you.
Chair, if I may respond to that. In response to how we presented this at the January 11th board meeting, Ms. Berkman is correct that we did include the 2021 boards and commissions. That is our standard practice, is to include that and allow the supervisors to openly discuss what they had served on that prior year and what they would like to change for the upcoming year. There is no Brown Act violation in doing that. There is no recommendation that the CEO is making on how these appointments should be made. You, as a board, had an open discussion of what committees and commissions you wish to serve on, and established that at the January 11th board meeting. We then bring it back with the 2022 recommendation that we received from your board at the January 11th board meeting, and that's what you now have in your packet. As CEO Leopold had stated, there is a request to make one minor change, and we can make that change and will make that change at this meeting. And again, there's no Brown Act violation to making that change. I'm happy to answer any further questions your board may have.
Yes, Supervisor Gore. Thank you very much. I first want to thank Ms. Berkema for sharing her comments. And one thing I think is just really important to note is that we all have alternates. And so we have the opportunity as an alternate to learn about a board that we don't represent currently, so that we can be ready to serve when needed, either when one of us is absent or when there's a change in committee assignment. So I think that we do a very good job of making sure that we support one another and have the opportunity to learn about the different boards that we sit on. With that, if there's no other conversation, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the item.
Okay, that's motion Gore, second Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 15A and B. Michael, would you like to address us on this item? Oh, I'm sorry. Amy Ellis is going to review these first, I believe, and then we'll go to Michael.
Good morning. This is Greg Geisler, Deputy Director for Health and Human Services on the Human Services Division, and I'm addressing item 15A, the agreement with California Department of Health Care Services for health enrollment navigation. And we are coming to your board this morning requesting that you ratify the amendment to extend the term of the contract with the California Department of Health Care Services for health enrollment navigation to June 30th, 2022, with an extension of the administrative closeout period to August 31st, 2022, for a new term of February 12th, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, and an administrative closeout period from July 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2022, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment with risk management and county council concurrence. Background, Assembly Bill 74 authorized the California Department of Health Care Services to manage and fund Medi-Cal outreach, enrollment and retention, and troubleshooting services in the state, referred to as navigation service. The Health Enrollment Navigators Project allows for assisting in retaining, using healthcare coverage, and gaining access to needed medical care. Counties can use the funding to build the program and/or partner with community-based organizations to target populations needing the most assistance. Approval of this performance period extension will allow Human Services to continue retention efforts of currently enrolled Medi-Cal beneficiaries and enhance CalFresh outreach efforts to include Medi-Cal support and cross-train staff to process both CalFresh and Medi-Cal programs. The performance period extension allows us to continue our work and gives us an additional 6 months to do so. The additional time was presented to us from the state in part because of some of the COVID impacts that have happened over the last 2 years and that have limited our ability and the state's ability to engage in these services. The fiscal impact, the agreement is funded with federal and state dollars with no county general fund dollars, and it is included in the department's fiscal year 2021-22 budget. And I will take any questions.
Board members, do we have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so we'll go to the public. Michael?
Yes, it looks like to me, if I understand correctly, it's like $1.7 million to be, just about $1.7 million to be used over an 8-month period to basically market and maybe entice other people to sign up for Medi-Cal services and stuff like that. And outreach opportunities. I see this Facebook, some training, flyers, advertisements and stuff like that. But how much of this includes a healthy lifestyle, healthy eating, that type of thing? And how much of it includes getting people off of Medi-Cal? Like, shouldn't there be like an effort to try to get people off Medi-Cal, off some of these services? I don't know. So yeah, if you could speak to that as well. And also, DHCS already does this. So why does Placer County have to use this, do this as well? It seems like a redundancy that's unneeded. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Sure, and I can
Well,
I can
first,
talk to that.
Greg, can you wait just a moment? Are there any other public comments on this item? Let's hear all the public comment, Greg, and then you can respond to those.
It's Angie.
Okay, Angie, I believe. Sorry, we're working without our full set of microphones here. We're getting them up and running as we speak. Angie, you have your hand up.
It doesn't seem like she's able to get her mic unmuted.
Angie, we're not hearing you. So Greg, why don't you go ahead and respond?
Sure. So the dollars that have been provided have actually been provided for the entire period of February 12th, 2020, and now is extended through June 30th. So the funding is not just being used in this short period of time, but has been used over a longer period of time. Outreach includes everything from having some of our community-based organizations assist folks in enrolling in Medi-Cal, and our most recent effort has to do with cross-training our staff that are CalFresh trained to also be able to process Medi-Cal applications. This is a requirement of the state that's fairly new, and the funding will help us train our staff in being able to do both. As far as duplication efforts in the state and our efforts, the state's efforts are much more widespread, and those are the commercials that you might see on TV or hear on the radio. Most of our efforts are working with community-based organizations to get the word out specifically, or for our staff being able to be trained in processing the application.
Greg, thanks for the explanation. I see Supervisor Gore has a question.
Just a question, Greg, and I appreciate your comment, Michael. My understanding, Greg, is that organizations like the Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center, Kids First, or some of these navigation groups, and these nonprofits work to actually help people get the services they need to sort of get on their feet, help them with jobs, with mental health, with counseling, all sorts of things, and including getting healthcare services. And so to your point, right, we want to get people sort of lifted up and out of a situation of having to use Medi-Cal. But these are folks who need those services. And when they partner with the nonprofits are helping them get to the next step. So appreciate your comments. And if there's no other consideration, I'm happy to move the item.
Thank you. So we have a motion, Gore. Do I have a second? Second. I'm going to give it to Wygant this time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. And I think we'll continue on to then item 15B. And I do see Amy now. Sorry, Amy. I Called you at the last time.
That's okay. Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. The action today is to adopt a resolution to approve a contract amendment with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, and administered by the Board of State and Community Corrections for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program to a revised term of March 31st, 2021 to January 31st, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the award, amendment, and related documentation with risk management and county council concurrence. So this supplemental funding program administered by the Department of Justice and BG and Justice Assistance was a competitive process for counties to be able to apply for, to approach, to administer approaches that would prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus epidemic. In the spring of 2020, they released the solicitation of these funds for us to be able to apply. Placer County did submit an application for $664,209.42. And it's intended to be used by entities that serve the criminal justice population. So on March 9th, 2021, the board granted Health and Human Services the authority to submit that application. We were successful in our application and collaborated with several non-governmental community-based organizations, the Sheriff's Office and Placer County Probation, in order to implement the strategies to reduce COVID-19 treatment barriers for re-entry clients through increased treatment capacity, enhanced COVID-19 mitigation efforts, both in custody and out of custody, and to provide safe housing resources for re-entry populations. So in residential and congregate care settings, COVID-19 had great impact on our capacity to serve, as the space that would normally be occupied by more than one client or patient needed to be reduced and spread out in order to decrease spread of the virus. So a majority of these funds went to our nonprofit organizations needed to add staff to help address these changes to workflows, securing PPE, testing requirements, and many more strategies. These strategies helped increase the capacity within facilities and decrease the spread of the virus so that with the use of these funds. We have not yet spent all of the funds in the first time period granted. So this extension will allow us to continue these strategies as needed when spikes occur. So on December 10th, 2021, this no-cost extension was granted to Placer County to continue these efforts through January 31st, 2023. We would like to continue this program as it has been effective in accomplishing its goals thus far. Any questions?
Board members, are there any questions? Not seeing any, so we'll go to the public. I believe Michael was in queue for this again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It seems like maybe instead of helping people, it's almost used as a justification for more vaccines and stuff like that. Because that's all I've pretty much heard is, we need to do more testing, masking, we need to get people vaccinated. But there's many reports that show that the high numbers of cases are from those who are vaccinated. Also, Carrie Mullis, the person that developed the PCR test, said that never was designed as a diagnostic tool. So the more we test, the more cases we get. So it's almost like a fraudulent system. And it bothers me that Placer County applied for these grants, for these monies to be used. I mean, these are taxpayers' money, and they're being used for fraudulent methods. And they're also are denying treatments that have been readily available, like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And I know that there's a number of other ones. I'm not a doctor, but I've read a lot about this. So this $600,000 to me is used fraudulently, and I guess just for the record, I just wanted to note that. I thought there was another. Barriers. Yeah, it says one, reduce COVID-19 treatment barriers for reentry. Yeah, I don't know what barriers are there. They're just everywhere you go, someone can see where to get a vaccine or is coerced to get a vaccine. So I guess that's all the comments I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other public commenters on this item?
Chair, I see none.
We're not seeing any additional commenters. Amy, would you like to address any of the points raised?
Just to say that there are many strategies utilized, and that the barriers I think that it's talking about is that if somebody ends up COVID positive, it's hard to find placements, hard to find solutions. So this funding was meant for government entities and private entities who are offering services to come together to try to get creative in their solutions to still support these individuals so that they weren't going without services at all when COVID positive, or if they're in a facility where there's a breakout. So we definitely worked together and created a lot of good strategies to continue to serve more people with these funds than if we didn't apply for them. We were able to serve more people because of them.
Thank you, Amy. Board members, do we have any questions? Yes, Supervisor Jones.
Yeah, Amy, I hope I can be heard, yes. I'm just curious, our caller is saying that we're using the funds to vaccinate more people and everything, but on the staff report, it's referring to treatments and removing barriers for treatment. Is that the same thing as giving vaccinations, or is that treating people who have contracted COVID?
Yeah, so I would say that these funds were way broader than vaccinations and testing for sure. They were meant to do things like I said, I think many of them, there was a lot of additional workload to our CBOs. So many of them added some temporary staffing to help support all of the various workflow changes that need to occur to serve more people amidst the having to, separate folks out. Things like services in the community, bringing services to individuals when they couldn't get in to a congregate care setting so that they could still be served even though they couldn't get in because of a breakout or something or a positive test. And lots of other creative solutions that were utilized. I think that it could be used to help get folks that wanted to be vaccinated to their vaccination appointments. It could be used to get them to get tested or bring testing supplies in. That is a true statement, but it was definitely not the primary reason or use of these funds. It was more to access the treatment and expand that they were still continuing to get treatment, even though it got harder to get in during the pandemic.
Okay, and then my last question is, these funds, they're given to us from the state, correct? We apply for the funds and then we are either receive them or we don't.
Correct. They were a competitive grant application through the state.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I do believe they were originally funded with federal dollars passed to the state, and then the state issued a competitive grant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions? Not seeing any, I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion Wygant, second Holmes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Okay. So we're done with our consent calendar now, and we will now go to public comment. Yes.
Do we want to go to take a break, or would you like to pull the?
Okay, so you still want to take a break. I'm sorry. We're still working on some issues with our audio visuals and our audio in particular. Our visuals seem to be working. So we are going to take the liberty of changing one item that we had timed at 9:15 ahead of public comment. And after we're done with this one, we will then take a quick break to get our systems up and running. And this is a commendation for Larry Severson. And I've asked, gentlemen sitting here in our room today, and I've asked Supervisor Wygant to read this commendation for Mr. Severson.
Thank you, Cindy. Am I good? Can you hear me, or do I need?
You need the mic. Well, or just.
Is this good? Yeah. Well, Larry, I'll try not to mess this up, but
see what I can do. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Larry Severson on his retirement from the Placer County Planning Commission and a multitude of other things, I must add. Whereas Larry Severson has dutifully served the citizens of Placer County as a member of the Placer County Planning Commission, representing Lake Tahoe and the area for 50 years. Whereas Larry has represented the Lake Tahoe area and all of Placer County as a planning commissioner in well over 1,000 meetings of the commission, helping to establish and update the framework of Placer County General Plan, taking part in the formation of every specific plan, conservation plan, and nearly every community plan in Placer County. On his very first day of service as a planning commissioner on September 7th, 1972, when I was in college, Larry voted to approve a new element within the county general plan, which was the county's first conservation and recreation plan. Whereas Larry's service to his community as a planning commissioner was in addition to the service on the Placer County Board of Supervisors, the North Lake Tahoe Utility District Board of Directors, the California Conservation Board, and as the Placer County representative to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency governing board for more than 25 years. Whereas county staff, fellow commissioners, project applicants, and Placer County as a whole have all benefited from Larry's steady leadership and historical knowledge of Placer County over the last 5 decades. His pragmatic approach to communication and problem solving and his ability to find compromise on even the most contentious of issues have made Larry a mentor and inspiring to many. Whereas Larry's consistent and fair voice of reason, humor, and kindness have set a high bar for public service. The legacy Larry Severson leaves throughout Placer County and in his community of Lake Tahoe is unmatched, and it is with the utmost gratitude and appreciation that we wish Larry all the best in his future endeavors. Now, therefore, let it be known the above commendation was passed Board of Supervisors today. So Larry, as a personal friend and as a colleague in many facets of this business, I'll just finish by saying you are the gold standard in public service. It just doesn't get any better. Thanks.
Would any other board members like to make a comment?
Larry, I just want to thank you for your friendship. In the last, more than 17 years here on the Board of Supervisors, I always look to you for advice and your friendship, and you were very free with that. And I really appreciate it and wish you well. Thank you.
And although I do not know you well, I too want to say thank you. We were talking about your years of service last night, and I thought, my goodness, I want to be a woman like you. That doesn't make sense either. I want to be a person like you who not only serves now, but continues to serve throughout my career and even past my career into my retirement, because it's so clear that people who, like yourself, who love your community, you've done so much for this community because you love this community and you have invested in it, you and your wife. And so I want to say thank you because you are a wonderful example to future generations about what it means to serve our community.
I think I can be heard. Can I be heard on?
No.
No. Okay. Larry, I just wanted to say congratulations on all your years of service and dedication to Placer County, but also to note the wives and the spouses behind every successful man is usually a very dedicated, don't plug her ears, dedicated and loyal spouse who is there. And the spouse is really, whether it's a husband or a wife, are the ones who are helping us become successful. And congratulations to both of you.
Well, I'll just take a chance to ditto all of that, Larry. And I don't think any of us can remember exactly what we were doing in 1972, but we know what you were doing because you were already volunteering in so many ways for this community. And I'd be interested to get a show of hands how many people were even born when you started your service that are in this room today. Because it truly is remarkable. And the impact you've made, the legacy you've left us all is so profound. We can never thank you enough. So we'd love to get a photo with you up here. Unfortunately, oh, I need to go to public comment. Yes, I'll go to public comment, but we'll get a photo up here at the end. So Larry, again, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Oh, yes. Ms. Friedman.
No, we've got. My comments will echo what's already been said. Congratulations, Larry, on this recognition of just a fraction of what you've done for this community over the years. You've been an outstanding example for those of us who've come up of what the meaning of public service truly is. You've been a mentor, you've been a pal, you've been a great source of solicited and even more so unsolicited advice. I appreciate Patsy for sharing you with us, and congratulations on this well-deserved recognition.
Any other public comments on this item? We have one on Zoom. Ah, Mr. Euler.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Larry, Kirk Euler here. Sorry I couldn't be there in the room with you. Would love nothing more than to give you one more firm handshake and a big hug. But just wanted to say thank you for your incredible mentorship over the years. You put up with a know-it-all 24-year-old punk kid who came onto the Board of Supervisors, and you, as much as anybody else, helped educate me to the ways of getting things done in Tahoe. And so much of my love and passion for everything Eastern Slope comes from you and the time that you took to mentor me. And so I just wanted to personally thank you for all the years that you put in publicly, but just the public has no idea how much time you spent privately helping people such as myself along in the process. So wish I were there to say it in person, but I wasn't going to let the opportunity pass without just saying thank you so much for all the work that you did.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there any other public comments? Okay, well, we still need a motion to approve this before you come up here. So I heard a motion from Supervisor Holmes and a second from Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, would you come up? And would we all get up? Let's take a picture.
Does he want to make a comment?
Did you want to make a comment?
Give you an opportunity, I mean.
Yes, of
Only
course,
that
of
I'm
course.
very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. We're going to take a picture of us.
Larry, do you want to come over here?
Over there?
Yeah.
Our commendation plaque is in process, so we will have a photo just with all of us up here, and we'll get you the plaque soon. I'll hand deliver it.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Give me one sec.
Okay, and with that, I've had a request to take a quick break while we adjust our audiovisual systems this morning. So we'll take a quick break and reconvene in about, how long? 10 minutes. Okay, so it is 9:40. We'll take a break till 9:50.
And it was working so well right at the beginning.
Is he calling it or maybe if he's on a. He would have, yeah, and he would have. Okay, I'll be there. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And there, well, you have it posted too.
Yeah, there's one posted up front.
Well, we could ask Robin.
Huh.
Okay. We are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. We took a short break. We apologize for that. We were making some adjustments so that our microphones would work a bit better here in the room and for those of you listening in. So thank you for your patience. And now we will go to public comment on our agenda. And Megan, do we have members? Well, first, let's start here in the room. Are there any members of the public who would like to address us on an item that is not on the agenda today? I'm not seeing any, so we'll go online.
Chair, I see none. Oh, we have one. Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
That I saw on Facebook recently. Among all the vaccinated I have known in my life, diphtheria, tetanus, measles, rubella, chickenpox, hepatitis, meningitis, and tuberculosis, I want to add flu and pneumonia. I have never seen a vaccine that forced me to wear a mask and maintain my social distance, even when you are fully vaccinated. I've never heard of a vaccine that spreads the virus even under vaccination. I've never heard of rewards, discounts, incentives to get vaccinated. I never saw discrimination for those who didn't. If you haven't been vaccinated, no one has tried to make you feel like a bad person. I've never seen a vaccine that threatens the relationship between family, colleagues, and friends. I have never seen a vaccine used to threaten livelihoods, work, or school. I've never seen a vaccine that would allow a 12-year-old to override parental consent. After all the vaccines I've listed above, I have never seen a vaccine like this one, which discriminates, divides, and judges society as it is. And as the societal fabric tightens, it's a powerful vaccine. She does all the things except immunization. If we still need a booster dose after we are fully vaccinated and still need to get a negative test after we are fully vaccinated, and we still need to wear a mask after we're fully vaccinated, and still need to be hospitalized after we are fully vaccinated, it will likely come to it's time for us to admit that we've been completely deceived. So just a summary of what we've been seeing the last few months and two years since we've been flattening the curve. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other public comments?
Jason, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Jason Wedge here. Sorry I couldn't make it up there to Tahoe to be with you. I kind of want to address something. It's not hard to see if we look outside, read the papers, or watch the nightly news or everything. We are seeing a complete divide in our countries, across our states, across our counties, across our towns, and even communities. And it sounds a lot like what took place or what was happening during the Civil War. Now, I'm not implying that we are in time of Civil War, but I do want to read something from Abraham Lincoln that addressed the nation during that time of the Civil War. And it goes, "It is the duty of nations as well, and to recognize the sublime truth announced in the Holy Scriptures and proven by all history that those nations only are blessed whose God is the Lord. But we have forgotten God. We have forgotten the gracious hand which preserved us in peace and multiplied and enriched and strengthened us. We have vainly imagined in our deceitfulness and our hearts that all these blessings were produced by some superior wisdom and virtue of our own. Intoxicated with unbroken success, we have become too self-sufficient to feel the necessity of redeeming and preserving grace, too proud to pray to the God that made us." And right now, I just want to call on all faith leaders in the community within Placer County to lift up this county, especially this Board of Supervisors, in prayer. It's something that is highly needed in this time. And I believe this could be the solution to a lot of our problems of division that we are facing. And right now, I just want to start this off myself. And doesn't matter what faith background you are, I believe we all can agree that there is a divine nature that we need guidance from through these times. So Father, I just thank you for this board, and I just ask that you just give them the wisdom and the grace that they need to perform the duties that you have handed them at this time. So Lord, I can just invite you into this room. So have your way in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. We have one more public comment.
Can the caller ending with phone number 7562 please unmute your mic and give your comments? Phone number ending in 7562, unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Vertonghen. Oh, actually, good morning. I apologize. I thank you, Michael, for raising this issue. Everything has been divided. Even the science has been divided, and there's no common sense. But, first of all, I wanted to thank Chair Gustafson and then the Board of Supervisors. I hope you got my email late yesterday afternoon. My email was addressing the article Over Tourism Threatens Lake Tahoe, and also was addressing the meeting of December 14, where you were starting to discuss the new ordinance regarding SDRs. We have owned our condo in Olympic Valley since 2003.
Excuse
so
me.
Lake Tahoe has been our second home.
Can I interrupt you for just a moment? This item is on our agenda, timed at noon today. And so right now, public comment is.
I understand. But it's more than that. It's not just the SDRs. What I wanted to highlight is how, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you. What I was trying to highlight is that not just Lake Tahoe, but we as second homeowners in this community have raised the concerns about developers, corporations, and marketing markets being used to all for financial gain, and they have been threatening public safety. And I'm not just talking about the fire safety. We have concerns with the safety on the mountains. We also have concerns about COVID because, for instance, in Olympic Valley, they publish the guidelines and they don't enforce it. So that's why I wanted to come back to December 14 because, first of all, I did not understand why we as SDR permit holders were never surveyed, were never informed, and I have addressed in my email how many times I have contacted Placer County to be on the mailing list, and that has not been rectified. I mean, hopefully today we will try again. But before you really go into this argument, you have to address the nuisance, the noise, the public safety. And my question is, why are you giving exemptions to these big corporations?
Thank you. And we will be addressing many of your comments in our later item today, but thank you for your comments this morning. Megan, are there any other public comments?
No further public comment.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, we'll conclude public comment, and I'm going to move to agenda item number 4 briefly, because I've had a request to consider tabling this item till we can hear it in Auburn. This is the ordinance repealing and replacing Placer County Code, Chapter 12, and this is involving camping and personal property storage on county property in public areas. So would I have a motion to table this item? Supervisor
Chair
Holmes?
Guston, I'll make that motion. I think this item should be heard down in Auburn where most of the camping is taking place.
Okay, thank you. And so I have a motion from Holmes and a second from Jones. Is there any discussion?
Chair, if
Okay.
I may, just to clarify for the record, we're looking to table this item to the February 8th agenda.
That is correct.
Great. So for those of you who are watching online and are interested in this topic and those in the room, we're looking at moving this to February 8th. That's the motion. Are there any public comments on
There
this?
is, Chair.
Reverend Alex, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. This is Reverend Alex da Silva Soto. I serve in Auburn with the Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalist congregation, and I would like to encourage everyone to vote favorably on this motion because it indeed affects directly the residents in Auburn, and we need to give an opportunity for the residents in the city of Auburn to have a say in this discussion. I actually live 2 blocks away from the DeWitt Center, and I have a lot of feelings about this ordinance, the idea, the concept, and possible solutions. So I really urge every member of the board to table this for today and meet again on the 8th of February. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments that we have?
I see none, Chair.
Okay, and just for point of clarification, we did hear this ordinance 2 weeks ago. The board did direct some changes, and to bring it back today, I am supportive of this, but I wanted to make sure we were clear. We had already heard it in Auburn once. We will be going back now to Auburn for the next 2 hearings on this. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Thank you, and thanks for your tolerance for me moving the agenda item around. And now we'll go back to item number 2 on our agenda today, Community Development Resource Agency East Placer Tahoe Housing Update.
Good morning. This is Emily Setzer from Community Development. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. I'm sorry.
Great. Okay. So I'll give you an update on our East Placer housing update, or East Placer housing in the area right now. Next slide, please. Just to give you a refresher, our county does work out of a multidisciplinary housing team, so it's not just CEDRA working on this. We have different departments like CEO, economic development, facilities, and the other ones. We're working together to achieve 3 goals. These are the 3 goals we're always working towards, and that's to really increase the availability of the mix of housing types in the county and to improve the county's overall employment growth and reduce vehicle miles traveled. Next slide, please. We work really closely with the Mountain Housing Council in this region, and the Mountain Housing Council updated the region's housing needs assessment this past October. And the needs did increase since the previous assessment. Right now, our region between North Lake Tahoe and Truckee needs about 9,500 housing units. That encompasses current residents who work up here already, the in-commuters, the seasonal workers, and homeless. So that is a really large need for our area. East Placer's numbers are slightly lower than Truckee's, but even if you just looked at our resident workforce households right now, we would need about 1,800 units. So that's really a lot of units. Next slide, please. To break that down a little further, this slide shows the difference in the income ranges. So the greatest need is at the lower income level, below 80% of the area median income. The middle income to moderate range, so that 80 to 195% of the area median income needs the next greatest number of units. And then the top income earners, so between 195% of area median income up to 245%, which is what we call our achievable range. That is 442 units, which still is much lower than the lower number needed for the 5,400 of low income, but still definitely a great number when you compare to what we've been able to achieve so far. Next slide, please. Just to give you some perspective of why we have such a great need right now, over the past 2 years since COVID began, as we all know, that has drastically changed the housing market. In April of 2020, in the North Tahoe Truckee area, the single family median sale price was $660,000. In November of 2021, just a couple months ago, that median sale price was $1.175 million, which is a 178% increase. So for some perspective, to afford that $660,000 house, 2 people would have needed to earn 245% of our area median income. So they would have been at the top of our achievable income range just to afford that $660,000 house. So today, in order to afford a median income or median sale price home, they would have to earn 425% of the area median income. And then on top of that, of all the homes sold in 2021, almost 40% of those were cash offers. So you can imagine that most of our local workers cannot afford the homes that do become available today at the price points that they are at. And most, if not all of our local workers probably are not presenting cash offers. Next slide, please. For some perspective here, this image, this graph shows the median sale price from November of 2006 to November of 2021. I highlighted the cells so you could see them better, but that red line is the median, the green line is the average. So between 2006 to say 2019, you can see that the median prices hovered somewhere between the mid 400,000 to mid 700,000 range. So even with the dip post the recession and the prices coming back up since then, they really stayed within that $400,000 to $700,000 range. And just since COVID began, we are now at 1.175 million. So you can see how it's really been a big change in housing prices in the past couple of years. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot from Zillow that was taken just a few weeks ago. The search was for anything in East Placer County that was under 900,000, which is still really high for most of our local worker households. It showed one bedroom house for sale. There were 0 condos with monthly HFEs under $750 a month. So the inventory right now is extremely low, on top of having just very, very high prices. So you can understand why people are having such a hard time finding housing at the moment in our region. Next slide, please. We are working very hard to do everything we can at the county level, at staff level, just to provide some data on where we have come from, our county commitments to date for East Placer. We've provided up to over 18 million in funding to get housing in our region. It has yielded almost 300 units. That has included second loans, so over $1 million in second loans, which includes the MARDIS Fund down payment assistance loans, rehabilitation loans. We've purchased land at our Dollar Creek Crossing site. We're working on housing there. We provided development loans to affordable housing developments like Sawmill Heights and the Kings Beach apartments. And then we've worked with developers on projects like Hopkins Village and Meadowview Place, which are recent for sale and rental developments in Martis Valley. Next slide, please. I'll go through some of the other work that we've been doing. Right now, we're still implementing our workforce housing preservation program. That is the deed restriction program. It's a home buyer assistance program. We help home buyers achieve their down payments in exchange for deed restricting the house so that it can only be occupied by local workers. We do have that 245% area median income cap attached to that achievable income limits. That launched this past summer with $500,000. It provides up to 16% of the purchase cost, up to 150,000 max. So the buyer only needs to contribute 4% to get their 20% down payment. Our goal is that we're going to create a secondary market for local worker housing. It does not include any appreciation caps. And we have 12 qualified applicants in the program right now. So they apply for our program. We say, yes, you're qualified. Come back to us when you get an offer accepted, and we'll finalize your application. So right now we have the 12 qualified applicants out there looking for housing, and none have been able to purchase a home yet. We believe that the current home prices and the extremely low inventory are affecting this program, but we are thinking of ways to make this program more efficient and hope that perhaps housing prices may come down as well. Next slide, please. For some of our projects, Hopkins Village is moving along. That is the 40-unit for sale development in Martis Valley. It's for sale and reserved for households earning up to 180% of the area median income. Right now, of the 40, there are 10 units under contract, and those are increasing every week, which is good to see. And then those should open spring of 2022, and they are currently being under construction right now. Meadowview Place, right across the street in Martis Valley, is a 56-unit affordable rental development. That opened in December and is filling with residents right now. On our Dollar Creek Crossing site, north of Tahoe City, we are conducting environmental review. So we're moving forward in that planning process to get a mix of for sale and rental units at that site. And then we've also been coordinating with the California Tahoe Conservancy on a potential purchase of land to build achievable housing. We're still working through those details, but we hope to have something to bring forward to your board soon. Next slide, please. And then as you'll remember, Placer County is now a member of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. It's a joint powers authority formed to help really produce housing through programs, development projects, anything creative that we can do together with our 7-member agencies to help provide housing for our agency employees. This JPA does represent the region's largest employers. We joined them in 2021. We've been meeting with them monthly and more than monthly on certain projects, really looking at creatively at sites in the area and ways that we can produce housing for our employees. Next slide. On top of that, we've been doing a lot of regulatory updates. So really trying to work with our codes to make them, just make it easier to build and facilitate housing. So we did amend our zoning ordinance to allow for single room occupancy about a year ago. We have staff working on zoning ordinance amendments for the countywide housing amendments. Those would allow tiny houses. We anticipate those going to the board in March for potential adoption. And then we're working on finalizing some amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Those are based off a BAE study that looked and analyzed at the economic sustainability of our town centers, so Kings Beach and Tahoe City in this area. And that does include some housing updates as well. And then we're anticipating bringing that forward this fall. We've also been participating closely with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency in their Tahoe Living Working Group, which is a multi-jurisdiction, including members of the public group that meets to try to look at the TRPA code and identify areas for improvement, such as increasing flexibility in height, allowing more density, allowing more coverage, reducing mitigation fees, anything we can do to streamline the code and encourage more accessory dwelling units. Next slide, please. On the topic of those accessory dwelling units or ADUs, we have had a lot of code updates to further allow the ADUs in the recent past years. And we have seen an increase in ADU interest in the public and applications to the county. So we did update our own zoning ordinance in April of 2020. Following that, we updated the Tahoe Basin Area Plan in February of 2021. And then following that, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency updated their code. So now in the basin, 2 ADUs are allowed per person. It further matches California state law. That was effective in September. Just for some stats on that, we have received 22 East Placer ADU permit applications. 13 of those have been in the Tahoe Basin. We've issued 10 permits and 5 in the basin. And then Megan, our ADU guru, has met with 18 different applicants. She walks them through how to build an ADU, goes through the details and specifics of their site, the different allowances. So we've had 18 of those meetings of potential applicants. Next slide, please. So that is pretty much a wrap up of what we've been doing, where we are today. We have a very large housing need, but we are definitely moving forward and trying to be as creative as possible between all of the work that the county can do at the staff level. And I wrap it up and answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Emily, and appreciate the presentation. Board members, do you have any questions? Sure.
I
Supervisor Gore?
have just 2 questions, and whether that's you, Emily, or Shauna. First question, just remind me how many proposed units we might get with the Dollar Creek project. And then my second question is about the ADUs, and if any of the folks who are looking at the ADUs are using any of the county pre-approved plans.
Yes. Well, Shauna, if you want to go ahead, go for it.
Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency. So to the first question on Dollar Creek, we will be analyzing up to 150 units of housing, about up to 90 units of what would be more traditional affordable rental type product, and another 60 that would be more of a single family for sale type product. What will actually ultimately get built there will probably be something much lower. And then on the ADUs, we are almost at 1,000 downloads of those plans, of the free plans. We are seeing applications of those master plans come in because there's still a requirement for an engineered foundation. They're coming in a little bit slower. We are working with Nevada County and the town of Truckee right now to expand our suite of plans to include snow load plans. That'll be available probably later this spring.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. In addition, the projects where Bonnie was asking about Dollar Creek. On Hopkins Village, it says that there are 40 units for sale, but 10 units under contract. Why so few out of 40 under contract?
Yeah, I can only speculate on that one. But it is still, the price did increase because of construction costs and development costs. So they were originally targeted at 550,000. They're now between 575 and 590,000. So that may be a contributing factor. There is that income limit restriction. So the household is still required to be under 180% of area median income. And we are working very closely with our public information office to make sure we're doing as much as we can to publicize the project. And I think we are getting more applicants, probably about close to 1 a week right now. It's just, I think part of it also may be that you can't go see a finished unit right now. So it is a little conceptual at this point because they are under construction. But those would be my assumptions. I don't have anything in proof really to give you on that.
Okay, so is there any intention maybe to raise the that median that's required up to 190 if the prices are going up like that?
So
The contract.
Sorry, Emily.
Yeah,
So
go for it.
under our contract with the the Martist Fund, who also is a partner in this, they have a cap of that 180.
Oh, okay. It's going to make it kind of tough if the prices keep going up though, huh?
Correct.
Then I also am wondering, on Meadowview Place, it says 56 units of affordable housing. Do you have any under contract now? It opened this past December?
So they received their occupancy permits actually just last week. So they have taken in applications. This is a rental product. And so they are filling up pretty quickly. This is more of a lower income. This is our 60% or below product for rent product. And they are out with applications with 3 other projects in Truckee at the moment. So, but I will say ours is getting the most attention because it is one beautiful project.
Good.
So, yeah.
That's great. And then I was wondering, on the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, it says that you have 12 qualified applicants. Is that all? Is there a problem with that? Or shouldn't you have more than 12? This is the.
Well, I think as Emily had shared with you, the struggle right now is not getting qualified applicants. I think there's definitely an interest in the program. It's finding units to purchase. There's just the inventory is nearly zero that would qualify for this program.
And then how do your deed restrictions work? I've had constituents talk about deed restrictions and saying that in cases where they're supposed to last for 50 years, sometimes they kind of collapse in much shorter time.
So there's all different types of deed restrictions. It just depends on the program and the funding source. So we do have some programs where deed restrictions were set to be only 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Under now affordable programs, particularly federal and state documents, it's 55 years. Some deed restrictions restart at the point of sale. So it just really, each one's going to be uniquely different. Under the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, it has a 55-year deed restriction that does renew at the point of sale. So if they were to sell the product, it would start over again.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then the last question. On your housing needs assessment, I don't know for who, but you have 44 homeless included in your unmet housing need. I'm not sure, it doesn't seem appropriate to have homeless under your unmet housing needs. I mean, is there any chance that you have anything like the Project Room Key or, like we're talking about, where we can sort of take care of the homeless that don't become part of the housing need where people are going to be paying rent or purchasing or, and working class?
Sure. So that was an assessment that was completed by the Truckee Tahoe Foundation. So that went well beyond Placer County. And that was based on the counts that were done probably last January. We have a new count coming up this year. That usually happens in January, towards the end of January. That'll be kicking off here shortly if it hasn't already. That will update that number. And then I know between Placer County Health and Human Services and Nevada County's Health and Human Services, they are looking closely at those numbers and are trying to get them into projects like Project Home Key.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you both.
Any other questions? I had a couple, but I defer. Any questions? Emily or Shauna, on the charts on the median sale price chart, slide 5 and then slide 6, the numbers don't seem to match with the median sales price in April of 2020 at $660. It looks, from the chart, it looks like it was higher than that.
Yes, I think the median sale price fluctuated in 2020. That chart with the green and red lines showed the November price. The slide before it did talk about an April price.
Okay. But
It probably
even
did.
But even
by
November
the-
the year
by the month.
before, yeah, even November the year before was higher than the 660. So I just wanted to make sure I used correct numbers because we might have some discussion later today on what's happened in the
Yeah,
last
they
month.
definitely fluctuate by month. So yes, you're
They
right.
can bounce around. Okay, great. And then to the point of inventory, for those of us who've had the privilege to live up here a long time, this is usually the lowest time for inventory in our real estate market. Many people put their homes on the market. I think in the spring is more traditional time. And so I'm very hopeful that we'll start to see some movement there. I had the opportunity last night to talk to 3 of our leaders at North Tahoe Fire Protection District, our chief, our fire marshal, and our chief of operations, assistant chief of operations. And all 3 of them were not familiar with this program. So, and we're very interested in sharing this with their employees. Obviously, all of us in public service need to share this information with our employees because the Workforce Housing Preservation Program really is identified at those making more than the income limits allow in the other types of housing. And they were very interested. And so, Emily, I just urge you to get out to the other special districts and public agencies and make sure people are aware of this program. And while we have only 12 right now, we don't have funding for all 12. If they were all to come in right now, the board would have to augment that. And there are funds that we could request to move into this program. But I think we're all anxious to see this program move forward along with all of our housing programs. So that was my only comment on that. And with that, we'll go to public comment. Are there any public comments on this item? Yes, sir.
I'm Gary Macy. More of a question to the board and to the Housing Authority. There were 3 goals listed as what they're shooting for. Not only increasing housing, but apparently also increasing employment opportunities. These seem to be in conflict with each other. If we look for more employees, we have to find housing. And the board has been more than happy to increase the potential for jobs in Squaw Valley, home and resort expansions, but not seemingly keep up with the housing thing. And I was just wondering how you guys balance that and how do you see that working out? Do we try to put a hold on economic development until these housing issues are solved or what? That's all.
Thank you. We'll finish our public comment and then we'll come back if we want to clarify anything. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address us on this item? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. I'll venture in a bit on this item just to say that new development does have requirements to address affordable housing. It's really our existing development that has turned and wasn't subject to some of those requirements. I don't know if staff wants to further clarify my. So it really is truly a balancing act of how we continue to find housing for our employees that are already needed in our communities. Great. With that, unless there's any other comments, Shauna, did you? Oh, I thought you were getting up to address this again. Emily and Shauna, I just want to thank you for all of your efforts. I know on behalf of our community and all of us at the board, we are so thankful for your diligence in trying to move these projects forward and get the word out that we are here to try to help both for our own public employees as well as our business employees in the community and try to deal with this crisis that we've had. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to item number 3. This is a county executive report, Capital Projects Advisory Committee. Lindsay Romack.
Tilt this down a little bit. All right, thank you very much, Chair Gustafson and supervisors. My name is Lindsay Romack, and I'm with the County Executive Office here in Tahoe, and excited to present to you today on the Capital Projects Advisory Committee recommendations for fiscal year 21-22. So just a brief look at excuse me, what we'll be discussing today. First, just a little overview of the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, also known as the CAP Committee, which is how I'll refer to them for the rest of this presentation. We'll talk about the grant review process and then get into the specifics a little bit on the CAP committee recommended projects for this year, and then some requested action from your board. So first up, the CAP committee, some details. It is co-convened by Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I do want to thank the chair of the Resort Association, Samir Kuma, who is here today. They are very involved in this process, and their board also reviewed these projects as well. So thank you to them. The committee is made up of 13 seats that include representation from throughout the community and from different organizations, including business associations, special districts, ski resorts. The Resort Association gets 3 seats to appoint at large, and your board appoints 4 seats at large. I will also acknowledge Ron Parson, who is in the back. He is a CAP committee member today, so we thank him for his service. The CAP committee objectives. Their objectives are to review grant applications for capital projects and ensure that these applications are consistent with tourism master plan priorities. All of these meetings are public meetings. This is a Brown Act committee, and this is to encourage public participation and also transparency in the process. The CAP committee then makes recommendations to your board on the expenditure of the 2% transient occupancy funds. We all know that 2% has been voter approved since 1996. And while the CAP committee has only been around for the past 4 years, there were previous committees that made recommendations to your board. So I did just want to acknowledge in this past quarter century, more than $45 million has been allocated by your board to go to projects and services here in Eastern Placer County. And those funds have been leveraged to utilize over $300 million in other funding from state, federal, and local sources. So this has been a fantastic program. So let's talk about this year. This year, there was over $4.9 million available in TOT funding. This is from that 2% TOT. There was also some additional funds that was unallocated from last year's CAP committee cycle. There was also a little bit of funding that had been previously allocated to projects, and those projects finished under budget, which is always a great thing. So that money went back to the CAP committee as well. Grant applications were released in August, were due in October. There were 13 grant applications received, requests of just under $4.6 million. The applicants were all invited to present to the CAP committee, where the CAP committee had robust discussion and some great questions on November 9th. And then the CAP committee, each member ranked the different projects, and then the committee members deliberated on those projects and recommendations at both their November 18th and December 16th meeting. So some of the project highlights, the CAP committee is recommending $3.24 million to support projects in Eastern Placer County. I will acknowledge that that means there's about $1.7 million that they're not recommending, so that will be set aside and could be utilized for future projects, which is also great. These projects cover a wide variety of things, including construction, planning, environmental studies, and project design. There are 9 implementing agencies and nonprofit organizations that are all being recommended for funding. They address top priorities in the tourism master plan, a lot of trail projects, which we know is a big priority, and some other great projects too, including visitor information services and more. They also cover a broad geographic spread, so you will note that projects are throughout Eastern Placer County. So next, these are the CAP recommended projects. And as I mentioned, these were also vetted through the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. So the CAP committee made their recommendations, and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association also took action to support these recommendations. So I did want to share that. And you have more detailed summaries in your board packet. So I'll just kind of run through these briefly, but happy to discuss any of them in further detail if you have questions. The first one on the list is the Martis Valley Trail. That is the trail that connects the village at North Star to the Placer County town of Truckee border. It is part of the broader Resort Triangle Trail, and that is a project from the North Star Community Service District. Up next, the Waddell Ranch Trail Loop. This is a 5-mile loop in the Waddell Ranch area, which is also in the Martis Valley. And this would connect to other trails. This is a Truckee Trails Foundation project. Up next, from our own Placer County Department of Public Works, this is for the Resort Triangle Trail. And that again is the trail system that will connect Tahoe City to Kings Beach, up to Truckee, and back down to Tahoe City, making the Resort Triangle. And this is for two pieces of that project. One piece is the section known as the Truckee River Recreational Access Plan that will connect Olympic Valley to Truckee. 600,000 of that recommendation is to go to that portion of some planning, and then 300,000 to a portion of the trail that would start at the North Tahoe Regional Park and start heading east to eventually meet up with the Dollar Creek Trail. Up next on the list, the Tahoe Cross Country Lodge Entitlement Process. This is a project that your board has approved CAP funds before, and this is to do some additional environmental work and community outreach. The Donner Summit Recreation Plan. This is to complete the Donner Summit Recreation Plan on the Donner Summit Association is working to kind of put together all of the recreation opportunities available on the summit. Up next is the Van Norden Meadow Restoration and Recreation Project. This is a big project in the Van Norden Meadow, also on Donner Summit, and this would go to a lot of trail improvements for that project with the South Yuba River Citizens League. Then you have the Tahoe City Gateway Trail. This is to connect downtown Tahoe City with Burton Creek State Park. So connecting downtown folks to a somewhat underutilized state park to get people onto other trail systems. Then two projects from the North Tahoe Public Utility District, the North Tahoe Regional Park Tennis and Pickleball Reconstruction Project. This would be to reconstruct 2 current tennis courts into 6 pickleball courts, because we know pickleball is very popular right now. And then the next one is the Tahoe Vista Recreation Area Marina Trail and Scenic Overlook Improvement Project. There is a current overlook and trail that is non-ADA accessible, so this would make improvements to that and also deal with some erosion control. And the final 3 projects on the list are all from the Tahoe City Public Utility District. The Sequoia Trail Crossing is where the trail along Highway 89 on the west shore crosses Highway 89. So this would be improvements to make it safer for trail users to cross Highway 89. Changeable message sign to help, again, deal with messaging and high visitation time periods. And it is part of this agreement that the Tahoe City Public Utility District would make this CMS sign available to other entities if they're not using it or in case of emergencies. And then finally, solar trash compactors. This would be to purchase 4 solar trash compactors, which, can take more trash in, compact it to hopefully help mitigate some trash issues in the high visitation areas. So again, this totals $3.2 million, and happy to talk through more projects if you have any additional questions. But with that, we will move on to the action requested of your board today. So asking for approval of the allocation of just over $3.2 million in TOT funds to move funds that are currently in TOT reserves to make available for this year's funding. Is why there's a budget amendment. And then the final action requested is to direct staff to prepare agreements for these projects. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate the presentation. Are there any questions, board members? I have one, so I will jump in here. I am familiar with all the agencies that have submitted, obviously. The one nonprofit I'm not familiar with is the South Yuba River Citizens League. And I just want to make sure that when we're working with nonprofits or other organizations that they have a track record. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about them.
Yeah, great question. So South Yuba River Citizens League has been around since the 80s, I believe. So they are a longstanding nonprofit, and they are working in partnership on this project with the U.S. Forest Service. And they've done a lot of work, I know, kind of west of this area. So they do have a track record of completing projects such as these.
Great, thank you. It's just making sure we know who we're supporting in these project funds. Great. Is there any public comment on this?
Good morning, Samir Tuma, Chair of the Board for the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. First, I want to thank Lindsay and county staff for their partnership in this process. It's been really terrific since we formed this organization or this committee. And I think the projects that are in front of you have been pretty well vetted. They did come to our board as well, and we were supportive of these projects going forward under the recommendations from staff as a joint recommendation from the Resort Association. One thing that I did want to note in there is the additional $1.7 million that Lindsay referred to, and some of the thinking that I think went into the discussions regarding those funds and looking towards the future. I think as you all know, and maybe some members of the public as well, currently the Tourism Master Plan does not provide for funding for housing out of these dollars. And I think as we look at the landscape out there and look at where the needs are, certainly the types of projects that are in this recommendation are, great for the community. But we're as an organization, as you know, moving much more into thinking about housing and transportation under the 5-year agreement that we have with the county. And I just think one of the things that we would like to ask is that the county, working with the Resort Association, prioritize looking at some amendments to the Tourism Master Plan that potentially would give the community, our board, your board, some more latitude with potential use of some of these funds for housing. If you talk to the community members, people are still very interested in trails and the type of programs, but I don't think there's any community member that would quibble with the need for more housing. And so it's something that I know there's a lot of work plans and things that your staff is working on, but talking about Tourism Master Plan and not completely a revamp, but more of a surgical, effort looking at other amendments or changes that might be helpful. But certainly your board has talked about housing as infrastructure, and I think that that's very, very much the case. And so I think there's an opportunity there to assist with the funds that are available for housing going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No other comments? Mr. Heaps, did you want to make a comment? You've come all this way and sat through this much of the meeting. Put you on the spot.
Thank you, Cindy. All I want to say is I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support with our project. Seed funding is a very critical thing for projects, getting them up, standing on their feet. And we are certainly doing a great job of that with your help, and especially with the Tahoe City Public Utility District's help. We have accomplished the huge goal of a final EIR on the project. So we're quite pleased about that.
Not everybody up here knows which project you're speaking
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. The Tahoe Cross Country Lodge project. We're a local nonprofit. We've been partnered with the PUD for over 20 years, and we're very excited about the project. We consider it a legacy project for our community, and our nonprofit and our programs in our ski area really are of great value to a large number of people in the area. So thanks again. And thanks again to the Tahoe City PUD, their staff, their board of directors. They reflect the work ethic that Cindy helped create when she was there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. That was a nice plug at the end there. Thank you. But more important, credit to the organization. And we should announce we do have an Olympic skier that came through that program and is competing in our Nordic Olympics, JC Schoonmaker. So very exciting for our local community with all of our Olympic athletes, which I forgot to mention. Congratulations to all of them on the Alpine and Nordic teams from this region. If there's no other comments, we can take one motion for the 4 actions.
And before we do that,
Yes.
I really appreciate Samir Tuma's comment about how we utilize these dollars, these TOT dollars, and really encouraging our staff to look at, do we use some of these dollars for housing infrastructure projects that we might be able to help bring to fruition? So I think that that's a really good point, and I would encourage us to do that. And with that, I'll go ahead and can I just move all the items at once?
Yes,
I'm gonna
you
move
can.
all these items as listed in the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion, Gore, and a second, Holmes. And this is a roll call vote.
Gore? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Aye. Great job. Thank you. Okay. With that, and because we've tabled item 4, we are going to go to department reports. I thought I would go to item 7.1, which is in our supplemental agenda, because I see some folks that have driven up to participate in this discussion today.
So supervisors, I'm going to walk through this. We obviously have some staff members, both Rob Sandman with our county counsel's office is on the Zoom. So if there's any questions regarding the agreement, but I'm going to speak to this. This is a Hilltop Hospitality LLC request for a TOT rebate agreement. So 2 items would be brought forward to you today. One is to conduct a public hearing requesting this economic development subsidy pertaining to this lodging facility in Auburn. The other is approval of the transit occupancy tax rebate agreement that is shown in your attachment to the staff report below. So let me speak briefly to this, and then we obviously have the individual that we'd be entering into, the president for the Hilltop Hospitality, and then his legal representation is here as well to answer any questions. And then any appropriate public that would like to make some comments. So back in, actually this has been discussed for a number of years, to be perfectly honest, but most recently back in August of 21, we had a request and conversation with Hilltop regarding this potential rebate. There was a request to do a economic analysis. BAE Urban Economics developed a economic impact report to discuss the impact of this potential rebate and how it would mean to this area. Subsequent to that report being completed back in September, a formal request is brought forward from Hilltop to consider a rebate. We evaluated that rebate, and obviously there were a number of proposals based on the agreement as well as the economic impact report that we felt was the rebate in the county's and the public's interest based on the specific facts identified in the report. I want to speak to a couple key components to this agreement. It's a 3-year agreement commencing as of January 1 of 22 and with completion in December 31st of 24. So a 3-year agreement. The contribution would be the increment, basically above and beyond. We're using the base TOT collection year as a determining calendar year, and then any amount above and beyond that 2020 amount would be split between the county and Hilltop for those 3-year periods. The distribution would arrive at 90% increment of that amount in 2022. It would scale down to 85% in 23, and finally 80% in 2024. The estimated economic impact for this project is $423,182 based on the economic impact report and the estimated lodging that would take place in these 128 hotel units at the Hilltop hospitality area, which is the Springwood Suites in Auburn. Let me speak briefly to the total amount here. Again, what we would encourage is the money that in the agreement speaks to any of this increment that would be received by Hilltop Hospitality would be put on a quarterly basis. They'd get a rebate, and that would go to pay down the outstanding community development block grant loan that the county issued to Hilltop when construction commenced on the property that was completed and received a certificate of occupancy in 2019. That $1.5 million or $1.495 million loan, which is still outstanding, the TOT rebate would go to that. In the event that they have greater returns over that same time period and that loan is paid off, those monies can be reverted to marketing efforts to help enhance their lodging and in the area and throughout the region. In the same time period, our assumption would be that the money that he was obligated to pay on an annual basis to pay down that CDBG loan could be offset, and he could repurpose those dollars towards marketing efforts throughout the region that they felt was appropriate. So there's a couple things in here. They would be requested to provide a quarterly report detailing the progress regarding that repayment, as well as a detailed marketing report showing activities towards the increased marketing efforts and visitor services. So there's a couple follow-up provisions that are in here that would be required of Hilltop. As I mentioned before, those dollars that were received would go towards the repayment of that outstanding CDBG loan. Those are the kind of a overview for my end. If there's anything, any questions you have, I'm happy to do that, or you can speak with Haas and his folks, and you can get some clarification from them.
Great. Any questions for Todd or Rob Sandeman? Okay, then we'll hear from our applicant, and then we'll go to our public hearing on this item.
Good morning. My name is Haas Bozorgzad. I'm president of Hilltop Hospitality LLC, owner of the Sprinkler Suites by Marriott in Auburn. I'm here today. Really, I want to thank you for considering this application and this request. And we have. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have. I also have, I think, on Zoom, Mr. Matt Cota, who is the principal for BAE Urban Development. BAE Urban Development created the impact study under his direction. He's here with me also to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, board members?
Let's do this.
Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor, I just want to make one additional clarification. I failed to mention this. That part of the BAE study was done, and in the county's best interest, I think the information was provided. We'd like to utilize TOT funds to reimburse Hilltop Hospitality as part of this agreement. It's a $19,000 that would be reimbursed. The county would take ownership of that report. I think there's a lot of, I think, valuable feedback, not only for what we do up in Tahoe, because we have a rebate incentive program up here, but really on the Auburn and down on the western side of the Sierras. I think there's some opportunity to talk about how we can help encourage business development potentially in other areas around the area. So that would be part of the agreement, as the county would pay for the study and be being reimbursed to Hilltop for their expense for that.
Great, thanks for that clarification. Supervisor Gore?
And Todd, can I just clarify? So, we've not done something like this previously, but the TOT dollars, which are charged to the people who come stay in the room, the idea is to take those dollars and really allow the applicant to market more, so to increase more occupancy in the hotel. Is the intent as well to sort of track the progress of this? Because, in South Placer, we have the bid, Placer Valley Tourism, thank you, where they charge, a certain amount per hotel room, and they use those dollars to market. We don't have anything in the Auburn area, and it's been very effective in South Placer, absolutely. So if the intent is to see if this is successful, we might be able to utilize something like this in the future as well.
Exactly the intent. I think there's opportunity, and I think that's part of why having somewhat of a quarterly report, hearing from them over the duration of this agreement to see how the marketing efforts, where they're reinvesting those dollars into marketing that they would historically be paying to pay down the loan, they can reinvest those monies into marketing efforts, how that pays off. And I think in the same time, we can talk about, are there opportunities where we can be partners in some of these areas to keep them viable? Yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so we'll open the public hearing. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. Holmes. The other Mr. Holmes.
Yes, thank you. I just want to put this into historical perspective, I guess. A number of years ago, when the city of Auburn was trying to attract what became the Holiday Inn, they established a program of rebating the TOT, portion of the TOT money. There was a citizens oversight committee that was established to monitor that, because the rebate money was to be used to promote Auburn and the hotel itself, the Holiday Inn. And that worked out very well. And I think this kind of program that's been suggested now is similar to that. And as a former member of the Placer County Visitors Bureau, I think whatever additional promotion that we can do for the Mid-Placer area, as you probably recall, there was a study done several years ago that basically said the Gold Country area needed more promotion, and this will help do that. As you're well aware, I think the part of the things that would result from this is that more, transportation from the Auburn area up to the ski area and back again the same day, or down to the confluence and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that this board will approve this today and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mike. Appreciate those. Are there any folks on Zoom?
No others.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. I'd entertain a motion.
I move the item.
Thank you,
Good work.
Mr. I'll second. Okay, so motion Supervisor Holmes, second Supervisor Jones, and we need a roll call on this item.
Gore? Aye. Weigand?
Yes.
Holmes?
All right.
Jones? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye, thank you. Okay, we'll go back now to item number 6, the Placer County Housing Authority Budget Amendment. I believe Greg is going to join us again on this item.
He is.
Yes, good morning again. So Greg Geisler, I am the Executive Director for the Placer County Housing Authority, and come before the board this morning asking that you approve a budget amendment number AM 00596 in the amount of $6,964,179 for fiscal year 2021-22 for the receipt of emergency rental assistance funds from the United States Department of Treasury and expense of these funds for the payment of rent and utility costs for Placer County residents impacted by COVID-19 pandemic and the costs associated with administering the public. Back in January of 2021, Placer County received almost $12 million from the Department of Treasury to administer the emergency rental assistance grant. Specifically, the funding was to provide to households at or below 80% of the area mean income, unable to pay rent and or utilities due to loss of income from COVID-19. In March of 2021, the Placer County Board of Supervisors approved a plan for the two housing authorities, both Placer County and the Roseville Housing Authority, to administer their emergency rental assistance program. Placer County Housing Authority has since administered the larger portion of the funding to serve the citizens outside of the city limits of Roseville, and Roseville Housing has done the same for Roseville. At this point, we've served over 820 households in Placer County with about $10.2 million worth of rental assistance and utility assistance. On May 17th, the Department of Treasury granted Placer County a further $3.7 million for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, with terms that expanded the eligibility of the recipients. Presently, the Housing Authority is requesting this budget amendment to align the funding that has been received with the Placer County Housing Authority 2021-22 budget. Fiscal impact, the budget amendment is needed to increase revenue and expenditure authority by the Placer County Housing Authority, and there is no impact to general fund. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Greg. And I failed to announce that we were adjourning as the Board of Supervisors and convening as the Placer County Housing Authority for this item. So that announcement's been made. Now I'll ask, are there any questions? Clarifications? Okay, then any public comment? You're not seeing any, so I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Wygant, a second from Holmes, and this is a roll call vote as well.
Gore? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will adjourn as the Placer County Housing Authority and reconvene back as the Board of Supervisors. We'll move on to item 7 in procurement, the multi-use dump trucks. It's always an exciting one. Thank you, Brett.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager, and I'm joined today with Mr. Colby Weiss of the Road Maintenance Fleet Division, the Department of Public Works. We are requesting from your board the approval of a budget amendment transferring $76,766 from the professional services ledger to the equipment ledger, and then to ask your board to approve the award of a negotiated purchase order to Riverview International Truck, LLC, of West Sacramento, utilizing the state of California contract for the purchase of 2 multi-use dump trucks in a total amount of $557,026, and then authorize the purchasing manager to sign all the required documents. As a bit of background for your board, the Department of Public Works has identified 2 of their existing dump trucks that are nearing the end of their useful life and submitted a request to purchase 2 new dump trucks with multiple accessories that make them functional throughout the whole year rather than just on a seasonal basis. They are the same brand, so they are the International Truck brand dump trucks. They have performed very well for the department, and they are equipped with a hook loader system, which includes a water tank, a chipper body, and a dump bed that allow us to utilize those pieces of equipment on a year-round basis. We are recommending the State of California cooperative contract because it allows us to utilize a contract from another agency with basically better pricing than we would get if we were to independently bid this out. Our procurement policy contains an exception for that, so we're requesting that approval. And the department, with the approval of the budget amendment, there is no additional impact to the general budget, and the department has properly budgeted for these items. With that, either myself or Colby are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brett. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Are there any public comments on this item?
I see none, Chair.
And again, I'm not seeing any, so I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion Holmes and a second Gore, and it's a roll call vote.
Gore? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye. Okay, well, you have one more item in that I'd like to take before our closed session break. And I had skipped over board member and county executive reports. Are there any additional reports that board members or the county exec would like to provide to the public before we go to closed session?
Yeah, I do, Chair. Thank you. Yesterday, God, it seems like so long ago, but yesterday morning I had the opportunity to go to the town of Loomis and see the completion of the PG&E project, which does inline inspections of the gas lines. And it's a pretty robust process. This has got, allows for inspection of the pipes going from Loomis into Rockland. They'll be back. They're actually starting to work on the one from Loomis to Auburn. But the interesting part was there was about 15 employees from PG&E, and you could all tell they were employees because they had the little hard hats on that said PG&E on them. And I was standing next to a lady, and we went around and introduced ourselves. And she introduced herself as the CEO of PG&E. And I was kind of startled. That was pretty impressive that the CEO would come up to Placer County and to Loomis to celebrate this project. She's been in that office since for 1 year now. She came from Michigan, where she worked for one of the largest natural gas companies in the nation. Her name is Patty Poppy. That's Patty with an I and Poppy with an E. And she seemed very genuine and really interested in being out in the community more and more. So I'm going to be inviting her hopefully to come up and maybe take a look at the Middle Fork project and see some of the other projects that we're doing. So anyhow, it's very refreshing to see the CEO come to Placer County to celebrate the project completion.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Great. Any other reports? I'm not seeing any from other board members. I would just report that we continue to look for additional funding as a region, as the Tahoe region, and as your representative on TRPA and the Tahoe Transportation District. So we've continued to have numerous meetings on how to raise about $20 million to augment transportation, to fund our regional transportation program that's been adopted. With that, the most recent discussions that we're having would revolve around potential sharing like we've done for the Environmental Improvement Program for Tahoe, which would be a third, and a third share, third federal, a third state, and a third local, with the idea that the local jurisdictions would need to raise approximately $7 million annually to put into transportation. Through those discussions, I've been asked to convene the meetings of the local elected officials within the Tahoe Basin, our city and counties, to discuss various mechanisms that are being talked about to raise those dollars. And there's a lot of work to be done there. But one of the thoughts I wanted to leave us with is through that discussion, our TART program has provided me a lot of numbers and background. And in order of $7 million of new funding annually throughout the basin, how we would arrive at what is the fair share for each jurisdiction and how would we raise those dollars. I just wanted to again thank the board and our staff for the $5 million of general fund that we currently augment for transit services through micromass transit and TART services here in the Tahoe Basin. No other jurisdiction in the Tahoe Basin does that. And it's, I think really to be commended on the past leadership of this board and certainly the continuing support of this board as we move forward. But I want to keep briefing you on this because at some point we'll be talking about how we come up with additional funds to move in this direction to solve transportation. It's tied to our VMT, to the California Attorney General's requirements on us within the Tahoe Basin and other things. So a lot coming, but we've now taken it from 20 million locally to only 7 million locally. Hopefully that sharing agreement will move forward and will be in a much better perspective of how to raise that. So a lot more options for 7 million than trying to tackle the 20 million. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure to report that to the board. So with that, it's time for us to adjourn to executive session, and I will let Karen take us out to close session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 4 items of existing litigation.
And I think with that, whoops, I'm off again. I think with that, we will probably make our 12 o'clock timed items. So for those of you who are here for the 12 o'clock item, I do anticipate starting that on time.
That's no fun. I've got a fetish for that. My mom was a Brit, so we drink a lot of tea. And if you make the tea properly, you heat up the pot first with the hot water.
Not seeing the camera. I'm not seeing the camera, sorry. There we go.
It was fun.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And we've returned from our closed session. Karen?
Closed session, oops, sorry. The board met in closed session to consider Gonzalez versus Bartosh. The board heard a report and authorized defense of named county defendants. In Re American Renewable Power LLC et al., the board heard a report and authorized settlement. In Melgar versus Pecoraro, the board heard a report and authorized defense of the named county defendant. In Rader versus Solbus et al., the board heard a report and authorized defense of named county defendants. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. And so now we are here to start our least controversial item of the day. Start out with a little laughter this afternoon because we certainly know this has spiked a lot of interest in our community for a very long time. And we're pleased so many people could participate in this discussion. So I'll turn it over to Stephanie.
Yeah,
to
so good
start us out.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Gustafson, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway with your executive team up here in Tahoe this afternoon. So I'm pleased to open this item on short-term rentals. As you recall, we gave you an update back in December on just the progress of our team. And so happy to be here this morning to bring the ordinance for your consideration.
This afternoon?
Sorry.
But who's counting?
So I'm joined by Crystal Jacobson, our Deputy Director in our Community Development Resource Agency, as a co-lead on this project since the beginning of the moratorium, and also a co-presenter here today. So we have about a 30-minute presentation keyed up for you. Obviously, we anticipate some community comments afterwards as well. So, but before I jump into the presentation, I just wanted to take a minute and recognize our diverse team that's really worked on this, county staff that's been really dedicated to this effort over the last couple of months. Had a very short time frame, as you know, to bring this forward to you. And so I just wanted to recognize Doug Jastro from our Revenue Services Department and his team, really data mining on TOT information for us. Emily Setzer and Jasmine Carr from our CEDRA, Community Development Department up here in Tahoe. Nick Martin on my team, Ben Mills from the Executive Office in Auburn. They really all played kind of a critical role here with just the research and community outreach that we've been undertaking the last couple of months. So Crystal and I are really proud to be part of this team. So I also want to just take a minute and recognize the community members that have been engaged with us really from the start. Business members, private STR operators, the fire districts, all the fire districts for our region, as well as property managers, real estate agents, and the list goes on and on. So I just wanted to recognize so many of them have really been integral for this conversation and helping us come up with some community solutions. So thank you for that. So I do recognize though that there's people that might be new to this conversation today. And so I want to back up here, give some background on the ordinance and really provide some context. So your board first heard this ordinance and considered it back in late 2019, almost said 1999, and adopted the ordinance in January of 2020. So really, again, addressing some growing concerns over nuisance issues and safety concerns, noise, trash, fire, life safety, and building code compliance. So since January of 2020, your board has considered a number of updates. This is a fairly new ordinance for us, and so there was a number of updates that we have brought forward to your board as they've presented. So Fast forwarding to this summer, this past summer, your board adopted an urgency ordinance, which established a moratorium on new STR permits, which is set to expire March 31st of 2022 this year. So the proposed moratorium, the purpose of that was to create a pause, really, to allow county staff to, dig into the research, to address some of these concerns at a deeper level that we are hearing from our community, really around not only nuisance issues, but also some concerns over workforce housing and the concern for that effort. So today we are here to propose a new ordinance. It is a repeal and replace of the existing short-term rental ordinance. We really believe that this proposal does move us forward with some steps towards community balance and community solutions. So our vision, so as county staff, really our charge during this moratorium, during this effort was to first listen to research and engage in the community and bring forward some potential solutions. So as I mentioned, we did meet with stakeholders extensively. We held 2 larger stakeholder workshops throughout this fall. We also engaged with focus groups and focus discussion with the members of those stakeholders, 15 to 20. I've kind of lost count at this point, but and then also looking to our partner organizations, NLTRA, the downtown associations, presenting to their board and seeking feedback. MAC meetings, town halls, Cindy, you were involved in those, and then also board updates. So just to kind of give you a full vision of the community outreach on this effort that we've done so far. In addition, we did hold a online survey, or we administered an online survey and resulted in about 1,500 survey responses around this issue this past fall. So what did we hear? The conversation really boils down to 5 main topics: concerns over workforce housing and the possible connection of STRs and the impacts of STRs on workforce housing, continued concerns about community character, also concerns over just fire life safety, making sure inspections were timely, were happening, also including a conversation about defensible space inspections as well on these properties. Fourth, our hotel economy, really trying to assess and ascertain whether STRs have an impact on our traditional tourist accommodation in this region. And then also, lastly, our ordinance, just overall, discussion about enforcement of the rules and regulations. So really, like I said, the conversations really boiled down to really those 5 topics. So from those discussions, we developed this vision. It really set us, I think, on a path to today, making sure that we were focused on the primary issues. So striving to find a balance on, a multitude of different lodging types, maintaining the opportunity for achievable and attainable housing and pricing options for our workforce. And Emily talked to you at length about our workforce housing efforts and housing efforts in the region, so I won't go into that. But maintaining also our character, our community character, strengthening our standards around nuisance issues.
Stephanie, as you go on, can you put that microphone in front of your mouth?
Yes, sorry.
I want to make sure everybody can hear you. And
absolutely. It's kind of, yeah, let me do that. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So I would just say, I think it's no secret if you've traveled outside of our region in the last couple of months to a couple of years, there's many communities similar to ours that are tourism-based, that are struggling with this issue and the challenges that come from a limited service factor, service supply, and also, challenged with just tourism mitigation and community character issues. So we did spend some time this fall tracking many of those jurisdictions. We briefed you on that back in December, but looking for similar practices and solutions that we might be able to bring forward and implement in Eastern Placer. So Displayed here are really some common tools that we boiled down a lot of that research that we continue to vet with the community. So Crystal's going to walk through some of the details around the permit limitations that we're proposing. This is a slide that represents some of the jurisdictions. We did survey upwards of 20 jurisdictions, but these are some of the kind of the more relevant jurisdictions here, and what they're doing around a cap on STRs. So I'll just quickly bring to your attention the diversity here in implementation and strategies that were being presented by different jurisdictions. I'll also bring to your attention and highlight here, you can see the percentages of the housing stock, and Chris is going to circle back on this slide, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention here. So one jurisdiction that's not on this list that I think is very important as our partnership in North Tahoe, that is the town of Truckee. They are currently in the middle of a similar moratorium on new permits. We are tracking with them. Their moratorium is set to expire in June of this summer. So we just wanted to bring that up. I do know in talking with staff at the town of Truckee that they are considering a limitation on permits as well at this point, but they are still vetting that. We'll be tracking that. And similarly for all these other jurisdictions, we are finding that these conversations are continuing to evolve. So we'll be continuing to track that as well. Okay, so as I mentioned, our task as county staffs, or one of those tasks was research. We hired BAE, Urban Economics, to help us digest the potential impacts of STRs on both availability and achievability of housing for our region and for our critical work support, our workforce. Aaron Hussein from BAE is here today. I'm not going to go through his full presentation. We did give you a presentation on the data and on that study back in December, but I will go over some of the highlights, but just want to note that if there are some deeper questions about that final report, Aaron is here to support. So on this slide here, we are showing an average and median values of revenue generating STRs. And a lot of this data came from revenue services, really looking at our TOT certificate information. I would just say important to note here are both the average number of nights that homes are being available for renting at 250 nights, and the average nights that those homes are actually being occupied at 103. So although they might be out there on online platforms or through property managers for a majority of the year, there is an average of about 41% of that available time that they are actually renting. So, and just to give you some context here, 103 nights, there is exactly 104 weekend nights in the year, so Friday plus Saturday. So just to give you some kind of relative context there. In terms of the average annual income from these units, we are seeing that the average nightly rental rate is about $344. This coupled with the average rental nights does equate to about $35,000. So those are, again, averages. Obviously, we understand that there's a lot of diversity that comes in the particular units. So when we go a step further and compare this to really the debt service or the mortgage costs associated with a median home, we can see that it is covering roughly about, actually over about 50% of those mortgage costs, so those hard costs. I'll just say that these are these are gross numbers, and they don't reflect any kind of operating costs that the home might incur from actually renting. So just some gross numbers here for you. And then lastly, on the last column of this chart, we compared those monthly revenues to the average nightly rents, or not nightly rents, but the monthly rents that we're seeing from single family homes and condos in the region. And you can see they're generally comparable. Okay, so moving on to this slide. Emily Setzer did present this slide in a little different format in her presentation, but I did want to bring it back and just give you, again, some context on the median home price here over time. So this chart does track back to 2006, and you can see for a current median home, there are some noticeable, recognizable market peaks and valleys that we've had over the last 15 years. I think the most significant, or the piece that I wanted to draw your attention to, is really over the last 5 years, we have seen a consistent increase in home values over time, and then more consistently, or more dramatically, I should say, an increase in the last 2 years. So just wanted to bring that chart back for your consideration. So just to quickly summarize the BAE economic study here, and I've already kind of touched on some of this, but based on the extensive literature review that Aaron and his team went through as part of that research, the study does make a finding that there is a connection between the availability and affordability of long-term housing and STR activity in the region. The current inventory of STR activity and active TOT properties in the region is about 25%. So that's an important number, I think, to hold on to, and Crystal's going to come back and talk about that. But based on the data that we have gone through TOT certificate data, properties that are actively renting, it's about 25% of our current housing stock. And then also, since 2010, we have seen a 43% increase in STR units in the region, a 47% increase in condo, tel, and timeshare units, and then no increase in our hotel motel units throughout the region. So current average gross revenues are competitive with revenue that could be generated from long-term housing. And then also the revenue generated from these STRs does provide an offset. Again, those are averages, different across the different units, but it does provide an offset for some of the mortgage or costs or holding costs associated with these units. So, and with that, I am going to hand this over to Crystal. She's going to go through the proposed ordinance, some permit limitations that I know everybody is really interested in, and then also lay out some plans for implementation that we have at this point. So thank you. I'll be available after for questions.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thanks, Stephanie, and good afternoon, everyone. So I know I've touched on this slide before with your board, but I just want to point out that can you hear me okay? Mm-hmm. This effort is really just one piece of a puzzle to address housing and increased tourism in our region. We do believe it's important to look at having incentives and regulations to really address this problem. So it's really the carrot and stick approach. And so there is a lot we're doing with our overall housing and economic development strategy here in Eastern Placer. You already heard earlier about what we're doing on the housing side, so I'm not going to go into that. But I do want to point out on the economic development side, we have the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program, which your board approved. It's a TOT rebate program for commercial lodging. So that's an example of, a way we're trying to incentivize lodging here in the region, because as Stephanie mentioned, we have not seen an increase in hotel and motel stock in Eastern Placer in some time. And then on the regulatory side, we've also brought forward and continue to work on various code amendments that are aimed at eliminating barriers to both housing and economic redevelopment in our town centers in Tahoe Basin. So again, while this effort could result in potential restrictions, so it's really the regulatory piece, it is important to look at the bigger picture in terms of what we're doing. So I'm going to touch on some ordinance updates in just a second, but before I do that, I want to just point out that there are some uses that are really not subject to the ordinance. So hotels, motels, timeshares, and then condo-tels are not, condo hotels that meet this definition that you see up here on the slide are not subject to the ordinance. So not all condo hotels are not subject, some are, but the distinction is really that the condo hotels that function and are run within a hotel lodging structure. And so what we mean by that, and what you'll see here on the definition, is it's those uses that are in a lodging facility that have a front desk. They have access to each room, and then they have fire suppression and alarm systems that are centralized to that structure, and there's annual reporting on that. So that is a key distinction. So again, these types of uses are not subject to the ordinance. Oh, there we go. So moving on to the updates that are before your board today. There are a number of them that are really what we would consider cleanup or modifications of the existing ordinance. We do continue to track areas of the code that have been problematic and that we believe are really not effective, need to be revisited or strengthened. We've been before your board before with some of these cleanups, and we are here again with some additional modifications. The first here on the list is we're proposing to modify or eliminate a list of the possible exemptions so that the STR ordinance applies to really all residential properties in Eastern Placer. Again, it would not apply to hotels, motels, timeshares, and those condo hotels that meet that definition I just talked about. So this is really has been a kind of a gray area in our code. It's been a little bit hard and problematic for our staff to implement because it's gray. It's not really black and white in terms of how we implement this. The current provisions have resulted in numerous units that have not been permitted because they've been deemed exempt, or they think they're exempt and they don't come in for a permit or an exemption request as they're supposed to under the current ordinance. So because of that, those units are not inspected, so they don't have the fire life inspections, and they're not enforced. And so we believe, this is kind of a problem area of the code. And we'd like to clean up this section. We're also proposing to add or increase fire protection standards. The ordinance as proposed would require fire inspections at the time of permit application. I do want to note that this is proposed to be phased in over time, so it really wouldn't come online until the 2023 permit cycle. So that gives us some time to work with the fire districts to get those folks inspected prior to that 2023 permit cycle. There would be a lot of homes that would need fire inspections. We would also require that the inspections would be more frequent. Currently, we have a two-tiered system where privately managed homes are inspected every 3 years and professionally managed homes are inspected every 5. We're proposing to change that to 1 and 3 years. So 1 for the private and every 3 years for the professionally managed folks. I will say currently, and I know I mentioned this in December, we've got about 8% of our units have been inspected. So, we're approaching the 3rd year of the program. Overall, it was, put in place in January 2020, and we only have 8% of the units that have been inspected. So the current model is not working. And so we are proposing a change here. We're also proposing to move to a model of rolling annual permit cycle. So instead of having a permit cycle that expires every year in March, what we're proposing is that applicants could come in, pull a permit any time of the year, and their permit would run for 12 months. Overall, we believe that this model would help our staff to spread out kind of the processing of the applications all year. So it really helps with lessen the demand and resource needs at one time per year. It also helps on the inspection side with the fire district so that there's not a huge push to get through a number of inspections at one time. We are proposing stricter nuisance standards as part of this ordinance update. So we're looking at tightening and strengthening the parking, noise, and trash and some daytime occupancy limits. And again, this is really just in response to the continued comments we hear from the community about nuisances in the neighborhoods and trying to really mitigate those nuisances. The ordinance also includes an increased STR unit posting. So these are the postings, we call them good neighbor flyers. It's basically a posting that's required in the interior of the unit. We are proposing that it's in the interior, in every bedroom, in the common area, as well as outside of the unit, either on the bare bin, a window, or a door. The postings would have things like require the permit number, the STR permit number, the STR hotline, warnings about red flag days and other emergencies, and also just emergency contact information. The next item on the list is limiting STRs to 1 per parcel. This would apply to multifamily, single family, but not to condo units. We believe this is in alignment with really the state's goals on housing, on affordable housing. Some other logic here is that by doing this, you really provide an opportunity for on-site management. So if a property has 2 units, one unit could be rented as an STR and the other one could serve as, on-site management of that STR unit. And as I reported to the board in December, we have very limited number of these situations currently. There's only about 4 of us currently, and this would be phased in over time. The next item on the list here is increased penalty fines. So we're proposing to bring our fine structure up to industry standard. Currently, it is at 500 and 1,000, so it starts at 500 and escalates to 1,000, and we're proposing to change that, where it would start at 1,500, go to 3,000, and then up to 5,000 for the third escalation within a 24-month period. Again, this is industry standard. There's a Senate bill that sets the limit for STR fines, and what we have found is that most local jurisdictions have adopted those limits, and so we're proposing to do the same. The next item here is a modified appeal process. So these currently the penalties are determined by an admin hearing officer, and then the next level is an appeal goes to your board, and we are proposing to change that. We're going to see a huge increase in the number of STR permits as a result of this update, and so we have changed it so that the first penalty is determined by the CEDAR director, and the next would go to the administrative hearing officer. Now I'm going to move on and talk about permit limitations. So these are some key policy considerations that would restrict short-term rentals. These are items that we heard from your board in December that would be items that your board would like to consider. And so again, our current ordinance does, it's really intended to just address nuisances. So these items here are completely new to the ordinance. So first on the list here is the establishment of a numerical cap on STRs in the East Tahoe or East Placer region. So 3 options were presented to your board back in December, and your board elected to go for a 4th option, which is really kind of a hybrid. We're calling it option D. And that includes the existing inventory plus a capacity expansion. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that means and the methodology behind that in a second here. So the next thing on the list here is a minimum night stay. So this would be minimum nights rented, a requirement per year. And we're proposing a 30-day minimum night stay requirement. So the intention here is it's a way to really incentivize folks that have a permit to actually be renting, so they're not really sitting on that permit, and allows turnover, right? So the next, we're going to likely establish a wait list. If your board elects to adopt a cap, there would be a wait list that would be established, and so this would allow some turnover in the folks that are on the wait list and give them an opportunity to come in and also get a permit. I do want to say it's not intended to be an incentive to really increase sort of overall STR activity. It's just to ensure that we've got turnover of the permits, and folks that are on a wait list have that opportunity to access a permit. The next thing on the list is special provisions for primary ownership hosted STRs. So this is really in response to some comments we heard from the community about how renting short-term is a way for locals to really offset or kind of supplement their mortgage. And so what we're proposing is that folks that claim a property primary homeowner exemption on their taxes would not be subject to the cap. I do want to point out they would be subject to the ordinance. They'd have to meet all the operational standards, but they would not be subject to the cap. Currently, this is about 3% of our STR units, so it's not a lot. It's about 160 or so units. So moving on, I just want to talk about the methodology and how staff really arrived at the cap. And so what we did here is based on the direction back in December by your board, we sort of set out to provide a clear picture of the existing short-term rental activity in Eastern Placer. So we really wanted to kind of hone in and identify what that activity is. We established that the properties that have current STR permits, so 2021 STR permits, and those with STR approved exemptions for 2021 would set the baseline value. So we wanted to make sure those folks were captured in this cap. From there, we began to distill the TOT certificate data, reaching back to 1 year prior to the STR ordinance establishment. So we went to 2019. And then we felt that that was prior to kind of the influences of COVID that we've seen. So we really wanted to take a snapshot of what was happening in 2019 with the STR inventory. This resulted in an existing inventory of roughly 3,900 units. So in addition to this, your board expressed an interest in incorporating an expansion component, which staff is recommending to be around 10% of the current inventory. So with a 10% expansion, this brings the final staff recommendation for the cap up to 4,300 permits, which you will see in the ordinance. So again, just want to stress the 4,300 really includes the full inventory plus that 10%, which would allow some room for folks to come in and gain a permit that don't have one today. So really the goal here is to establish a cap that's based on the inventory, recognizing the desire to renew the approved STR permits. We want to account for those. We also want to account for the folks that have had approved exemptions, allow folks an opportunity for those that are operating without a permit to come in and come into compliance with the ordinance, and then also provide an opportunity for those affected by the moratorium on new permits to obtain a permit under the new ordinance. So based on this methodology, the proposed cap on permits represents about roughly 25% of our current housing stock. And so as Stephanie mentioned, I'm going to bounce back to that table just to look and compare what that is compared to what other jurisdictions are doing. So compared to other areas in our region, this 25% is higher. It's a higher percentage of available housing. And you can see here on the chart, Douglas County and El Dorado's, theirs are lower than that. However, if you look at areas in Colorado, you can see that the percentage of housing stock associated with the STRs proposed under this ordinance is more conservative. And then you can see here Steamboat Springs and Crested Butte. I do want to add that based on what we've heard from El Dorado County and some other jurisdictions, as well as significant interest that we've heard about the program, we do fully expect to reach the cap within, I would say, the first 1 or 2 years of implementation of this new ordinance. So I'm going to get back to my, back to my slide here. Okay, so that was the methodology, and happy to answer questions when we get to the end here on if you have questions about the methodology. So in terms of next step, if your board adopts the ordinance, where are we going from here? So I kind of want to touch on first the timeline. So we're obviously here January 25th for the first reading. If your board adopts this first reading, it would come back to your board in February for a second reading, and then it would take effect on March 11th. We're currently working, Ben Mills actually is leading an effort to really transition our permit system so that it's aligned with the TOT system, and that goes live on March 11th. And so between then, so really February and March, the intention would be to focus on staff training and community outreach, among some other things that we need to do to get ready for a large permit load, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But then on March 31st, the moratorium ends, and that's really when implementation begins. So April 1st would be the first date where we'd start accepting permit applications. So moving on, just talk a little bit more about the implementation steps. So the first on the list here is that we would be finalizing our implementation actions related to our program budget needs. So if adopted, we will see, again, an increase in permits. So currently, just for some context, we have roughly about 2,500 permits, STR permits that were issued in 2021. So if this is adopted, we could see an increase of up to 4,300. So as a result of that, you may see some requests if this is adopted for this fiscal year, so 21-22 budget needs. It would come forward with a consolidated budget amendment in February, and that would be for things like STR administrative, enforcement, and inspection need to be able to implement this new program. So we're also analyzing resource needs for a fiscal year 22-23 budget cycle and looking at additional staff that's needed, again, to implement this program moving forward. And then potentially a fee update. And so it would be an adjustment of fees really to align with the program needs. I do want to point out the program revenues generated over the last couple of years have fallen a little bit short. And so we do believe we need to come forward with a fee update to align those with our program needs. So we had initially anticipated or estimated permits coming in a little higher than what was realized. So we would be looking at an adjustment in our fees. Also looking to acquire implementation resources. So this is really bringing on and training new staff. We're looking at some contract staff potentially for enforcement and inspections to help with the life safety inspections. We've been talking to the fire districts about that concept. And then the next on the list here is a permit transition to a new permit system. So this is the work that Ben Mells is doing, where he's working. We did an amendment, or your board approved amendment to the Deckard Technologies contract, where we're looking to align the STR and TOT permit systems so that it's really a one-stop shop. So you come in for an STR permit, you get your TOT certificate, and it really provides a better user interface. It also helps with tracking, tracking all kinds of metrics, right? Fire inspection metrics, and just really streamlining and tracking TOT remittance and STR permitting so that we can provide good data back to your board. We are conducting ongoing collaboration with our fire districts. We've been meeting with them regularly since December. And we are looking at the need to update the MOUs with them. We're talking about a first-year inspection schedule to get ready for that 2023 year. Again, we're going to see an increase in permits. And so we're talking to them about how we can help with the inspection need, right? Because we do see a big inspection need to get ready for that 2023 cycle. And then continued outreach and education. We're looking at things like, holding a webinar before that April 1st go live date, so that we could, meet with all the STR permit holders or potential permit holders and walk them through not only the new ordinance, but the new permit system, and make sure that they're familiar with the process and the regulations that are a part of this new ordinance. We've also talked about just, an ongoing kind of PR campaign where we notify permit holders of important messages, whether it be things like storm events, emergency information, red flag, day warnings, that kind of thing, and just better communication overall to, STR operators. Moving on, I just want to touch on the numerical cap and permit priority. So if adopted, again, the new cycle would start on April 1st. And so if you, elect to adopt a numerical cap, the ordinance does outline how permits would be prioritized. The current ordinance really provides a process where the first in priority would be the current STR permits for renewal. So these are the folks that had an approved 2021 permit. They're part of that permit cycle. So the first priority would go to those folks to obtain a permit. The second is a currently approved exemption properties. So the current ordinance in effect today allows a process for folks to come in and request an exemption. So for those folks that requested an exemption and were deemed an approved exemption, they would also have priority. So there's a 90-day priority period for these numbers 1 and 2, the folks, the current STR permits and the current approved exemption properties. And then the third one would be new permits. So this is really that remaining that's available in terms of the cap units. So these would be properties that were previously renting without an approved permit or an approved exemption. It allows them an opportunity to come into compliance. And then any new STR property applications. These could be folks that are, have wanted to come in for an application during this moratorium. I do want to note that the ordinance does include a provision about, delinquency of TOT taxes. So we can deny a permit if folks don't pay up with their back taxes. So as we're processing permits, if we know there's been units that have been operating, let's just say without a TOT certificate, we have an opportunity to collect on those back taxes. So next, I'm just going to touch on adaptive management. So again, this is, what we heard from your board in December is this idea of really creating a program that can adapt over time. And so we have been brainstorming on this, and some of the items that we're wanting to track, it would really include tracking, but also determining, what defines success, right? What is a successful program? But in terms of tracking, we're looking at, workforce housing units is something that we're currently tracking, and we'll continue to do that. So we want to know about the number of new housing units that are coming online or that are planned to come online. We also want to track new hotel units. We've got programs in place, like I mentioned earlier, to incentivize the construction of new hotel units. And so we want to track that as that moves forward. We think that's some key metrics that your board would be interested in. Complaint data. This is something that, we've been tracking all along. We'll continue to do that, and certainly would welcome any comments that you have on that if there's other things that you want to see with complaint data tracked. And then community feedback. We want to ensure that there is sort of a feedback loop included as part of this adaptive management piece. And so we are currently strategizing on what that looks like and would welcome any feedback that your board has on that. And then again, just what defines success? What would you like to see? So moving on, I want to talk a little bit about outreach. Stephanie talked about the overall outreach strategy that we've done as part of this effort. It's been extensive. But just since December, since we last met with your board, we have conducted additional outreach. So on January 5th, we held meetings with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors. We had a town hall meeting on the night of January 6th and presented and accepted feedback there. And then on the 19th, we went to the Downtown Association and the Business Association board meetings as well. So there's been a lot of opportunity for feedback. We've really tried hard to outreach to stakeholders and make sure that they were included in this process. So before I get to the recommended action, I just want to close the presentation and note that, as Stephanie noted, this really is a wholesale change to the ordinance. It's a repeal and replace that you'll see in your packet. It is aimed at enhancing the operational standards to kind of further mitigate the nuisance issues and help preserve neighborhood character, because we have heard a lot about that, the need for that. It also adds in a restrictive and limiting, provisions, notably the establishment of the numerical cap. However, I just want to point out again, based on that direction we received from your board in December, the cap proposed today was reached by factoring in the full inventory and then an added capacity expansion. And I think that's important to note because, this ordinance is not intended to stop current STRs from operating. Rather, it really recognizes their operation and provides some room for like a small expansion based on the direction we got from your board. We do believe this approach, as outlined, is the first step in really striving for that balance that Stephanie talked about at the top of the presentation, really balancing STR opportunities, maintaining a housing supply that is attainable, in terms of housing pricing for our workforce, and then achieving code compliance to maintain that neighborhood character and integrity. So with that, we are recommending that your board introduce and waive oral readings of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 9, Article 9.42 of the Placer County Code to regulate short-term rentals contained in Attachment A of your staff report. And then 2, find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3 and 15378. And I'd be happy, Stephanie and I both would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. First off, I think County Council had a clarification on one item that we want to make sure we get out in the public before discussion.
Yes, thank you. There's one change in the ordinance. This is specifically section 9.42.050, B as in boy, number 9. It's on page 45 of your packet. In consultation with the treasurer tax collector, each STR operator must have his or her own business license. Therefore, the change we are proposing is to strike the second sentence. And I'll read for the record that number 9 would read as follows. An application for a business license must be completed, period. Again, the rest is being deleted.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Now I'll go to board member questions or clarifications from the staff. Yes, Supervisor Wygant.
Just trying to get a gut feel for the different jurisdictions, the table with the different jurisdictions and the different caps. So, and I'm just, it might be nothing here, but maybe you have some insights, maybe not, that's fine. But in some places, we see the prohibition of STRs in residential units. I'm assuming that that's driven by frustration with what I would consider the code violation complaint side of this issue. I mean, we have, in my mind, two sides. We've got making sure these are managed in compliance as if they were permanent full-time residences, behaving themselves and not having loud music all the time and garbage and parking problems. And then the other side is the impact it has on employee housing. So in the places where there is no allowed short-term rental in renting in residential, is that just based, do you know if it's based on just the frustration with the code violation?
Yeah, and you can see on this chart, it is predominantly, I mean, the ones that are, voter initiative, that you do see that they're predominantly prohibited in those residential areas around these issues of, degradation of community character, neighborhood character, complaint issues. So yeah, we did highlight those on this chart, but yes, to answer your question, it's predominantly related to those issues.
Good, and just so for everybody, the public, particularly those for testimony, that my predisposition, my expectation is that if we have adequate code violation, if we tool up code violation, we can cause compliance. But if we don't do that, I want to know about it to make sure that we can do adaptive management subsequent to those complaints. But I'm presuming that with appropriate resources, we can cause these short-term rentals to be done responsibly with responsible tenants in them. Okay, then in the places where there's quite a variation in caps, 1.5%, I guess, to 40%. Any observations or thoughts about what is driving those differences? Like, is there something?
Yeah.
If you look at in Colorado, Durango versus Steamboat Springs, is there 1.5 to 40%? That's a significant spread.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I guess I would highlight that, as we did this research, there's a decent sized toolbox of limiting factors that agencies are implementing. And so it really comes down, I think, to just the overall community and how they really see these limitations sort of playing out, right? What I don't know is, have they gone through a process that we have gone through to say, how many do we have today, right? What is our stock? I can speculate that, but I don't know that for sure. But there is, like you pointed out, a wide variation in what we're seeing.
Yeah, so a compliment for doing the economic study in the first place. I think that was really smart, and you guys deserve credit for whoever decided to do that. But because it gives us benchmarks and methods by which we can attempt to measure our performance, and going forward, I think that's something important to keep in mind. But for me, I guess, as we go forward, not knowing what we're going to do and how this is going to play out, but in the future, if, we obviously have constraints in the basin that are different constraints generally on the east side. So if there's plenty of land mass and less regulation for construction, it's easier for market mechanisms to create a bigger supply of housing and thereby potentially diminish the impact of affordable housing or employee housing. But we have affordable housing down below in my neck of the woods where currently there's no market constraints on the availability of land for construction. So it's more than just that, but trying to find those nuances, I think, could be huge for us to really hone some policy that fits our needs well.
Yeah, and I just wanted to come back to your first comment. Just sort of recognizing our own journey on this issue, that it really did start with concerns over nuisance issues and what I'll call pressures, right? We feel a lot of pressure in the community of just the issues and the concerns over STRs from a nuisance issue. But we also feel a lot of pressure on availability of workforce housing. And in those residential areas, I mean, that's our housing stock. It is predominantly second homes, and we recognize that, but that is really our available housing stock. And so, although it may have started with nuisance issues, and I'm not projecting onto anybody else, but our own journey here, that it may have started there, but it has definitely become more of a focus and a concern related to housing over the last year or so, or a couple of years.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Supervisor Gore?
I have a question about the fines and the penalties. So we're proposing increasing them, which I think is probably a really good idea. Because what we really want, and we heard very clearly from our community that we had all sorts of problems and nuisances, which is why we started this process. In your research for these penalties, have you seen that with increased penalties, you've had decreased, other jurisdictions have had decreased nuisances?
I don't know that we have that in our research. I'm actually going to look at Nick. No, Nick did most of the research from other jurisdictions. So I don't think that is something that we have looked into, but it's certainly something we can track moving forward.
And let me ask then a follow-up, right? Because we started this process, it's been a year or so ago, and then we had the challenges with COVID, but with having some penalties, has that in some ways addressed some of these nuisance properties?
Yes and no. So currently, folks have an opportunity to remedy an issue. They have a 60-minute period to get to the property. So we do see a lot of compliance with complaints within that 60 minutes. But I do believe that increasing the fees is going to probably change behavior, I would think. I mean, it's going to hit folks hard if they're getting, $1,000, $3,000, and $5,000 fines. We just got our first appeal on a fine related to operational standards that we're dealing with right now, where somebody was fined over the New Year's holiday. And they had, 4 different violations and were fined $2,000, and they're appealing that because that was a hefty fine. So I think that the bigger the fine, probably folks are going to start to really think about who they're renting to and making sure that these units are in compliance with operational standards.
Thank you. Other questions? Supervisors, any points of clarification?
No, good report.
I had a couple then, and one is we've received a huge amount of correspondence, as you all know, and we have throughout this process and through all the public meetings and town halls and various things we've done. And a lot of those revolve around questions about zoning. What is a resort? What is the zoning? And discussions on that. Is there any difference in our zoning categories that between, say, condominiums in one area of our Eastern Placer County to another area?
There's not a whole lot of difference there, and that's really why we didn't take the approach of looking at. We didn't recommend to your board to take that approach of creating regulations that were based on zone districts, because we have in certain cases, and zone districts that allow for residential single family also allow for condominiums, right? So while condominiums, a lot of times you see those in the resort zonings, the tourism districts. You can also find them in residential districts too. So we didn't propose that approach of looking at it from a zoning based, and that's why we came up with this definition of really trying to scale back what is considered a condotel and then eliminate the opportunity for, HOAs, resort properties. That's kind of gray of what that means, and condos. Currently they're exempt in the ordinance. We've eliminated those provisions because it's hard to enforce.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that today. Another point that I wanted to make sure we covered, and you may have covered it, and I was just busy making notes, but we also changed the hours for short-term rentals for the noise ordinance, correct? Did you cover that and I missed it?
Yeah, that was under the nuisance standards. Okay. So we changed it so it's an hour on either side of the day, so that the noise standards are increased in terms of, you can't go until 10 p.m. With noise. Quiet hours would start at 9 p.m., for example.
And the thinking behind that was the 1 hour period to enforce it would put it equal to a residence next door.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So that we wouldn't have that extra hour and then potentially noise going past 11 or 12.
The quiet hours. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great. So it's important to make note of that for the public too, because I think that's been something we've heard quite a bit about. And then finally, the business license. Do we know how many of the current STRs have a business license? Because I think that's new to a lot of the discussions that we've been having.
We don't have that data point at the moment.
And then my point being, I appreciate that you're streamlining one permit and the confusion between a TOT certificate and a short-term rental permit. I would just urge us to also look at how that data can be collected once and distributed to the county departments in whatever form they need it in, so that we're not creating more confusion and opportunities for people to not have one or the other and say they didn't understand. If we take it from there, they provide their information. But this is getting to implementation that's not on the ordinance. So as we talk about implementation there.
No, great feedback. Thank you. Yep.
And then one other point I'd make is I'd be interested from the public as well as staff, the idea of, with adaptive management, continuing a process with a stakeholder group. I know the town of Truckee's using that process with a stakeholder group. Other jurisdictions have established that, and I'd love to hear feedback both from the public and staff on, depending on what we do today as we move forward, how that stakeholder group would be engaged on a consistent basis as we study the results and look at the impacts from this second attempt at an ordinance. So
yeah, no, good. Okay. Great suggestion. Thank you.
Great.
What's a stakeholder group?
We'll get to that in a minute. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Just want to go back to the condotels. This is actually regarding fire inspections. Under your condotels, you mentioned that the condotel has the front desk in-person management, and it includes the fire sprinkler system, centrally located or centrally monitored fire alarm system that's connected to all individual units and is inspected annually. So that's a plus, it's inspected annually. So kind of my question is, now you're requiring the privately managed rentals to be subject to an annual fire inspection as well. So if those two are both undergoing annual fire inspections, why do we allow the property managed units to not be inspected except every 3 years?
So we're really bringing forward the model that is in the current ordinance for that. And the current ordinance is every 3 and 5 years. So it's basically, again, bringing that model forward and just changing the frequency. And it's my understanding there was a lot of comments about the difference between professionally managed properties and privately managed properties back when the ordinance was initially adopted. But what we have heard is it's a number of reasons. There tends to be a little bit more eyes on the ground, if you will, in terms of these privately managed privately managed properties. You have staff in there on a regular basis assessing these properties. And what we have heard from the fire districts, and I know we've got some of the fire district representatives here today, is that those properties tend to be in a little bit better shape when they go out and inspect them. In terms of meeting their fire life safety standards. So again, I wasn't around when the ordinance was initially put together, but it was my understanding that, they also, that the professional firms are carrying, their own insurance and taking on risk. So there's a lot of factors that went into the current model, but we're proposing to just bring forward that current model, just to increase the frequency.
Right. Is there a requirement for short-term rental owners to carry fire insurance? We're just leaving that up to
Not
the person.
not in our ordinance. No, I would think they would need to, but our ordinance does not specify that. No.
Right. Okay, that's good. But I still don't understand. I don't want to denigrate property managers, but I've had a few in my lifetime, and I've had some that were not very good, and some are very good. So to kind of blanket say that all properties that are managed by property owners are all going to be managed that much better than somebody that's an individual, because I have constituents in Granite Bay that own property, short-term rentals up there, and they are up there all the time. So, you're going to have people like that are meticulous, and so they get inspected annually, everything's going to be in place. Now, with property management, I know we can say that, but we have no guarantees that they're not at the end of that 3-year now going in and making sure all the batteries are replaced and, the carbon monoxide indicators have batteries and everything. So I just am not in favor of all of the differences, the differences in the fees that we charge, the differences in the durations of inspections and things like that. I just think that penalties and fines should, when you have people that are bad actors, that your penalties and your fines should come in and should solve those problems. Like you said, you're gonna punish behavior that you don't want to have, and you're gonna reward behavior that you do want to have. So that's where I'm at mostly, is with discrepancies and all this stuff. So I want to go back to your fees and your fines and your penalties. I know you've increased your fines and your penalties, but do you have at some point beyond that, when you have people that are just continually bad actors, that you would revoke their permits and then say, you now have to go to the bottom of the list and reapply at some later date when you get back up to the top of the list?
Yes, those standards are in the current ordinance, and they're being carried forward into the proposed ordinance.
Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Yes, Supervisor.
I need to ask a question because we got a lot of input from folks in North Star. And were a lot of those properties exempt previously? And can you explain why we're pulling out some of these exempt properties and having them be subject to the ordinance?
Yes, there are a lot of properties in North Star, all over, frankly, that have been a couple of things. Either they came in for a request to be exempt and they have been deemed exempt by the agency director, or they think they're exempt and they're operating without a permit. As a result of that, like I mentioned earlier, those units are not inspected. They have no inspections for fire life safety, and they're also not being enforced. And so one of the first things that it's actually something we've heard throughout, since I have been a part of this program, from the fire districts, is a concern about that those units are not being inspected for fire life safety. That's a definite concern. And there's a substantial number of units. We have the list for approved exemptions. Folks that have come in and requested an exemption is about 1,500 units. And some of those are in North Star.
And those are exempt. Why did they request the exemption, and what was the purpose for the exemption?
Well, so the current ordinance allows for exemptions for hotel, motel, timeshare, condos, HOAs, and resorts. So it's pretty big group, right? It excludes, well, even single-family homes that are in a HOA could be deemed exempt. You had to meet sort of the spirit and intent of the ordinance in terms of having similar operational standards to address nuisances, but you're still not getting a fire life safety inspection. So it's really, that was, I think, the key for us in realizing that we needed to do something different. And so that's why we're proposing what we are today.
So somebody could be a part of an HOA, but there was nobody following up on all of the requirements like fire, life, safety, et cetera.
Correct.
So even though they were part of an HOA, that didn't necessarily mean that a property was necessarily being managed or followed up on all these items that we anticipated would have happened.
Right. If they were deemed exempt, let's just say they followed the rules, that came in and they asked for requested an exemption, and they were deemed exempt for that year. They would not be enforced. So our enforcement officers, if we get a call on those properties, we do not go out to those properties because they're not part of our permit. They're not part of the permit inventory. So they're not being enforced for nuisance standards by our officers. Although those folks, in order to be deemed exempt, had to show that they had policies, let's just say in their CC&Rs about noise standards and parking standards and, you know, those kinds of things, but they're not being enforced by our team. And they're also not being inspected by the fire districts. So we just, again, this has been an area of the code that's been problematic. And we believe it's important that those folks come into the, provide them an opportunity to get a permit. So they've been included in the cap. But then they could be, our enforcement team can enforce nuisance issues, and then they could be inspected properly.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
And Crystal, while you're speaking to that, I know we've received a tremendous number from the North Star community, but there were also many condominium projects that were exempted also at the lake,
Yes.
in the lake area and Olympic Valley as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make
It's
sure.
it's all over.
It's
Yeah.
pretty well dispersed.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are there any other
Yeah,
questions?
I'd just like to make a comment too on the HOA thing. Having been on an HOA board, generally your response time to complaints and stuff like that are much more drawn out because it has to be taken to the board and then they have to give directions on what to do about it, and on and on. So I think it's much better to have everybody under your complaint policy where you've got the personnel. Hopefully we'll see to it that you get the personnel to enforce your code compliance so that you have happy neighbors.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
No more questions at this point. I know we'll have many more questions and maybe comments after public comment. Before we go to the general public, I did want to call on our fire districts because they are truly our partners in this. And I know we have some representatives here and online that may want to speak to this ahead of the public. So I will invite you up if you'd like to say a few words first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, supervisors, and staff. My name is Brent Armstrong, new fire marshal with North Tahoe and Meeks Bay Fire Protection Districts. Kind of want to start off just, I guess, commending staff that through this process, we've really had a really apparent and great collaboration of kind of reviewing this ordinance and speaking on with the multiple parties that are involved in this. So we appreciate that. It allowed us to have a voice and the various parties that were involved. I think it's a well-written, comprehensive document that's before you. So the STR ordinance really has a lot of chapters or sections that we believe, and really in these discussions, we try to stay in our lane, right? We wanted to focus on the fire and life safety aspect of what is entailed or encompassed in an STR. So really the number one, we had kind of three focuses. Our number one focus really is stated in our mission statement. And our mission statement provides the highest level of fire and life safety to both the citizens and visitors of the communities we serve. So really the STR portion of this and what we focused on was directly in line with our mission statement. So that being our first number one focus, we wanted the residents to be safer. We wanted the visitors coming into an unfamiliar building and an unfamiliar environment, community, that we were gearing them to be the best outfitted, safest for their time to recreate in our communities. So we did that, and that kind of rolls into the communities. By making that home safer and putting the requirements onto the STR, it in turn is making the community safer. So hopefully it overflows into the neighbors and into that specific part of that community. The second part of our focus was really staffing. What was the impact going to be to our district? Are we, do we have enough staff? What's the impact going to be to our inspectors? What's the workload? And are we able to meet the goals and timeline set forth from the STR? Can we do that? So there were some workarounds with that. It is definitely going to impact our district as we have quite a few STRs on the lake shore there. But I think we're geared, and staff has kind of created options for us if needed. So that's been a benefit. And the last one was really kind of the call volume. We do have an increased tourism, and that directly affects our call volume, from medical calls to smoke alarms to structure fires. You name it, we get it. And so it definitely impacts our crews. We've been working close with our operations chief and obviously Chief Layton to see what the impact would be for us. But overall, we just want to say thank you for that. And yeah, if you have any questions or they can address.
Thank you, Brent. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jason Jabot. I serve as the Division Chief with North Star Fire Department. And a little context, both North Tahoe Fire Protection District and North Star, we have the largest number of STRs within both districts, albeit North Tahoe has maybe 3 times the number of STRs that North Star. But we do have a considerable amount of STRs within our district, 1 and 2 respectively. North Star, we are in agreement with the ordinance's revised exemption language and the fire protection standards that was brought up and mentioned in the slides. You know, the increase in frequency and the requirement of needing fire and life safety inspections prior to being granted a permit, as opposed to the way it's been done, is important. We think that's necessary. We do appreciate that the county is willing to offer exemptions to STR owners. However, for every exemption that's given is 1 less STR maybe that the fire department is going to inspect. And although we make mistakes and we miss things as firefighters when we do our inspections, it is our bread and butter. It's what we do on a routine basis, right? And I'd like to think that we're good at it. And so guest safety is one of the reasons why this ordinance was originally created, right, and adopted. There's certain standards that were noted in the original ordinance. And people could be granted exemptions according to the ordinance based upon, do they have policies in place that meet those standards in the ordinance? Noise, parking, trash, guest safety. And do they have people in place to enforce those standards? Noise, trash, parking, and guest safety. Guest safety is where I believe fire and protection and life safety systems falls in place. That's what we are trying to assist the county. And so if people have those in place, right, the policies in enforce, then we feel more confident that then there is someone that's overlooking the fire protection and life safety systems. And if not, we're willing to go in there and inspect and make sure that they do have it. Thank you very much. Oh, and I do want to make sure I also point out, thank you so much for the collaborative effort in bringing in the fire departments and allowing us to kind of give our input and what we think will work and won't work. Greatly appreciate it. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any fire districts online that wanted to speak? Okay. So for the public here, as you know, this is probably be a pretty lively discussion this afternoon. We have, I think, 170 at last count people on Zoom listening in. I have no idea how many of those will want to speak. And so I'm going to urge us all to not be repetitive, to make your points. We have received many, many emails, as you've heard, and we will then follow up at the end with discussion. But I'd like to try to keep this moving. I hate to cut anybody off, but if you've already heard your comment, tell us that it's been stated and you share that same concern or not. If you could do that, that'll allow as many people to participate today as possible, and we'll move forward that way. Okay, so with that, I will open up the public comment in the room first, and we'll start there. And please feel free to kind of line up, and then it'll go a little more quickly, depending on how many are going to make a comment. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sherry Segal. You've probably heard from me already. I've been leading a lot of the community efforts in inputs on this issue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You all have printed copies of the presentation that I made summarizing the results of a petition that went out. This petition was sent in early January, and in about 2 weeks of being circulated, had more than 1,600 signatures from Tahoe residents who have signed to date, and dozens of those people have commented on why they are signing the petition. These comments are all copied in the back of your presentation so that you would have a chance to hear from the public. As a reminder, the problems outlined in the petition, which we all know very well by now, but I will state them once again, that homes are being sold in our area and converted to short-term rentals, contributing to the housing crisis in our area. We have people living in their cars, and we have a severely diminished workforce where so many businesses cannot find workers. The quality of life of our residential neighborhoods is being severely degraded as residents are forced to deal with the inevitable nuisances of nearby STRs. The number of tourists here is far beyond our carrying capacity, as demonstrated by trash, traffic, overcrowding, etc. And probably most importantly, STRs enhance the dangers during emergencies, including during wildfires and major winter weather events. Last month, we had people flocking here because they had booked STRs, despite that highways were closed, and South Lake Tahoe had declared a state of emergency, asking people not to come to our area. The recommendations we've heard today from county staff do not address any of the fundamental problems that we have associated with STRs. Increasing the number of permits only exacerbates the problems we are already struggling with. More nuisances, more dangers, and it does nothing to solve the current housing crisis that we are experiencing. And without allocating significant budget to enforcement, it's just more of the same. Last year, you had only 5% of calls to the STR hotline resulted in owners even receiving a citation. I don't see how increasing fines actually changes anything. Maybe there was one permit out of hundreds and hundreds of calls, of nuisance calls, that was ever revoked last year. With all due respect, you were all elected to represent the interests of the public, not realtors and investors in our area. Without bold leadership on this issue today, we are going to be standing here before you again in a year from now with a community of people even more frustrated, more in conflict, and with more people displaced from this area, more businesses without workers, and more neighborhoods destroyed. There are a lot of solutions to improve safety in our community related to STRs. These include increasing violations for red flag days, requiring snow removal contracts, increasing enforcement capacity. The petition outlines many of these solutions. We mentioned there that condos and townhouses that have always been vacation properties and are outside residential neighborhoods, such as those in North Star, could stay that way. Not to be exempt from safety inspections, but rather to be exempt from the limits that we are proposing. And if there is someone on site who can deal with nuisances in real time as they occur, these homes should also be able to continue to rent as much as they want. But what the petition really calls for, what 1,600 people of this community have asked for, is that you vote today to have real limits to STRs in standalone homes in residential neighborhoods where there isn't someone on site to deal with the nuisances as they occur. We're also asking for less of these homes being STRs, not more, to have a holding period of 1 year before a new owner can obtain a permit, to establish a minimum distance between homes, and then most importantly, to limit the number of nights that an STR can be rented when there isn't a manager on site to deal with these problems. And those would be limited to 30 to 60 days per year. All of these,
Sherry, I
yep.
do need you to kind of wrap
I'm going to
up,
wrap
right?
up right now.
Okay.
All of these represent a very fair compromise. Second homers can still continue to cover their mortgage. They can even increase their prices with the limited supply. This would lessen impacts on neighbors, and it's in the spirit of what Airbnb was intended to do. It will also discourage realtors and investors from being able to buy up our housing stock purely for profit. These recommendations are on page 6 and 7 in your presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate all the work you've been doing on this. Next.
Hi, my name's Molly Muller. I've been in Tahoe since 1978, and I've worked professional sector as a speech therapist and first grade teacher, and also in the summers as a service employee. I'm still working because they've called me back, and the people I work with are all over a big number because they cannot get people to work. I agree with everything that Sherry just said. I believe that we should stop with adding more STRs right now. We're in a process of change. We have a new thing that they want to bring to us. But personally, the STRs are benefiting investments. It's become like a portion of your portfolio, like the stock market or the bond market might be. This is not the reason to have a home here necessarily. We must look at the long term in terms of our service sector employees, period. We have to. People are driving an hour and a half to get to work at whatever ski resort or wherever, the grocery stores. They bring people in from the Bay Area for Safeway in Kings Beach so that they can work there because they're no longer getting people from Romania, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to think a little bit differently. Tahoe is a seasonal place. I could work as a speech therapist in the schools, and in the summer I could work cleaning toilets or waiting on tables, and that's how I existed here. If we chose to do some of the STRs as seasonal, 6 months for summer period, and then you can have your home yourself, or you can rent it out for the winter as a lease for winter employees, 6 months here, 6 months there, or something. Why should it have to be an STR for the whole year, preventing people from being able to have housing for the service employees? So I think we need to really pay attention, that's why I asked about the group, because maybe we need to have the group of the people who actually live and have lived here a long time and care about the service community, about supporting that to live here, instead of always hearing from the people who are directly being paid through TOT taxes and other things. It's great to have that revenue, but the revenue has happened because of the STRs. And without all the problems, we wouldn't need all these meetings, et cetera. So I feel like we need to have our representation, and I'm a little late to the table, but thank you.
We're glad you're here. Thank you.
Hi, oops, sorry. My name's Amy Norman. Thank you so much to this Board of Supervisors for caring and addressing this. I do live in Nevada County, but I work in Placer County. All this is very, very deep in my heart because of more the workforce housing issue, which I was a part of last summer. I was almost forced to move to Reno. And luckily I found a home that over 75 people applied for. You know, that's the reality. And my rent almost tripled. We need a balance. We need to shorten lessen the amount of short-term rentals and get some long-term rentals out there. When I hear people talk about building more housing, our infrastructure cannot handle more housing. If anybody of you've tried to drive from Truckee to Tahoe City at 8 o'clock on a Saturday, forget it. And the same thing with 267. I'm almost shaking right now because I care so much about this. The fact that these are operated in our neighborhoods full-time, I can't have a business in my home. I can't open a yoga studio, but I can have a hotel upstairs and next door to me with no one there monitoring it. And I know there's a phone number to call, but it's scary. It's not right. I don't know my neighbor. You know, if we can limit the number of days, so at least I get to know my neighbor, and limit how many permits are given out there. I just really don't understand when you mentioned that the homeownership of these is only at 3%, assuming, I mean, if they actually use it as a home, I'm assuming that's what it meant, and that there's 4,300 permits possibly. I mean, that blows me away. 1/4 of our staff is commuting from Reno. That's not good for our environment. And I just really, really hope you consider limiting them, because I want my community back the way it was a few years ago. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amy.
Hello again, Gary Macy. I live on the North Shore now. Family's been here since 1950s, and I moved up in 73. Built the house I'm living in now in 83. And I appreciate Joan's comment about kind of the structural problems with ordinances and stuff. And one of the things that I believe, I live in a residential area with single family homes, but whether it's SDRs or long-term rentals, there's people rent them out to multiple family members with lots of cars. And even my experience with my home, which when I built it hopefully in the future for my parents to have a place for them and an auxiliary unit in it. And that's how I'm using it now. And I would encourage the board to keep promoting that kind of system. So I'm on the property, so I think I should be just as well expected to keep it safe and as a private housing unit. Why they can have fewer inspections than me, I don't know. I realize in this new ordinance, I'm going to be exempt from this cap, it sounds like. So I don't rent it that way at the moment. Since COVID and whatever, it's been over 30-day renters. But again, in my experience of renters, the long-term renters are just as bad as the short-term renters. In fact, I've only been doing short-term kind of people, vacation renters, but they've been much more respectful of the property in the neighborhood than my long-term renters did. So there's different experiences out there on that regard. And again, there's another point, I think, but I'm basically supportive of what's there. There's a few issues. Again, I'm zoned in single family, but we're apparently allowed to rent it to multiple families, a single unit. And these people don't really care that much about the neighborhood. They just want a cheap place to live or rent. And maybe we can just enforce the zoning that it's single family homes. Now I know that's changing because I'm in an auxiliary housing unit, and now right off, if I rent part of my property, I have 2 families on it. And am I in compliance or not? Am I with the zoning laws? There's maybe you know or don't, but that would be one way to deal with the community degradation problem if we actually rented to people that were a family and just wanted to enjoy that experience and not party or whatever. But so I hope you take my experience in consideration, and thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Chris Egger of Tahoe City. It's wonderful to see your faces here in North Lake Tahoe in person. I think we're all aware of a lot of the problems stemming from short-term rentals. As some people have mentioned, we suffer from over-tourism. The other day, I tried to avoid Squaw Valley by staying in Tahoe City, and traffic was backed up 9 miles from Squaw Valley well into the North Shore and West Shore. A lot of people didn't even make it to the ski resort. They just sat in congestion, contributed to gridlock. There are all sorts of things like that. You see families in the store on Saturday evenings because they can't go to restaurants because no restaurants have employees to serve customers. Over tourism, community and neighborhood impacts, what you call nuisances. I'm sick and tired of seeing dogs poop in my yard and not have that picked up. I've had people pass me at stop signs because I've come to a complete stop in my own neighborhood where I know where the children live in houses. There's certain things that you cannot prevent. No ordinance will cover every possible violation, and no ordinance will be perfectly enforced. The only way to minimize some of these problems is to minimize the number of short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. When you look at other issues as well, economic feasibility of new hotel developments, workforce housing issues in the area, what you see is that there are two courses of action as it concerns limiting the number of short-term rentals. One, as proposed, and this is absolutely the wrong direction as far as I'm concerned, you can increase the number of short-term rentals. If you do that, what you're effectively saying is the problems that we face and encounter, we should deal with that more. We should have more over-tourism, more traffic, more congestion, more littering. We should have a worse employee housing crisis. We should have a tougher hurdle for economic development of new hotels, and we should deal with more of these nuisances. That is the wrong direction. But that's one way to approach it. If you limit the number of short-term rentals below what we have, what you're saying is that you're going to take a step now to address in some small way, in this form and fashion, the employee housing shortage. You're going to limit the number of nuisances that we encounter in our neighborhoods, and that the integrity of our neighborhoods and our community is important. And you're going to provide more incentives for economic development of hotels, which is something that, I mean, you've literally put your money there in the past as it concerns promoting hotel development. So I just really think you need to limit the number of short-term rentals well below the current number.
Thanks, Chris.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sarah Coolidge. I'm a Tahoe Vista resident. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak today. I also want to thank your staff for all of their work that they have done on this, and all of the community members who have contributed so much energy and time and are here today to tell you once again how we feel. In general, I support stricter restrictions on STRs in the basin and agree that the quality of life for us has been degraded as a result of what we've seen in the last few years. I agree with many of what you've already heard. I don't want to emphasize any of that since I have limited time. I also understand that all of us have needs that have been activated by this issue: financial security, independence, peace, safety, shelter, trust, and truth are just some of them. It is understandable that passions are running high when so many basic needs have been unmet or are at risk, and that it is likely to continue as long as people believe that they have not been heard or included in decisions that impact their lives so profoundly. I appreciate your emphasis on adaptive management, and I hope that if you find you still want more information and clarity on this process, that you will ask for it and demand getting it. I'm here to urge you not to pass a 10% increase on the current number when we don't know for sure what the current number actually even is, and your constituents are telling you loud and clear that they are at a breaking point with the current level. You have also heard how we will not be able to likely increase any hotel stock if we continue to have more STRs, and we want that hotel stock. The county's workforce housing preservation program, which contributes $150,000 to qualifying local workforce families in order to buy a home here and deed restrict it here for workforce housing, has 12 qualified applicants, none of which have been able to find a house that they can buy right now. And this is your program. If we continue to grow STRs, how will that program ever succeed? And mostly, this report and this data does not show me how much the basin can actually sustain, how many cars, how many feet on the trails, how many sunscreen-covered bodies in the lake. Until we have that research, which I have not yet seen, how can you know that we are not already at capacity? I want to underscore one point. You have been elected to represent us. All of you, not just Supervisor Gustafson. The 5 of you are charged with using your collective wisdom to make decisions that serve all of your citizens. And we here in North Shore have no other representation. You are it. There is no other voice for the average community member here. No town council, no mayor, just you. The average community member here, the teacher or nurse or restaurant worker, does not have access to the power and influence of many of the associations and groups that were targeted in the surveys and focus groups. These are regular people who depend upon you to represent them and have their rights as outlined in the California State Constitution of enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy protected by you. Our voice is best represented by the flash vote survey, our petition, and our letters to you. We are begging you to listen. We are begging you to hear us. It is true that we all value independence and individual rights to enjoy life and create financial stability. It is also true that there is responsibility that comes with those rights. The responsibility to care for the least among us, to be a voice for our environment, to consider future generations and our roles as stewards for them. These intentions live in all of us and can be called upon to create a collaborative solution that is greater than any that which any one of us could come up with on our own. I believe that a balanced, sustainable solution is possible, and I trust that you believe it too. Thank you for your diligent attention to this very important matter.
Thank you. Are there others in the room? Okay.
Hi there, I'm Danielle Hankinson. I am a 25-year Kings Beach resident in the same house. I'm a little shocked actually to hear about more STR permits. So when I hear that as a underrepresented resident, what I hear is more nuisance, more impact. I live next door to a 5-bedroom one, so it impacts my life immensely. More traffic. The traffic is insane. If you don't already know, if you're trying to get to the hospital on the weekend, you're screwed. So more of that. More traffic in summertime, because in summertime at the lake, it's insane how much traffic. I've written letters. More fire risk. Last year with the fires in South Lake and all of that, we all witnessed it, and it was insane. So I feel that the residents who live here all the time, especially the ones like me who live next door to short-term rentals, right next door, aren't being heard. And so when I hear more permits, I just hear more shit to deal with, basically. So I would love that you all listen to us who've all spoken, who live here, who live right next door to these things. It impacts our quality of life immensely. I bought my house 25 years ago, and what about my rights? This is all new, and we're all working through it. And so I'd love to feel represented, because hearing the recommendation of more just means more stress for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marin Impagliazzo, and I am
a short-term rental owner. No booze? Oh, wow. Anyways, I'm just here to let you know that not every short-term rental owner is a bad person. Some of us care about the community, right? Not all of us are evil. Not all of us are investors. I have 2 small children, 6 and about to be 8. I get up here as much as I can, but it's an asset that's sitting there. I take a lot of care and pride, as Supervisor Jones mentioned. I take more care of my home than I would argue any property manager would. I make sure that the people in my home, to the best of my ability, are going to care for my home. All over my ad says, no parties, not a party house. I want families. I want to give families the opportunity to come in, cook their own meals, be close to everything, and spend less than what they would spend at a hotel during these peak times. So we're not all bad. Some of us care about the community. We care about the people that are out there. I work really hard with my neighbors who all, I think, have trained their dogs to poop in my yard and on my driveway. I'm not lying, but I've worked with them over the years to say, I hear your concerns. They call me direct. They don't call the STR hotline. I take care of what I can. And what I did, I raised my prices to get better people. So I understand that STRs are a problem. I really do, right? But there are more STRs that are operating without permits, right? And I don't know if your study looked into how many are out there that are unpermitted, what that would do to the tourism economy locally. And I would rent my home long-term, except then I don't get to bring my children up here to play in the snow, to play in the lake. And that's why I bought the home and I rent it to offset that expense. So I just wanted to remember that we're people too. We're not all just big, bad real estate, tycoons. We're here doing something to do better for our family and for our future. And some of us do take pride in the community and listen to our neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Pat Dillon, 42-year full-time resident with my wife here on the North Shore of California's Lake Tahoe. I served this community as a firefighter paramedic for 31 years. We've been on Placer County Lake Tahoe property owners and taxpayers here for over 30 years. I know that a lot of my neighbors would have liked to have attended, but as you know, for working people, it's a tough time of day. This is obviously not a problem in the other 4 districts, but Lake Tahoe joins other ski and beach towns all over the country in trying to address this as an emergency. The other piece of this is that really within a short period of years, Lake Tahoe, California went from a rural ski town with plenty of affordable long-term rentals to Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach home values, and it will never go down unless it burns. My opinion is that short-term rentals are a commercial operation being permitted in a residential area by my county representatives for the tax dollars. However, given the board's current situation, I agree with many of the suggested changes to the permit process. But I want to point out to the board that any of these rules and ordinances rely upon me, the STR neighbor, to be the reporting party for violations, with little opportunity for follow-up as to what action was ever taken. If a property rents every weekend as the ones near us do, this means every weekend the neighbors and I are on duty as uncompensated hotel managers from Friday afternoon until Sunday night. Your compliance system requires that we report each violation by each new tenant each weekend to the STR compliance hotline. Compliance will then contact the listed contact person, who then contacts the person listed as the renter. If they are able to reach that person, the behavior may stop. My neighbors and I don't want this responsibility and don't want to be a hotel motel operation with no on-site supervision on our street. Your code compliance team is excellent, but they need rules with teeth. We need robust enforcement and rigid and rapid penalties and suspension or termination of permit for bad actors, as you refer to them. Though much of the bad behavior is what you term a nuisance, the STR next to me has had open flames on red flag days, even causing a fire on their deck, and fireworks multiple times when those are completely illegal here, and it's obvious to everyone. There are signs everywhere all over the state of California, including the electric ones that you drive by as you come in. It's just a matter of time until some one of these uncaring persons starts a catastrophic fire here, such as the one that's in Big Sur right now, or the one in Colorado last month. As you're aware, there is no fire season any longer. I would suggest, from a selfish standpoint, that you implement a second tier permit system for homes, as Danielle referred to, over 3-bedroom, because that's a whole different can of worms, folks. That's 12 to 14 to 16 people, less children, so add another 10 if they want, and those cars to a much bigger home. The online short-term rental process means, as Supervisor Wigan referred, no one knows who's renting the property. It's done online. I congratulate this gentleman for knowing his clientele so well, but that's not happening next door to me. VRBO, Airbnb doesn't give you an opportunity to tell these people how you feel. You're expecting them to read it and to read the regulations that you folks are ordering them to post. They don't have to do that, and in fact, they don't. We rely on board members to take our concerns seriously. Over 1,600 of your constituents have signed the Limit STR at North Lake Tahoe petition. I encourage you to continue to review this dynamic issue throughout. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Brad.
Good afternoon. Chair Gustafson, Supervisors, it's a pleasure to be back before you. It's been a while. My name is John Melrose. I live in Tahoma, right on the border of Placer and El Dorado County, which is my point. Your ordinance does not make any teeth for the enforcement, not only for your county, but for neighboring counties, because we deal with El Dorado County as well as Placer. The things I've seen and have been a party to unwittingly are, I'm sure you've all heard of, but we have no way of contacting anybody. I can call 911. I don't want to waste the sheriff's time, but even if I do, they don't know where we are. I can call the fire department, but it's actually quicker just to drive to Homewood to get the fire department at the station, because again, the dispatch doesn't know where we are. Without quality enforcement and well-funded enforcement, you're going to have the exact same problem again and again and again. We're here to live, raise our families, exist peacefully, but the short-term rentals that we have around them, you have great ones and you have not so great ones. But with no way to access the not so great ones and then punish those folks or deliver sanctions to those folks that would make them change their determinations, we have nothing to do but to come to you and ask for your help and your support. The biggest issue is don't increase the number of STRs. You're killing what's here. What's eventually going to end up happening is someone will buy the house. When we decide to leave, they'll make us an offer too good to refuse. We'll leave, and then it'll be a rental house. And then how that house deteriorates over time is something to behold. The house we bought was a rental house for years, and we spent a lot of money bringing it back up to basic living standards. And we did that. We went into the deal knowing that. But there's no way for us to talk to the person across the street from us who's having a charcoal grilled chicken, or talk to the people who are doing something that would be better done in a bedroom rather than in your hot tub on your deck, or dealing with the folks who are running our stop signs and almost hitting me last night. Granted, I would have won the argument with the car. It just would have been more painful. But they don't understand our neighborhoods. They don't understand what we have. We do. That's why we live here. And we welcome them to come and stay, but not in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Hello, my name is Ellie Perry, and I thank you so much for your time today. As we sit here and discuss potentially increasing the number of short-term rentals in the area, I am constantly thinking about the current workforce housing crisis. And it feels absolutely absurd to be talking about making more homes businesses in a time where so many people cannot find places to live or are getting kicked out of their houses so that people can turn those into short-term rentals or sell them for the insane price. I know so many contributors to this community, teachers, people who work in the hospitals, people who work in utilities, people who work in the restaurants that are not able to either rent here or buy homes. And it is absolutely heartbreaking. And what's happening here with the short-term rentals is it's also allowing for people who don't live in this community, who maybe have not been able to afford second homes before, are now able to afford that because of that extra income from the short-term rentals. So every time one of those houses is turned into essentially another hotel, that's one less home for somebody who's actually contributing to this community here now. And I feel so strongly about this, and I agree with so many people who have spoken before, and I don't want to be redundant. And I can definitely agree that I live in a neighborhood that is mainly short-term rentals, and it's really, really sad. And it has absolutely taken away from the quality of life in such a beautiful and wonderful area that we are here to be stewards of. And we are begging you to listen to us and to do something for us and to limit the amount of short-term rentals in this area, not expand, not increase. Another thing that I have wondered about is as we look around the neighborhoods, there are several homes, if not hundreds, that sit vacant throughout most of the year. So why can't we look at possibly incentivizing second homeowners to do long-term rentals? Like the town of Truckee has done. You know, I hear us talk about employee housing, and these are options that are not only time consuming, but expensive. We're talking a few years down the road, but what will our town look like a few years down the road? So what can we do right now? Look at these houses that are sitting vacant and do something about that. Put money into that, incentivize these people to rent long-term so that we can save our schools, our restaurants, our shops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Ellie.
Hi, my name is Ron Parson. Been around a long time, run a lot of properties and live here. I guess this is pretty emotional, and I thought long and hard before I came up here. I'm not going to come down one side or the other. I think that this is an issue that's emotional, and no matter what you do, you're going to take flack for it. So there you are. Thank you for serving voluntarily. You take a little bit of stipend, but the issue I'd like to push for is that we consider data when we make our decisions, and we also force this back to the front. I'm an advocate that every ordinance should have a sunset. You passed an ordinance 3 years ago now, which from all intent and purpose appears to be ineffective. So there was no sunset on that. So if we weren't getting a bunch of public opinion, we wouldn't be relooking at it. I suggest you put a sunset. I would modify the ordinance and put a 5-year sunset on it. So you have to come back and revisit the issue. Then you get to force yourself and your successors to look at the data and then adjust as required. I don't agree with everything. The definition's been sitting up there for a long time, specifically excludes every single property I manage. Even though all of the properties I manage, well, except for one, 3 of the 4 properties I manage were actually built-in resorts designed to be that way, but they don't have built-in sprinkler systems. The private sector actually ensures that gets inspected because I manage it, and because it's in an HOA. HOA law requires insurance. The insurance companies come in and inspect. As recently as this fall, which is not a North Tahoe fire requirement, I had to go take infrared pictures of every single switch gear to make sure that there were no shorts or hot spots in it. So the private sector does pretty well taking care of these issues. We've never had full property inspections by the fire department. We've had some where they come in and check all this, you know, where we've actually asked for it. So I'm not sure that the intent or even the purpose is met, but let's go with it. If you like this ordinance, let's try it. Let's move forward. I don't like everything in it. I disagree with a lot of stuff in it, but it's a change from the last one, which we know was ineffective. 8% inspections on fire. It didn't work. If you want to try again, let's try again. So I suggest a 5-year review, and then take a look at the data. I will point out that I don't think all the conclusions by BAE were necessarily supported by the data. Your conclusion 1 says there is literature out there that says there's a connection between STRs and real estate. In fact, there's only one of those articles, last time I looked, and it may have been updated, that was actually specific to our kind of community. So it's kind of a spurious connection. We have more empty homes than we have short-term rentals. We have a reduction in the number of actual short-term rentals over the past several years. You went back to 2010, which was during the middle of a recession, and compared it to today, which surprisingly isn't a recession. So thank you. Suggest a 5-year mandatory review, and let's see how it works.
Thanks, Ron.
Hi, I'm a short-term renter. Been in the area for 20 years. Brought up my kids, taught them to ski. What I noticed on the chart was those places that are not allowing short-term rentals are talking about residential areas. And these people back here are complaining about, I live here, and then there's a party house next door. And if you look at your facts, the owners are less likely to have complaints than professionally managed homes. There are some professional management companies from your own data that have 70, 50, lots of STR complaints. So if there's going to be public pressure to limit STRs, first look at the residential areas so that places where people live who work here are not encumbered with this party house next door. So I say, I noticed in that survey that they weren't concerned about limiting North Star, where my place is. We don't even have school bus service. So it's not going to be a residential spot where somebody moves in with their children and then has to drive them through that traffic every day to get them in and out of school. So allowing areas where you don't limit and continuing a limit on residential areas where people actually live, and now these spotted houses, and some of the suggestions were great, limited per circle of area. But the other thing that I'd like to point out is the punishment. And if my house is managed by a management company, I don't even know who's going there. I'm not filtering the renters, and I get a complaint, and then you take away my license, and the manager that did the bad act has no consequence. They're still in business. They go find more houses. The punishment should be for that manager that's letting in the college kids who use dad's credit card to rent the place. I mean, that's a red flag right there. You know, there should be a punishment for the management company. You guys aren't even notifying the owners that there's been a complaint about their house. You're only perhaps notifying the management company, and there's no responsibility for the management company to then notify the owners. So it could be that the owners of these houses in residential neighborhoods are not even aware that there's been that many complaints. So I really think before you sign on to this, you should look at where the punishment for bad actors is, because the data shows that there are a lot more complaints amongst professionally managed homes than amongst owner managed homes. Thanks.
Sir, can we get your name for the record?
My name's Brian Clune.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very
I
much.
have a place in North Star.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Gustafson, honorable members of the board, my name is Laura Miller. I'm an unhappy neighbor. I'm a full-time West Shore resident. Last March the 30th, I participated in the Board of Supervisors meeting at the resort at Squaw Creek. I detailed the bad apple behavior of the STR visitors next to our home. I spoke of BB guns being shot at our pets and our outdoor Christmas tree being urinated on. I requested that the June 12th, 2020 ordinance pertaining to the propane barbecue usage on red flag warning days be included in the STR welcome packet. Before the 4th of July 2021, we had 3 incidents next door of guests using propane barbecues during red flag warnings days. I again request that the June 12th, 2020 ordinance be included in the welcome packet for STRs. On the weekend of July 16th, 2021, the STR next door to us had vans with guests sleeping in the roads, brushing their teeth in storm drains, and 30 to 40 people raging next door. We contacted the STR hotline. Enforcement officer arrived. Vehicles were dispersed. One ended up in front of a fire hydrant. My husband told the guest about the fire plug. The woman flipped out on my husband, Paul, charged across the road, got in his face, and asked, "Why don't you leave us alone? Fuck off." Pardon my French. We contacted Placer County Sheriff. The STR officer returned. He explained the guests were doing nothing wrong. He told us they were sleeping in their vans and they were celebrating a family reunion. I provided photos of the multiple vehicles parked in the roads Monday morning to the STR program. No disciplinary action was taken. We assumed we must have misinterpreted the STR rules against camping and hosting large parties. My husband and I just don't understand, when is enough enough? BB guns shot at our pets was not enough. Trespassers urinating on our holiday tree was not enough. The property owner's responsibility reads, according to the November 19th, 2019 ordinance, they are to prevent nuisance behavior and maintain neighborhood peace and quiet. We had hoped the STR program would provide accountability and recourse for bad behavior. The results of the BAE Urban Economics Research reports that the average number of nights rented by an STR is 103. We have a revolving door of strangers next to our home, not our house, but our home. Seeing new visitors arrive and keeping our fingers crossed that they are decent people is a weekly experience. We support the increase of fines and penalties. It is baffling to us that this STR next to our home have no infractions against them. We also support more frequent inspections. The STR next to our home have never cleared their yard, ever. We've lived in this home going on 45 years for dispensable space. They're privately managed, and they are not meticulous property owners. On our block in Tahoe Swiss Village, there are 9 houses on one block. 6 of those houses are STRs. The numbers just don't support the preservation of the neighborhood character. We've picked up trash, tried shuttering outdoor floodlights that glare into our bedrooms. We've left our home due to disgusting bachelor parties going on the whole weekends. We've cleaned our back deck of handfuls of vape pens. We endured car alarms going off with no guests available to shut them off. We've observed unintended brisket smokers smoking. I'm almost done. Smokers smoking all day, and we've suffered evenings trying to relax while the angry guests holler at us, telling us again to F off. We feel less safe in our home since the STR began next door. I promise I'm almost done. It does not seem that the STR program is equitable for the full-time residents of our community. An appeals process is set up for the STR operator and renter, but if a resident chooses to submit an anonymous complaint, it won't be addressed. When we submitted a complaint against the STR visitors, it resulted in an evening of being cussed at as we sat on our back deck. The operational standards state that all STRs are required to comply with the standards and shall not generate other potential disturbances which may disrupt the peace, safety, and general welfare of the community. We're not getting that. STR renters pay STR operators. Placer County collects transient occupancy taxes. I believe that the 12% of owner-occupied residents bear the burden of those fiscal benefits. Thank you for your opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laura. Thank you.
Hello, my name is, whoa, sorry.
That's okay.
Hello, my name is Sky Alsop. I'm not going to take a ton of your time today. I just wanted to talk and just say thank you for your time and efforts in trying to navigate this issue. I realize it's really complex. I know there's no solution that will really satisfy the community as a whole. However, I do think that there is a common sense approach that should be taken here, specifically looking at and considering exemptions for zones that were always intended for short-term rentals and transient occupancy. In general, the entire North Star region was always intended for this type of use. Furthermore, the use pattern of your average North Star homeowner is one of heavy use. Specifically, what I mean by this is that the owner uses their residence to ski in the winter and recreate outdoor in the summer. These owners are not looking to rent out their residence in a long-term fashion. Even if a homeowner was willing to rent long-term, the average local could never afford to rent a $2 million to a $4+ million home. I truly can't see how limiting STRs at North Star is going to help with affordable housing. If it's nuisance activity that we are concerned with, then we should really have a larger conversation about professionally managed STRs versus STRs managed by individual homeowners. I have been in operation since 2011 with virtually zero infractions related to noise, trash, parking, etc. While I realize that STRs may have a negative effect in certain neighborhoods, I don't think it's an issue in all locations. My fear is that you are preparing to eliminate or reduce STRs in locations where they truly do benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others in the room today? And then we'll go to Zoom.
How's it going? I'm Nick. I do home repair for my business. So, I mean, on an average year, I go to 300-400 different short-term rentals. With that being said, all my income comes from short-term rental repair. We definitely don't need any more. I could see the only logical reason to up it by the 1,000 or 2,000 that is proposed be a fiscal benefit to people that don't live in our community, or to the taxes that go to Placer County. You look on a map, we're such a minute region of this whole county that we really aren't bearing the reward, but we're more just suffering from those taxes. You look at the average or the median home price, $800,000. That's to afford that, that's $200,000 a year you have to make. If I know anyone in the basin making $200,000 a year, raise your hand. Not many people are making that wage here. You raised your hand. Oh. But that comes out to $100. Yeah. What? Yeah. He wants to. Yeah. But it's becoming an unlivable place for people that want to live here. And then I look kind of, no offense to our county, but I see Roseville, Lincoln, Loomis, Granite Bay. I grew up in the Valley. I kind of understand how those communities work, but that is a very detached sense of community from what we have up here. Just when you go to the hardware store, you know them. When you go to the gas station, you know them. You see 10 people in town that you know. So having this huge influx of short-term rentals every weekend, we really don't need more than we have. And we honestly have more than we need, as if you try and drive anywhere on the weekend, it's impossible. My girlfriend works at the hospital. If she has to go on the weekend, she has to leave 2 hours early for work. And then she has to deal with no hospital employees because there's no housing. And then the influx of short-term rentals, there's way more people in the hospitals. It's just a negative feedback loop of bad things for our community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Borwick. I am the oddball in the room. I am a local realtor. I have lived here for 36 years. 30 of those years, I worked as a registered nurse. I am very integrated into this community. And after hearing everything today, I have to tell you, was it great the last 2 years? Did I put a lot of money in the bank? Hell yeah. Was that self-serving? Hell yeah. But I also care about this community. And more than that, I care about the basin. Why do we have TRPA? Why do we have a building moratorium? Why were those things instituted? To preserve and protect the basin. What did we see last summer? An enormous fire. Was I packing my stuff? Hell yeah. I live in Tahoe City. I was concerned it would come my way. What happens if we increase 10% on the STRs and when we're at full capacity in July and August, even more visitors here, and we have a massive fire? How are we going to escape? It's not just here, it's Tahoe Donner. You don't think when I sell a house at Tahoe Donner, I tell people fire goes uphill? It's a real issue. And the more people we pack in here, the more chance we're not going to get out when this place burns down. If it does, hopefully it doesn't. But yet after hearing everything, and I feel for the neighbors, I'm fortunate. I live on a great street. I don't have this problem. Also make a lot of money selling houses to people who want to rent them out. Although my thoughts are changing because I think we're at capacity and I think we need to recognize that. And it doesn't take much to recognize that when you have to plan your entire week around when the visitors are coming and when you can and can't go places and go to the grocery store. It's impacting the quality of life here. It also impacts the visitors who come here who expect this pristine mountain experience and all they do is sit in traffic. It's an issue. It doesn't make us look good. And when we saw the traffic trying to get out of South Shore last summer, case in point, and they have much bigger roads than we do. We have teeny little squirgly little two-way roads. My plan is to get out on my e-bike. I don't know what your plan is, but I do not support the 10% increase.
Thank you, Jennifer. How many more in the room do we have who would like to speak? Go ahead and come on up because then I'm going to go to Zoom.
Hi, my name's Jan Jones. I've lived here for 40-something years, a long time, in the same house for the last 35 years. I am surrounded by STRs. And luckily, I haven't had the horrible experiences of some of you, but the people, even if they're nice, and I haven't had the bad players with a horrible situation, but they're right next door to me and they're in party mode. They've got 10 people staying in the house and their kids are out there, they're playing cornhole and screaming and laughing. And I cannot go in my backyard and garden in a peaceful manner. I can't have people over for a barbecue at my house because the people are having a party next door with 12 people having barbecue and drinks every single night. You don't behave in the same way when you're on vacation. I don't. That's why you go to hotels. You don't go and stay in a house next door to people who live there. It's not a hotel. And that's what I live around now. Hotel rooms. And it's a bummer. It's ruined my summers. Ruined it. And I've lived in this house for 35 years. I hate it. And the people, where's the guy who's such a good actor with his, the people who own the house are nice. They take care of the house. It's nice. But I live next door to a hotel and it's ruined it.
Thank you,
So
Jane.
don't increase it. And it'd be nice to be like Mammoth. Eliminate it in the residential areas. Why not that?
Thanks, Jan. Anyone else here in the room? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom. And I'm going to let Megan do that while I run out.
Benita, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, first of all, I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work they put into this. It's a short-term rental crisis that's really causing a change in our environment up here at Tahoe. I am a longtime resident, about 45 years now, and I want to say thank you to all the speakers. I wish I was there in person. I know a lot of the people there, and you've done a magnificent job. I just make this quick. I would like to encourage the Board of Supervisors to not go up to 25% of our housing stock, which when you compare it to other areas, that's pretty high. And when you're comparing it to other areas, are we taking in consideration here in Tahoe? We don't have the same ingress, egress. Our roads are, I think one of the other speakers mentioned that we just have these little roads. I think Jenny just mentioned that to get out of here and in case of a fire emergency. So I would request the board consider a huge drop in the number of STR permits allowed. One of the questions I had about that too is how can we check to see whether an STR does have a permit, and what are the ramifications for them renting out if they do not have a permit? The other thing, I know that we now brought down the 12 plus 2 just to the 12 adults per unit allowed, plus children now from 16 down to 12. When you look at what the normal residential area is, that's a lot of people in one house. Again, that is not a normal residential area. We have the right to, when we bought our property, to live in a residential area, not a commercial area. This is turning into a commercial area with these hotels being run. The other thing, I think the number of days, I didn't think anybody addressed that previously, that I think that would help significantly. I can understand people wanting to subsidize their mortgage payments with STRs, but maybe there's a happy medium. Maybe we cut way back on the number of permits and way back on the number of days. And also to address the number of nights. I think we get less, like what Jan had mentioned about you put that many people in a house and you turn it over all the time. Yeah, I'm the same way. You want to party, you want to have fun, you want to be loud. I think we cut it down to, or make a stipulation that it's not just the 2, 3, 4 day turnover. Like going back to what we used to do up here. And then another thing to consider, we get a saturation of how many units, how many STRs there are per neighborhood. And I know like what South Shore has implemented was the space in between each one of the units. So again, I'd just like to thank everybody for participating in this. I know that the long-term residents here are very passionate about this, and there needs to be a significant change. And I know it's just taken baby steps at this time, and it's a work in progress, which I think what Ron mentioned, every 5 years, I think it should be readdressed every year. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak on this issue.
And Benita, this is Cindy. Can you give your name for the record?
She can't now.
Oh, okay. Well, it was Benita Luke. I know her, and her name was up here on our screen, so I'll address that.
David, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Hi, my name is David Beaupre. I'm a condominium owner in North Star. And first of all, I wanted to commend Ms. Jacobs and Holloway for an excellent presentation. And I appreciate Chair Gustafson and board members for your time on this complex and difficult issue. Most of the things that I've heard from the community back up my comments, which will be brief, is that I think the policy as proposed is very broad and paints a wide brush for issues that have communities that have different characteristics. Ms. Holloway mentioned that one of the things that's taken into consideration was how each neighborhood has its own definition and it has its own characteristic. The policy as proposed is painting kind of a broad brush across all of the communities. And what I've heard in public comment is the concerns are primarily on the single family residential neighborhoods. A potential solution might be to limit STRs in single family residential neighborhoods, continue to require permits for condominiums within resort communities, but not put a cap on those. That's it. Again, I appreciate everyone's work and efforts on this, understanding it's a complex issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And just by measuring this, for those of you on Zoom and in the audience, I think we have about 11 or 12 speakers left. Is that correct?
You just went up to 14.
Oh, 14 now. Just to give you a time clock on where we're headed here for a little bit.
Carrie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name's Carrie. I just had a clarifying question about the proposed ordinance. For the order in which permits are going to be considered. I understand it was current permits first, then currently approved exemption properties, which are within a 90-day period, and then new permits, I'm wondering where pending applications fall into that, for those that put an application right when the moratorium was going into effect, such as owners that had their properties in escrow at that time that maybe did not have an existing permit prior.
Great. Carrie, we will get back to you with answers to many of the comments and questions we've heard. So we'll add that to the list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bev, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name's Bev Buswell, and I've owned a home in top of Old County Road since 2002. We've been part-time here, running a little school in another county, and we now live here full-time. And there's several things from this unique perspective that I might share. Before I do anything though, first I want to give tremendous compassion to a lot of these people who have been living next to hellacious STRs, and that it sounds terrible. And also to the board for listening to this very difficult project with so many stakeholders. The first thing I wanted to do is read from my husband, and then I'm going to comment on that, and I have a couple of my own. It's brief. He says, I do not think it makes sense that the homeowner rental provision of the proposed STR ordinance should require the homeowner to be a full-time resident when renting only a portion of the property. Instead, you should make this a hosted rental provision where the persons residing full-time at the property are hosts for the STR that is part of the property, but are not necessarily the homeowner. They could be a full-time tenant. Renting a portion of the property helps make the property more affordable for homeowners and renters. You're helping affordable housing by doing this. I own a home in the area and have provided inexpensive housing for local workers for almost 20 years by renting a portion of the property full-time to local people who are then hosts for our STR on the property. I am able to use the income from the STR to make a more affordable rental for full-time residents. So I wanted to point that out, and maybe you could change that to hosted instead of homeowner, and the tenants could have the owner sign off to be the host. The second thing, one thing that I'd like to point out is I didn't hear mention in the presentation, but I read that that the short-term permit would not carry upon the sale of a property. And I'd like to suggest that in your priority, you have one of the priorities be for a new owner of an existing STR. I think it will help alleviate some of the problems because they can be transferring something where it's set. It's like, okay, there's already a homeostasis that has been created with this. And so it'll be less disruption, having new ones pop up everywhere. Taking turns, I think, is going to make you have an entire town upset with STRs as people get their bearings instead of long-standing ones being able to be carried on. It'll be less loss of property value that people are counting on too, as their home, instead of taking away the short-term permit that they are used to with the value of that property. Third thing,
Beth,
and I know it's been said before.
Beth, can you wrap
Pardon?
up? Yes, go ahead and wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the no breaks for property managers, it's already been said. House deterioration with long-term renters happens just about as much as with, in our experience, way more with long-term renters than short-term renters. And lastly, to really think about, can the infrastructure handle more hotels, whether people are in hotels or STRs? it's going to be the same number of people at the grocery store and on the streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bev. I'm going to ask one more time for all people on Zoom and in the room who want to speak to raise your hands, either virtually or now we have one more here. Anyone else in the room? Okay. Will everybody please raise your hand, and then we are going to cut off any other public comment after those hands raised have an opportunity to address the board. So Megan, about how many do we have?
We're at 18 on Zoom now.
Okay, so those 18, going once, going twice, raise your hands on Zoom if you still would like to speak, if your points haven't been made today. Okay, with that, we're at 18 there and one here. We'll get to you in just a moment and we'll keep going on Zoom. Thank you very much. We do have a lot to discuss. You've given us a lot of good input, so we want to keep hearing everyone as best we can.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you very much. John Falk here, legislative advocate for the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. Our organization is very sympathetic to both the nuisance concerns that have been raised, as well as the workforce housing shortage that is acute in our region. And both of these are valid concerns. The issue that we take with the current proposal is the proposed solution. And while we believe that STR regulation in terms of having a permit and your TOT and your business license, all of those wrapped into one makes sense, and making sure that good actors are rewarded and bad actors are punished with strong fines schedules and ensuring that violations are vigorously enforced are all for the best. But when you look at actually trying to limit in any way or regulate in any way the number of STRs, we have to look at what drives our local economy. And frankly, our local economy is by and large driven as a tourism-based outdoor recreation economy. And as such, we need heads in beds, and we have insufficient hotel rooms, especially of a newer vintage, to meet this need. You could not backfill it. And so, yes, we want to create more workforce housing, but yes, we need to have the jobs there that actually demands that workforce. And if you create artificial scarcity, you could end up creating a scenario or a situation where it becomes untenable for businesses to stay afloat, much less employees to stay employed. We would ask you to repeal the moratorium as is proposed today, and we would ask you to address the complaints vigorously and with teeth, but to actually lead the number of permits to be issued to the free market. And if you were to have a yearly report directed to staff to be given to the Board of Supervisors, that would include the state of the region's economy, the state of the region's workforce, housing, both for rent and for sale, shortages, ... then yearly you would have an opportunity to reconsider the status and impacts of what's going on up here and adjust accordingly. But if you do something limiting now, it can be relatively difficult to unring that bell. It can take a lot longer to undo economic damage that can be done in the sweep of a vote today. So we would ask you to go slow and do these other matters prior to taking any restrictive things in play. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Brian, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Chad Ramnarine. I live in Kings Beach. I've lived here full time for 5 years. I'm a fireman and my wife is a restaurant worker here in Kings Beach. I'm wondering where this person who's speaking on behalf of the realtors lives, because if you went in our Safeway or post office or any of the restaurants here, you would see lines and underemployment because people don't want to work here because they can't. They can't afford to live here. They can't afford to work here. We are an owner-occupied STR. We rent out our downstairs about 40 to 50 days a year. We've never had a complaint because we're here. That's the difference between us and, say, a Vacasa or North Lake real estate group that has 80 or 100 or 200 homes that they're managing. We personally have had issues with STRs, with people snowmobiling through our yard, dog issues, construction issues, other stuff with these STRs that when I've called these so-called numbers that are supposed to be staffed, I get someone who's boarding a plane and is going to call me back and I never hear anything back. So what I would say is the moratorium that you have in place now has failed clearly. When you actually come to our community and talk to the people that live here, as opposed to data collectors and people in Auburn, you hear resoundingly, we don't want more STRs. I'm an STR owner. I don't want more STRs. It's ruining this community. It's causing people to be forced to leave or leave by choice because of what's happening to the community. Someone asked why in North Star it would affect me. Well, as a 20-year firefighter, I'll tell you how. Your condo or your house in North Star catches on fire because there's 18 people in it, and then it burns the beach. That's how North Star and all of us affect each other. We're a underutilized life safety community. I heard the firefighters there speaking about life safety and inspections. I don't know what 9-volt batteries and a CO detector are going to do when we have 5,000 STRs occupied with 20 people apiece during a fire and we need to evacuate. That 9-volt battery ain't going to do me any good. We talked about private versus professional management. We've never had an issue here because we're here and we're owner occupied and we have pride in our home and our community. Professional management do not. Professional management gets paid to manage. That's what they care about, getting paid. So when you call any of these large companies that manage 80 or 100 or 200 homes, if someone picks up the phone, they don't even know where you're talking about. You have to explain to them an address and a community because that person's in Chicago. They're not necessarily even here and they're not going to report. And these STR postings, like putting up more rules and signs, we have people that show up to our home that don't even know that we're owner occupied. That's how little people read rules or descriptions or signs. So posting up more rules or having bigger fines, you're creating more of a problem, increasing STRs and then trying to catch it. You haven't caught what you got now. We need to fix this problem by reducing the amount of STRs, having stricter regulations about making sure they're owner occupied, making sure they're not in residential areas, making sure they're not on top of each other. And we do not need more tourism. I think that's been clearly stated by everyone that lives here. We don't need heads in beds, we got them. What we need is people that can work and clean those toilets and vacuum those floors and get food to our grocery stores and all that. I would invite all of our supervisors here to visit our infrastructure here. Go look at the roads here, drive around here, go in the Safeway here, try and buy a COVID test at Rite Aid, that kind of thing. We need your help. We need you to represent us. We're here in an underrepresented community, and we need you to think about us, not Roseville, not Auburn, not Lincoln. Please think about us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryn, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. I am Bryn Schuchard, and I am speaking on behalf of East West Hospitality. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the Placer County STR ordinance. East West Hospitality, for those of you who don't know us, is a professionally managed property management company operating primarily in the North Star Resort area with a local on-site team. East West manages 15 of the homeowners associations in North Star, as well as 66 short-term rental units in Placer County. The vast majority of these units under management are essentially located in the resort core of North Star Village, in the lodging that was originally conceived, designed, and built for short-term resort-focused visitation. So as longtime operators in the area and the employer of 78 local people, we support the overall intention to protect our beautiful area, vibrant community, and increase our housing for our workforce. We would, however, like to raise several concerns regarding the proposed changes to the Placer County Code on the STR ordinance. So with consideration that we operate within resort communities, which would be impacted by this and not exempted, regarding the permit cap, we'd say to set the cap at 4,640 to allow for existing revenue generating inventory plus 5% for additional capacity. The memo on the short-term rental ordinance updates regarding the meeting on January 25th, 2022 references recommendations from the BAE Urban Economics suggesting a maximum cap consisting of the existing inventory plus a small percentage of additional capacity. And in the associated reports from BAE, the existing revenue generating inventory is quoted at 4,420 active TOT certificates. Proposed language in 9.42.040 suggests the cap at 4,300, which seems to be a reduction of existing inventory. In keeping with BAE's urban economics expert experience, as a potential solution would be to set the cap at 4,640, which represents the existing inventory plus the 5% for growth. The other item, second item we would like to talk about is the change in ownership. Suggest incorporate an allowance of 120 days for future existing rental reservations. Section 9.42040 C4 stipulates that any STR permit terminates immediately upon the legal change in ownership, and the owner is responsible for resolving any future bookings. The current language disregards the reasonable expectation of visiting guests who will oftentimes have secured a reservation in advance, oftentimes with a deposit. Current language will systematically generate a negative reputation that will almost certainly have an impact on visitation over the long run. A potential resolution would be a temporary exemption of 120 days from escrow for existing reservations. This approach would limit the impact to closer in reservations and give some further out notice for bookings, more reasonable chance at rebooking.
Bryn, I do
The last
need you
item
to
that we'd like to
wrap up. Bryn, I do need you to wrap up. So can you
Thank you.
close?
Last item would be maximum STR units per property. And in summary, we support the spirit of the STR ordinance with the updates of some provisions regarding implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn.
Teddy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Julie Botro. I have a home in Kings Beach. It's been in my family since 1986. We do operate it as an STR. I agree with a lot of the changes that are being proposed, specifically with aligning permits and TOT. I happen to fall in one of those categories. I have a pending application. I've been paying TOT since it was instituted, and I also live in an area with a homeowners association and thought I was exempt. Having different departments for the permit process and the TOT has been complicated, so I think that's a wonderful proposal. And I also just want to, we use the house a lot of times during the year. My family and I go up, extended family, cousins, brothers, everything go up dozens and dozens of times throughout the year. And then we rent it out maybe once, 1 or 2 weekends out of the month, if that. And that helps offset the cost of fire insurance, which I'm sure everyone in there knows is expensive, and paying for defense line and upkeeping the house. We value the community. We've been a part of it since 1986. We take very good care of our property. All of our neighbors have our phone numbers so they can call us directly if there is a problem. And I just kind of want to say that there are hosts out there that do care about the community, who have been part of it for a long time, and make sure that we're being the best possible host and being responsible for the people that live near us. Thank you for your time. And also thank you for all the work that you put into this.
And we appreciate seeing the photo of your son, and it made us smile after a long afternoon.
Oh, I forgot that was up. Yeah, that's my son.
Adorable.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shia, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say that first of all, thank you for taking the time to let the public speak. I am a new homeowner. The house that I just purchased, the previous owner did not have a short-term rental permit. So while one of the benefits that I was assuming would be with buying the home would being able to rent it out to offset the costs. As a full-time resident in Tahoe, we have the ability to choose who would want to rent through Airbnb. I think there's a very big distinction between property management companies who are renting it out by volumes versus a homeowner who is leaving for a work trip every now and then who wants to offset some costs. A lot of people are complaining about housing prices raising because of short-term rental permits. I do not believe that the short-term rental permits are affecting the prices of the houses in Lake Tahoe. They've increased across the nation. And this is a high value place to live. So the fact that there's short-term rental permits in place does not affect those people that live here that work hourly wages to purchase homes. The other concerns about saving schools and restaurants and shops, I'm a full-time resident and I'm not going out to eat, but the people that are going to be renting my home will. So those people that are being affected are really the small business owners and the restaurants that are here in Tahoe. The other concerns about houses deteriorating are kind of ridiculous. Short-term rentals are actually more kept up than people who have been sedentary in their houses for 30 years. People that have not cleaned out their houses, have not updated them, have not, brought them up to code or put new infrastructure in their houses, etc. I think that whoever occupies the home, whether it's a visitor or a full-time renter, isn't affecting the traffic. People are driving here from the Bay Area and from Sacramento because they cannot find places to stay. If there were more availability of short-term rentals, then those people would not be crowding the streets, crowding our, Highway 80, driving up in snowstorms, as some of the concerns have been raised. And lastly, the amount of people who rent their houses out or live here full time are not affecting the Lions and Safeway. People are going to be shopping whether they live here or whether they don't live here, and that needs to be taken into account. The reality of the workforce housing problem, which is a major problem and is valid, should be implemented by the government. The lack of infrastructure is not due to short-term rentals. Because I'm a full-term resident and I'm not able to rent my house out, it is not going to make me change my mind to now rent out to a long-term renter in my home. That is not changing, and I feel that a lot of new homeowners in the area feel the same way. Do bad actors need to be penalized? Yes, absolutely.
Can you please wrap up?
Wrapping up,
Yeah.
in short, I do believe I am in favor of the increase in short-term rental permits. Not everyone is bad, and you do have the ability to choose who is in your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Shea. Paul, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Paul Butterick. I've lived in the area for about 20 years now, just about every neighborhood between Agate Bay and Tahoe Pines. So I've seen the short-term rental situation over and over. In that time, I've had a handful of neighbors that actually live near me, but it's mostly been second homes and then quite a few short-term rentals. So, that in itself is an issue, call it a nuisance, which, it's essentially what it is, in addition to the risks in case of a fire or any other emergency. But, getting back to the housing issue, what it's doing for locals, I mean, there's more locals in Reno than there are at the lake at this point, and, it's a legitimate fear that I have every day. A lot of my friends that are still here, just when's the landlord going to sell the house, and when's someone just going to buy it, turn it into an Airbnb, and what am I going to do then? I've got a kid in school here. We're just going to pack up and leave, and he's going to have to leave his friends and go to another school in Reno or Carson or wherever. So what you're proposing today, this it blows my mind that everyone here is saying, we don't want any more short-term rentals, and the solution is to increase the number. I mean, anyone involved with that recommendation should look at themselves. They should be embarrassed. They should be ashamed. You know, it's just mind-blowing. So, you know, I'm in the camp that they should be pretty much eliminated altogether. You know, the people that are primary homeowners that want to rent out their house when they're away on vacation, you know, that's one thing, but to have hotel businesses run in residential neighborhoods at the expense of the people that actually live in their neighborhoods is just wrong. And, you know, you're the people that represent us, and you should do your job and actually represent the people here.
Thank you, Paul.
Nicole, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there. My name is Nicole Sterling. I've been a long time Kings Beach local. In fact, I was born and raised here for 42 years. So I support some of the pieces of the update on the STR ordinance as recommended by the staff report, but I strongly disagree with increasing the number of permits. We already have enough STRs in our communities, and this number does not need to be increased until other more prevalent problems are solved. I can see the importance of having a small percentage of rental homes available if those owners follow the STR rules and regulations, and they're able to run a safe and compliant rental business from their home. We all have seen and know the repercussions of allowing the majority of the homes in our community to become STRs. And we are in the thick of losing our community of families and hardworking locals to distant homeowners who don't own the homes, but own businesses instead. I am like the fellow that was just speaking. I'm in constant fear that we're gonna get kicked out of our home so that the owner can turn it into an Airbnb. And I've been living here my whole life and I still don't own my home. How am I ever gonna own a home here? It's looking nearly impossible. While it looked really close like 2 years ago, oh, I was so close. I was like, we were right in that median of people that maybe could barely squeak by that $600,000 home. That's like impossible now. It just, in the blink of an eye, became impossible. And we're business owners too, here on the North Shore. I own a business. Our street has become a business corridor. It is no longer a street filled with families and kids next door. The kid next door left a long time ago, and it's now a street filled with businesses that are owned by owners that don't live nearby. These people do not pay business permit fees. I'm a huge proponent of changing that part of the ordinance there, where they need to apply for a business permit. These people are businesses. There are hotels, like many people have said. They need to be paying the fees for a business like any other business. They don't sponsor our local events or school fundraisers or our community efforts like all the other businesses in our community do. They don't have to follow through with fire department inspections or following parking rules. They don't have to, follow trash rules or fire hazards like other businesses do, or noise violations. And they're thriving businesses. It's not located in the downtown corridor with all the other businesses. It's located on my residential street, like so many of these other people have said. And just in the last 5-6 months, while you guys have had this strict moratorium, we've had 2 or 3 new illegal STRs pop up on our street because nobody's paying attention, because these people know that they aren't regulated. Enforcement of the legally operating STRs isn't even happening. It leaves a lot to be desired, if one could even call it enforcement right now, let alone the fact that new STRs are popping up and operating all over the place without even being regulated. This wouldn't be allowed of any other.
Nicole,
business.
can you
I'll wrap
please?
it up.
Okay,
I'll wrap
thank
it up.
you. Thank you.
Keep the cap as it is, or even limit it. We need to learn from our South Tahoe neighbors where it's working for housing prices and keeping families in place. It's not wise to increase it. Please don't increase it. It's already killing our communities the way it is. That's it.
Thank you,
Thank
Nicole.
you. Thank you for the time that you've put into all the research. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lou, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Lou Sterling. We have a small condo in the North Star access area, not the Vale Village, but I'll make it quick. I heard impassioned presentations from the people in attendance, and I empathize. And my small business property manager does a wonderful job. I used to rent our condo out just to help defray some base expenses so that we can enjoy it more as a homeowner and part-time resident. But I used the property manager to do actually a better job than I would do as a homeowner. Make sure the fire permits were in place, make sure everything was taken care of. Any complaints that came up, he could be there in a few minutes. So I support all those comments. I heard two issues that I think are linked. The noise ordinance, of course, and the traffic is a nightmare. We sit outside after the lifts close down and watch people sit in traffic for an hour and a half. But we have one of those close-in places that, I'll comment earlier, I think there was a design idea to make those, for folks that had to travel, that either live there, permanently, or more likely use them as vacation places and perhaps give them to friends or rent them out. So one suggestion is, if it's possible, to bifurcate the discussion between, the nice homes with the lawns and, that are outside that more densely populated condo area right outside the ski area, which would, I think, because the noise issues and the traffic issues, I think would be somewhat different. So that's just one comment. And the other comment is, I don't know how we single thread this decision or discussion without maybe a view, and maybe it's my issue that I haven't studied it enough because I don't live up there permanently, around affordable housing. I can empathize with the folks at the ski area. I used to work at a ski area in Vermont, and when the deli doesn't have enough people to service the wonderful people that come up, or the lift operators can't get to the area. So anyway, thanks for the time. I really appreciate all the work that you guys did for this discussion.
Thank you, Lou.
Peter, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name's Pete Leonard. I'm a primary resident here. Of 5 abutting properties of my home, 4 have recently changed hands and have been converted to STRs from longtime second homeowners or longtime residents. And we've become acquainted with all 4 owners, with one positive result as far as ameliorating the negative property impacts. So getting to know your neighbors is somewhat helpful. One thing I haven't heard in this entire discussion is potential impact of Senate Bills 9 and 10, which effectively have gotten rid of single family zoning throughout California. And that's going to be something we need to think about for the future. And I don't have any answers or anything on that one goes, but whether that will increase availability of homes or just increase the STR market, don't know. I did find it interesting that one of the STR people that spoke eloquently about his management of the property referred to his property as an asset, not a home. He also mentioned that he increased rates to attract a better class of people, which I find that kind of offensive. What I'm going to suggest to you guys is that you delay the first reading of this thing, to maybe make some of the amendments that people have suggested. And I'm going to suggest something that I don't think I've heard before, but I think you should make compliance with current building codes a requirement for the permitting, rather than turning that into an enforcement action that takes place after the fact. And, just some of the things that you could require up front that I haven't heard about are BMPs, for example, which have been required in the basin since 2008, and which has a very dismal lack of compliance, mainly because of the lack of enforcement and the inability to enforce, which I think you could do very easily through your proposed ordinance. There's also lighting issues. They're pretty easy to impart before the fact rather than after. I know of the 4 houses around us, the lights out front are on from dusk until dawn every single day of the year, whether it's occupied or not. Parking and occupancy limits, which have previously been discussed, are also something that could be dealt with up front. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Kay Welsh, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Kevin Welsh. I would like simply to reinforce the idea that a one-size-fits-all policy it's ultimately unfair, I think, to everyone. We know that properties in North Star are not the same as homes in a residential neighborhood in Colfax, and we've heard that from both sides here today. So I would strongly like to encourage you to please tailor the policy to the neighborhood. Don't limit STRs and resorts like North Star that were designed for them. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Pam, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Pamela Swain, and I would just like to thank you for taking up this very emotional issue. I have been a homeowner here in the Tahoe Basin for 26 years, and through the years, I have been living full-time. In fact, decided to homeschool my kids in order to do that. And then at other times, used it as a vacation home. I outgrew the 283 square foot home that we had because my children started getting bigger. So I bought another home up the street. I decided to make that a long-term rental. That was my initial plan. But as one of the other speakers said today, more problems from my long-term renters, and that's never addressed here, but my long-term renters became a real problem with the neighbors. One chose not to pay me for 12 months. So I switched to short-term rentals, and it wasn't my initial plan. The short-term renters, I got to know each and every one of them because I lived just down the street, and I had no problems, and nor did my neighbors. So not all short-term renters, there seems to be an assumption that they're all bad and that these worst case scenarios, which I truly sympathize with, some of the neighbors who have had to tolerate some really terrible behavior, but in my experience, that has not been the norm. I also would like to say that during COVID, which no one is addressing here, this global pandemic that we find ourselves in is truly contributing to a lot of the problems that people are saying are a result of strictly the STRs. If you look around the Bay Area, the rest of the country, many mountainous or ocean or lake communities are finding this huge influx of people and an increase in housing prices and a shortage of workers, I might add. So I just think STRs are easy to blame, but not necessarily the full cause. Thirdly, I'd like to say that in 2019, I had an STR for years, several years before that. And then because of COVID, my adult son and his friends wanted to rent long-term because their university was online. And so I switched, and I actually contacted the county to say, what do I do? And it was suggested that for that year, I not renew my my TOT and my STR permit. So I took it down because it was becoming a full-time rental, annual. And now I find myself unable to go back to that now that they're back in school. So there are people that are caught outside of the STR that had an STR at one point. And I feel that in all fairness, there have been some suggestions here today that the STR stays with the property forever. And I strongly disagree with that. It's very unfair. So I think, again, fairness across the board, STRs should not stay forever with one property and leave all of the others out. But I do believe that STRs are not the villains completely. I think COVID is contributing a lot. And I
Pam,
thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank
for
you.
all of your hard work on this issue.
Thanks, Pam.
Jim, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. My name is Jim Mellahan. I'm an owner in North Star Village. More or less echoing a comment from a couple of speakers ago. North Star, particularly the village, is in a completely different situation than what we've heard about so many of these residential neighborhoods. North Star is a resort. It was built with the intention of short-term rentals and weekend owner stays. There are very few full-time residents in the village. So because the spirit of the ordinance is to maintain integrity and neighborhood character, when it comes to the village, I think the easy thing to do is to continue to leave it exempt from the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Donna, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Oh, hi. Yeah, my name's Donna McIsaac, and I am an STR owner in Tahoe Vista. Thank you for all you're doing, and I do appreciate having the system that you guys have put together. I have two comments. One is with the two-tier system. I'd like to see if you have any data supporting it. All we see so far is the data is kind of suggesting professionally owned properties are possibly generating more complaints, but I don't know if that's on a per household level. I have had experience using a professionals to manage my company, and it was abysmal. I would never, ever do it again because I love my neighbors and I love my home. I've spent a lot of work to maintain a great relationship with my neighbors. And yeah, I can't tell you the number of egregious things that happened under a property manager's guidance of my home. That's one. So I would like to see some data supporting this two-tiered system, because it's just going to cause you more management hassles having two sets of rules. The other thing I wanted to comment about is the noise ordinance, because I don't know if you're aware, but there's lots of tools out there today, and maybe you should suggest that homeowners start using noise monitoring equipment, which I have. I immediately get notices on my phone if the decibels in my home is too high, or if the number of people logged on my internet is beyond a capacity that I suggest. So that's all I wanted to put out there. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you, Donna.
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Kathleen McDowell. I'm a 10-year part-time resident in Kings Beach. Thank you to everyone for your continued diligence in trying to address the situation. I think that the number one priority should be stricter penalties on those that are causing disturbances. The stories we hear, I mean, it's criminal to subject homeowners to this type of behavior. I'd like to see us focus mostly on that, and I'd be very interested to know the percentage of short-term rentals that actually are causing. I'm curious of whether it's the typical 80-20 rule where 20% of the STRs are the problem. Support a lot of the ideas you brought forward, especially getting rid of the permits that are not being used and only opening up new permits for those slots, not necessarily increasing an overall number. I think the one I have the most concern about, and apologize if I didn't get it correct, was something about homeowners having to be on site. I've managed mine for 10 years, never had a complaint, always 5-star reviews, love my neighbors, they love me, never been an issue. I manage it through one of the platforms that allows me to hand select my guess based on reviews. I would not be surprised if the data would show that the majority of challenges probably come from property management ones versus me. I do everything virtually. I've never had a problem. So I hope that we look at the data there and really focus on those that are causing the disturbances and the nuisances versus making broad changes to all STRs and their owners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Stephen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Stephen Prescott. I just want to thank everybody for voicing their concerns and thank the staff for working so hard on this. It almost seems like we need a short-term rental steering committee that helps guide the county and on a lot of these issues, because there are a lot of issues, and we empathize as short-term rental owners that there are a lot of issues. Fortunately for us, we have not had a lot of issues because we only let people who have a 5-star review rent our place. We're very particular because it's a small place, but it's worth $1 million, and we're not rich. We're not rich like some of the second and third generation people that have lived in the basin. I do want to thank John Faulkner from the Realtors Legislative Advocate Committee for his eloquence. And one of the things, my undergrad is in economics. I have a master's in MBA, all paid for by myself, okay? We understand the dynamics of the economics up there, that the local workforce has gotten priced out. We 100% understand it. We understand that there are bad apples that rent short-term rentals. My question for the staff, I have 2 questions for staff. What's the percentage of short-term rentals that have disturbances? What is the percentage for 2021? The second thing is, thank you for commissioning the economics report by BAU. One of the things that it's missing, and is clearly stated in the summary, there is no evidence and no connection to limiting short-term rentals and providing workforce housing. So I would implore the staff and the county board to try and find a municipality that has dealt with this situation and dealt with short-term rentals and has provided workforce housing. Because right now the basin does need 9,000 housing units. We're very aware of that. Myself and my group, we bring capital, engineering, and expertise to the basin. We're all for collaborative solutions, such as congestion pricing on the local highways. That's what they've done in London. Traffic has dropped 40% during high traffic times. Okay. The other solution is working with Amtrak to get a ski train going. I've wanted to take Amtrak. I live in San Diego, California, and I ski and mountain bike up in Tahoe about 2 months out of the year. I've wanted to fly into San Francisco, have meetings, and then take the Amtrak out of Livermore. The train leaves at odd times, and it's dirty. I have taken the train down the mountain, and I thought it'd be a nice experience, but it was a dirty experience. It was like I was on the metro in Detroit. So the other thing is, the other comments I have is, the housing situation is so bad in the Tahoe Basin. And we all know from the data and statistics and what we're seeing. However, I want to point out, it's so bad that there are people living in unretrofitted shipping containers, raw metal shipping containers, sitting in industrial yards on the east side of Kings Beach with no running water, no heat, and no bathrooms. And the local industrial owners, I've met with them all. They're telling me people are going into the forest to defecate in the back of Kings Beach. That's how bad the housing situation is in the basin. And because it's so bad, our group is planning upwards of anywhere from 75 to 200 micro units in the region, okay, in town centers and transit corridors. We bring capital, we bring engineering expertise. What we don't bring is the political expertise. So if anybody would like to help us with that, and getting some of these projects approved, please feel free to call us at 858-633-7156.
Thanks, Stephen.
Again, that phone number. I have one last thing. I'd like to motion for a special vote for a popular vote on any future short-term rental regulations and ordinances, including this one.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate your input. And I think that was our last Zoom. Yes. So we have one
woman here in the audience who wanted to speak?
Thank you.
You get to wrap up the day, so.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Can I take my mask off?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for spending so much time on this, and I know it's a lot of energy that's coming through the room, and I'm a bit nervous to speak because I feel like I'm a little bit the minority here, but I'm your neighbor. I am a part of the community, and I closed on my home. It's my only home. I don't have a secondary home, and I need to rent it out. I rent out my home by choice, and it helps me pay for my mortgage so that I can give back to the community. In order to afford my mortgage through renting out once or twice a month maximum on Airbnb, I can do things like hire folks that are a part of the community. So I'll go into that a little bit, but high level, I'm not embarrassed or ashamed to say that I am a proponent of STRs and even increasing by 10%, but with contingencies, being very smart and intentional about such a choice. For example, limiting the cap and adjusting for the amount of people that are in the house and how many cars. For example, I will only allow for 6 people max and 2 cars maximum. And I have cameras, 4 of them surrounding the house and in my garage in the listing, so people know that they need to take it seriously. So that's one example. Another would be adjusting by allowing people like myself, primary and only one homeowner, to rent out, not just to give out STR permits to anybody and anybody that has a second or third or 10th home. Even limiting the amount of dates per year. For example, like I said, only rent out once or twice a month max to cover part of my mortgage. And then increasing those fees that we talked about for bad behavior, a portion of which, why not bring that fee that comes in for poor behavior to help the housing crisis and help the locals. And so I'm an example of someone who offered and closed on a home because a long-term rental was actually very similar in price to having a mortgage. So I made the intelligent choice because I could to have a home on my own and an investment for myself. And I'm 31. I'm not a business owner. I'm single. I work full-time to support myself. I've never had a complaint, and that's because I am very intentional about screening the folks who come into my home. I don't have partiers that come in. I'm 31. I've been a renter. I've gone to party homes, and it's terrible. And I never want that for myself or my community. And so I screen. I get families. I'll wrap up now. Families. I allow for dogs, which usually I get families with infants, new dogs. I haven't even had 6 people come in at max. And so in short, I am asking you to think about folks like myself who just want to cover our mortgage so we can continue to give back to the community and not be reckless about the way we rent out our home.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your comments. We do need your name for the record.
Seema Groob, it's XIMA, and I live in Kings Beach. So if you see me around, please do say hello. I'm open to conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it. Wow. So a tremendous amount of great feedback and a lot of issues. I wanted to start off some dialogue with staff to come up because a couple of the issues, because we've gotten so many new suggestions, I want to make sure we go over the timeline on the reality of what we can do with the draft ordinance in front of us today, because the moratorium expires the end of March. And so do you mind going back over that calendar, or Karen, do you want to address that before we go much further? Because many of the suggestions, I'm going to preface this with saying that, like I said the last time when we adopted the ordinance, we're not going to get it right. We're not going to be able to address all the issues that we heard. And throughout this process, we know we need to continually refine what we've done. So many of these may come back for future suggestions and revisions, but what how far can we go right now within our current timeline?
If I could first clarify that we're officially closing the public comment
Yes,
period.
I'm sorry. Yes, we're done with public comment.
Okay, great. The moratorium, and one speaker implied that, or stated that the moratorium would be lifted today. That is incorrect. The moratorium is in place until March 31st, 2022. You have the ability to either introduce today or on the 8th of March.
8th of February.
Pardon me, hello, 8th of February. Then you need to bring it back for its second reading, and it is effective 30 days thereafter. So the time constraint, especially when if you are continuing to propose a cap, the time restraint is you do want that ordinance in effect before the moratorium expires on its own terms. Does that give you the timeline you need?
Yes.
Okay.
And so then I'd ask staff and council, how many of these, well, we can talk more about the suggestions that came from the community. But the reality is it would take us longer than I assume 2 weeks because of posting and notification to make changes, dramatic changes to the ordinance at this point.
You're going to hate this answer from a lawyer. It depends. If you have discrete changes, for example, and I'm just using this as an example, say you want to change the cap. Say you decided you don't want to have that 10% extra. That's a finite change that we could read into the record before there is any motion. What becomes difficult is if you are changing certain, for example, operational standards, there's sometimes like a domino effect where we have to sit back as staff and council and look at the entire ordinance and ensure that that change hasn't created an internal inconsistency. And that's really hard to do on the fly. So it really depends. What might help is if we have an idea, if there are proposed changes, we can then discuss that in a short break and determine whether that is feasible today or whether it really should come back on the 8th for the introduction.
Okay. Thanks. I appreciate that clarification. And I wanted to address the cap and the 10% because I was the one who added this at our December meeting as an option to consider. And it was not, I'm going to own this because, and it won't make me popular, but it was not to increase the number of STRs. We really felt at the time there's probably that many operating currently that aren't permitted and aren't being tracked. And we were trying to bring everybody into compliance. It was never my intent to say, let's have more. It was also to create that situation where we would see turnover. So I'm completely open to reducing that 10% if there's a willingness on the rest of the board members. I do think some of the other changes we've talked about we've had comments from town hall meetings about the zoning and buffer zones and numbers of days. And we heard those comments again today in both in the presentation that we received and from the petition as well as many others. So staff, do you mind addressing the complications or the issues of whether we could address those suggestions that we've heard? So, and I'll try to go through them a little more succinctly. So
Okay.
One was, and correct me, add to this board members, but one was the spacing and the zoning and the number of days of rental. Those are the three that I think I've heard repeatedly throughout the last 6 months of this discussion. So maybe
Yeah.
start there.
Great. Yes. I mean, as far as, just take them one at a time here, as far as the spacing is concerned, we did talk, at staff level and with the community at length about that option. Obviously, it's something that we're seeing in other jurisdictions. I will say a lot of those jurisdictions are not a county model. So their zoning, their zoning overlays are, what I'll say is a bit more sophisticated, right? And so, for us to sort of stand up that program, not that we were saying it wasn't a good program or that we couldn't consider it in the future, but to stand it up under this tight time frame
was difficult. So that was not something that we were recommending at this time, the spacing or the geospacing issue. And then similarly with the zoning regulation, really, I think, and I'll let Crystal expand upon this. She did touch on this earlier at your request, but having a more robust sort of zoning overlay would benefit that program. We just don't have that at this
And to
point.
do that, what would that take?
Yeah, so our zoning is pretty complex in Placer County, and part of that is
So I've
because
learned.
part of that is because we've got zone districts in the basin that are completely different than zone districts outside of the basin, and so while I think it would be a little hard to slice this, by zoning. We could certainly do it by geographical area, and look at areas. But that again, I think as we reported out in December, doing it through geographical area or clustering provisions, El Dorado County put in place some clustering provisions where there's a certain amount of space that's required between each STR. I think it's like 500 feet. That took a significant amount of time to put together and vetting with the public and with your board. It would take some time. So as we talked about in December, that's something we can certainly consider for a future update, but it's not something that can be done on the fly.
Or within the next couple of weeks?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and then to your last point, the number of nights, we did talk with your board about both minimums and maximums back in December. Definitely a tool, an option. We just didn't bring it forward because we didn't, hear a lot of support for that at this point. I will say that it's been a conversation in Truckee as well, and we're tracking that. So, on this adaptive management sort of platform, it's something that I think, we could track. And if the board would like to consider it at a future time, it's definitely, or if there's a decision at Truckee and we want to come into alignment. So lots of options for us to think about that in the future, I think.
And I thought there was also a retroactive nature of limiting the days. I think staff brought that up, that we can't stop them on day, if we're 91, if we had a 90-day limit on day 91, we wouldn't necessarily know they were renting. It would be an after the fact penalty. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the enforcement of that provision that becomes challenging to, it's hard to implement. And you're right, it would happen, right? So folks would rent over that 90 days and then we'd be enforcing after the fact. So it is what we have heard from Decker Technologies, the folks that are, the consultant that is helping us to kind of track and monitor the STR inventory in the county. That specific type of, maximum number of nights rented is a challenge from an enforcement perspective, is what we have heard.
And then, thank you for that. And then a couple other things that I think came up were the two-tier system, the numbers of complaints we've had in general, and then specific to the privately managed properties versus the owner managed properties. Do you want to clarify anything on that? Because I think I heard conflicting statements today, so.
Yeah, maybe I'll dive a little deeper. What specifically about the tiering? Because I know Crystal kind of mentioned the history of where we were at with the tiering.
Right,
But
just was there any justification for the different, having the professional property management firms
Yeah, and then
and then the number of complaints? Somebody, I think, reversed those numbers, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I'll start and then toss it to Crystal on this one. But, coming back to the conversations that we had with fire districts, really hearing that they had a desire to do more frequent inspections. Obviously, we weren't getting the inspections that we had hoped for under the current program. And then again, hearing from them that, anecdotally, that they were finding that a lot of the professionally managed properties were tended to be in a little bit better shape. So that was our justification to continue the program, to continue the tiering as it was originally set up. So
Yeah, and I apologize, we didn't have this slide in the presentation because we've shared it before, but I just pulled it up. So in terms of overall complaints that have come in from STR operations that are permitted, 46% of them are from professionally managed properties and 36 are from private, and then about 18% are unknown. It's not given. And then we have another slide. So I also want to point out of all of it, and this is from data from January to November of 2021. So of all of the citations, there were some that were resolved prior, a lot actually, are resolved prior to enforcement. So our staff gets out to the scene and it's been resolved, which is great. And that number is 146 out of a total of 308 complaints, right? So pretty big portion. So when you look at those, those folks that have resolved the issue, when we look at that in terms of the breakout between private versus professional, those folks that have the complaints that have been resolved, 68% of those were professionally managed, and privately managed was 28%, and then 4% was unknown. So we do know we're getting complaints from both, but then in terms of the cases that are resolved, there's a higher percentage of the professional.
So that was, I think, misstated a couple times today, and I just want to make that clear for the record on that.
Yeah, and I'll add to that huge caveat. I mean, these are the complaints we know about, right? There's a lot of issues and concerns that are happening in the community that we aren't even tracking at this point.
Right, and we've heard a number of comments in past meetings that people have complained and not gotten a resolution or had a response because staff isn't in place or was busy on another site or something else. So I just want to make sure we've heard that. I think that was the main ones I heard, but I'm sure other board members have.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to get cleared up about there's 3,900 permits already. Is that what you mentioned in the staff report?
Yeah, so there's 3,900 active TOT certificates. And I want to be really clear here because it is super confusing. Active TOT certificates is what we look to establish the CAP recommendation. The permits are much less than that, about 2,500. Again, probably perpetuated because of the exemptions, because of the grayness around the exemption language. But when we look at active TOT certs, that's the STR activity that we know is happening through our TOT collections.
So we're thinking that there's probably 10% more that aren't permitted, that are renting STRs without a permit. And that's where the 4,300 number comes from.
Yeah, so we acknowledge that there's probably people that aren't even remitting TOT, right? And if they aren't remitting TOT,
I shared that story.
Yeah, we don't know about. I mean, we just don't know that they're out there at this point. So
yes.
So if we limit the number of STRs to 3,900 and don't allow those ones that don't have the permits, how do we enforce them? Not to make sure that they're not continuing.
yeah, and we have a process. I'm gonna let Crystal mention that. Yeah, so it's Decker Technology is doing that. They're the folks that are sending out notification to these folks that they're not paying TOT, right? And they're also not renting. And then I actually need to look at so the process to date is that they contact those folks and bring them into compliance. They get a permit and they get a TOT certificate. And I need to read the language about what happens when, if the cap is reached, right, and those folks are still renting, then the process for enforcement, I mean, they can't rent, so we have to go after them, and I need to pull up the language.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Are there other questions while you look that up? Because I'm keen on that.
And so since this moratorium ends in March 31st, do the people that don't have the permits have the time between now and March 31st to submit their applications?
Well, again, we are entertaining new permits or renewals at this point. Once March 31st passes, That's the beginning of our renewal period for properties that have STR permits. Again, Crystal went through that priority. Those properties that have an STR permit today and want to renew would get priority after March 31st. Then we would, give priority to new permits for properties that have exemptions, approved exemptions today. That would be a new permit for them, not a renewal, but we would then give them second priority. And then after that, there would be a number of permits that would be available on a first come, first served basis. So those could be people that are renting today, they're remitting TOT. Those could be people that are renting today and they're not remitting TOT, so we don't know about them. Could be new property owners. So there's a number of permits that would be available for compliance or for people that would want to rent their property that hadn't previously, again, on a first come, first served basis.
And have we considered a cap?
Can I add one thing in here? It's important to note that in the proposed ordinance, folks that need to renew have 90 days after March 31st to submit their renewal application. Those who had exemptions have a 90-day period that we're calling, in essence, a safe harbor to submit an application for an STR permit. I think the question is asked is if, for example, you're capping at 3,900 and you have folks that are operating without any kind of permit whatsoever, we have a proposed penalty provision in this ordinance which escalates the amount of money that would be levied on them after a notice of 30 days for the first violation of noticing that they are operating without an STR permit, and escalating that beyond twice to a total of, I believe, 3,000, Crystal? 3,000.
5,000 as
5,000, pardon me, 5,000 in penalties. Now, you may be asking, well, how do we collect that? We have a number of different ways to collect that. Essentially, what we've built into this ordinance is more of the obvious, that if you're in violation of a penalty of an ordinance under the county code, we can go after you for a misdemeanor. We can also go after you civilly to collect that judgment. So we have various options if they can continue to do that. And those options can also include potentially going after them for some kind of injunctive relief. So there's various options for those that are simply not willing to come into compliance with the permit system.
Thanks, Karen. That's actually the section I wanted to look up. There's a whole section on
Right.
civil penalties. So you collect the fine, and then what do we do if they're not paying the fine? Or if they don't stop renting, right? So there's a whole new section that's been added, but there's nothing in here about liening the property. But there are provisions for civil penalties and judicial remedies.
We can actually we cannot lien the property for penalties.
You said you cannot?
I'm sorry?
You cannot?
We cannot.
Oh, okay.
We can't under any of our code enforcement for fines and the such. We have to go after them in other means.
Well, I'm not a really big fan of expanding the amount of short-term rentals, listening from comments from the people in the neighborhoods. Is there now we're talking about a minimum and a maximum number of days that a short-term rental property can be rented?
We are currently proposing only the minimum, and the minimum would be 30 nights.
39.
So once you have a STR permit, you would need to rent a minimum of 30 nights. We're not currently proposing a maximum.
So how long? Is that 30 nights a month or a year?
30 nights over the course of a year.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. And then
And Jim, if I could just weigh in that there are other jurisdictions who have done that because they want to ensure there's use of those permits or get those turned in and turned over. And they've done it in a number of ways. And so that was a number staff suggested, and I thought it seemed like a.
Okay. And then finally, I'd like to see a limit of the number of STRs in the residential neighborhoods. I have in my neighborhood, about 2 blocks away from me, there's a family that thinks that they can play loud music on Saturday nights with bands and, and it's really disruptive to the whole neighborhood, the whole area. And so anyhow, I understand how your peace and quiet can be disrupted by unruly neighbors. So,
Jim, are you willing to have that come back during this next year?
yes.
Yeah, so moving forward on that latter one, because I'm just not sure staff can work on that immediately and do the overlay on zoning.
Okay, thank you.
So can I ask a follow-up question on just the minimum stays? And somebody made the comment, right, where COVID happened, an emergency happened, and they didn't use their short-term rental because of what happened. And I think we had a number of folks have that happen. And I can imagine that if you're a second home buyer or owner, and for whatever reason you decide to have a family member come live in that home for a year or what have you, and you no longer use it as a short-term rental for a period of time. Is there a way we can have some type of an exemption or an allowance based on emergency or something to that effect? I'm not sure what that is, but it's right for especially the woman who called in about, allowing, they were living here and their family was here during COVID and now they don't have the short-term rental.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to suggest it's not appropriate to actually put that in this ordinance. First of all, you need to define what that emergency is. That's actually what you would use an urgency ordinance for. And an urgency ordinance, should an emergency occur where we had to somehow stay certain provisions of this ordinance or frankly any other ordinance, which we did during COVID, as you know, with say the outdoor dining and retail up in Tahoe. You can do that through an urgency ordinance. It'd be very difficult to define, and certainly we couldn't do it on the fly right here, as to what constitutes an emergency.
So, and perhaps if we have this stakeholder group for the next year, this could be an item that they could discuss. I think that might be worth the conversation. Bonnie, I want to just follow up on that though, and come back to what Crystal mentioned earlier. When we established the existing inventory, we did reach back another year because we were concerned about that, right? That there'd been all this change in use of these properties during COVID. So when we established the 3,900 number, that takes into account properties that were remitting TOT all the way back to January 1 of 2019. Doesn't give them priority, but it did play into the numbers that we brought forward with the cap.
That's helpful, thank you. And then, we had a number of people who were frustrated because we put in the moratorium and they were just in the process of purchasing a home and this happened and they weren't aware. So I don't know if you have a wait list, but I do think that, people legitimately purchased a home thinking that they would have an opportunity to offset some of the costs. So maybe those, I don't know if they're in the sort of next queue if we do this process, because I'm sure they're on a list somewhere waiting to find out what we're going to do. But maybe that would allow for a small amount of increase, not 10%, but I do want to make sure that folks who are looking at purchasing here and actually did have an opportunity to move forward with that option. So just a couple of other things, since we're all talking, right? Enforcement. Right, we know how important that is, and we started with this process, and we need to beef it up. I think that's very clear. You've heard it, we've heard it. So I am glad we're going to increase the penalties. We really need to kick in with the enforcement, and hopefully that will address a lot more of the concerns. I hate hearing how challenging it has been for a lot of our residents. It's terrible. So enforcement, absolutely. I would like us in the future to look at, how are there ways that we can incentivize long-term rentals? I hear that it's not always great, but we, as a part of our housing in this area, we've got to look at that, how we might perhaps be able to incentivize some long-term rentals, our TOT dollars, using some of those TOT dollars for workforce housing. We talked about that earlier. We really need to do that. looking at all of the other things that I want to talk about. Oh, and then I really do think that we should review this annually. Probably after a year from now, maybe in July of 2023, a year's worth of all this. I really do think we need to review this annually, work with the stakeholder group and see where we might need to make some changes. Because we're not going to get it all right, but we really want to try to address the challenges that have been very clear from our residents. Yeah, so refine it annually, come back to us annually. And I do like the provision that would allow for an owner, like this woman in here, to own their home and then allow for a short-term rental to be able to do that. I think that's really important.
And that is in the ordinance with the homeowner's exemption
It is.
criteria. So those
Absolutely.
people are subject to the rules, but not to the cap.
Correct.
Okay. Robert or Suzanne, did you have?
I'll just add that I think today or in the next couple of weeks, we should look at focusing on minimal changes as compared to more dramatic ones that would take longer, because we're going to be doing a lot of adaptive management. I'm sure we're learning as we go. And so I think, again, I would encourage more data collection, particularly as it relates to the economics. For example, if we're talking about a quarter of our housing stock that could be in short-term rentals, that's compelling. But if we were to, let's say, cut the available number of permits in half in the hope that those units would go into housing for employees, but they don't for some reason. Let's say that a family just decides, I'm not going to rent it at all. I'm just going to use it on the 10 weekends that my family and I go up there, and the rest of the time it'll stay dormant. Then it's not going to have any impact on the employee housing component. And as I stated earlier, I'm breaking this into two buckets. One is the code enforcement issues that are fairly traditional code enforcement issues. Then the other is, I think, much more complicated and intriguing. It has to do with the impact that short-term rentals have on employee housing. And so with Jim's comment about having a neighbor that is disrupting the neighborhood, if the whole neighborhood was short-term rentals, but we were doing complete and perfect enforcement of code violations, then Jim would only be upset for a short period of time every weekend, because we would be there. And over time, I'm assuming that behavior would change and it wouldn't be a problem at all. But it's so echoing that problem and echoing the need for resources behind all of that to make that as close to perfect as possible is kind of a no-brainer. But separating that from the economic impact on the employee housing issue is different. And it also, I think, gets blurred and more complicated for me. If you think about, we heard a lot of testimony today about the impact on just having too many people in the basin at a particular period of time. And, there are things that can be done in policy with regards to that, like expanding trail capacity or creating disincentives for people to be here at peak times. And I think over the years, everybody's sort of been good with, if you will, what happens on the 4th of July weekend. It's just a moment where locals will keep their heads down and tolerate it. But business owners might use that to make a whole lot of money and tolerate that. And there's some mix in all of that. But that's beyond the scale and scope of the issue today. So, I guess it's not a big thing to me. Inherently, the way I'm wired, I would probably want to have some kind of capacity increase just to study that. But I've heard the testimony today, and in the long run, I don't think it's to make any difference of any consequence if we increase potential units by 10%. I don't think that would allow me to get some more data, but I don't know if it's compelling or not. we're just going to have to be prepared. I think that I definitely think we should have a working group that is just discussing and giving us anecdotal information. And then I think we should be doing some economic-based work that actually does collect data and helps us craft policy. And I think we should have annual updates at the board with these kinds of discussions, particularly up here. And I think we should be prepared to be talking about this and doing adaptive management easily for 2, 3, 5 years.
Thanks, Robert.
Those are my comments.
Suzanne?
Yes, thank you. So some of the questions I have, someone talked about the STRs impacting the hotel, condo-tel business. Do you have any data that shows whether they are impacting that business, those businesses?
This goes back to the literature review that BAE did during their research. And, again, if you read through that, there is a finding that it has the potential to have an effect on the hotel economy. It's not a strong connection, I will say. But again, there hasn't been a lot of research around that either that we were able to find. So like I said, the summary was that there has the potential. Many of these STRs are in a sense tourist accommodation. And so I think the report was basically making that slight connection between, the increase in tourist accommodation, standard accommodations that have historically been in there. And then more significantly, an impact, the report did find a greater impact when you have a surge in STR activity, that tends to cause sort of this shift over in the visitor usage or the visitor accommodation.
Right, okay, because that leads me to ask, it doesn't sound like BAE really did the research on it, but do we have enough hotels to accommodate our visitor demands?
I don't know, Erin, do you want to touch on that one?
They brought that into question, so.
Sure, that's a great question. And it's recognizing that you're trying to balance a number of different markets here. You have the market for, long-term housing. You have the market for short-term rentals, which is a unique type of tourist accommodation. And then you have a market for, hotel type accommodations. We don't have very good data on the total magnitude of demand for tourist accommodations in Eastern Placer County. It's just not a number that's readily available. I believe the county has commissioned studies in the past to try and estimate that, and it might be time to update that, which would again help you better understand the size of the market that you're trying to accommodate. We have seen some decreases in occupancy rates, both for hotels and short-term rentals, that corresponded with an increase in the number of total accommodations in the market. And that's mainly driven by an increase in short-term rentals and condo-tels and timeshares. That would suggest that, you maybe have a potential for a slight oversupply in tourist accommodations. But again, that's a very rough assessment.
Right, well, I know I've heard since, being on the board that there may not be a big appetite in the basin for builders, developers to come in and build hotels or condo-tels. So, could the short-term rentals be why there's a lack of, appetite to build those? Is because maybe they think they won't fill up their accommodations.
One likely contributing factor. When we've spoken with hotel operators and developers, they usually cite two main metrics in terms of determining potential feasibility. That's occupancy and average daily rates. And generally what is the most direct driver of those is tourist demand and supply of alternative accommodations.
Right.
Which includes STRs.
Exactly. So what I'm wondering is, how much of the short-term rental business can the basin support? Somebody had mentioned that earlier.
Again, that's a difficult question. And the question of the mix of various types of tourist accommodations that you want to shoot for in terms of how you manage your tourist population is very much a policy decision. It's in terms of how you want to craft the mix, the impacts of each of those different types of accommodations on the environment, traffic, neighborhoods, a whole variety of different issues. So I believe that's really a much larger conversation.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you that. Is it possible to do a study on something like that? You know, whether the basic can support more and more short-term rentals?
Likely worth exploring.
And maybe I could jump in too, Suzanne. Between Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the Tahoe Transportation District, the county, all of our jurisdictions have been working on what is this capacity because we're all feeling tremendous impacts from over-tourism. So, but trying to define who's creating those, what we do know is 42% of the traffic is coming in as day use traffic right now. So when we talk about the traffic impacts, you know, that's a pretty significant number as we've watched Northern Nevada and Northern California grow, the drive-up regions. But there's a lot of work being done in this space. And so certainly we could do more because I do think, you know, there's a growing sentiment, and there has been for some time, that the lake, the region is going to continue to be impacted. As we watch Northern California grow, as we look at the effects of climate and people wanting to get out of the cities, the pandemic, there's many, many factors there. And what ability do we have, because we're not a national park, to limit capacity and to limit and stop those. So in particular, in my neighborhood, I've had people complain about short-term rentals, and it's turned out to be second homeowners with large families coming in and using the home more often than they did in the past. And not, you know, they have a right to do that. It's their home, they've purchased it, but there's a lot of discussion on this, and yes, we could do more studies, and I think we should do those jointly within the region, especially the Truckee-Tahoe region that interplays so closely to each other. A lot of studies are done either through the basin and South Shore or North Shore. So,
right.
Long-winded answer to yes, we need more, but we do have a lot of studies already done and are continuing to do it in those areas.
Well, from some of the comments that I heard earlier too, there seems to be some question as to whether BAE was the appropriate organization to do these studies for, you know, they have the right qualifications to do the study on short-term rentals and how they impact. And, you know, are they impacting our condotels and hotel businesses? And are they impacting the basin, you know, in general? So those are just a couple of the questions. One question I do have is, can we possibly start to reduce STRs in residential neighborhoods by the possibility of terminating those STR permits when a home sells? I mean, right now, I think the rule is if somebody has an STR and they sell their house, that STR permit is almost like transferable.
No, it's just the opposite.
Okay. So does the sale of the house terminate the STR permit?
Yes.
Okay. But then we allow that homeowner to then apply.
As a
again,
new permit.
As a new permit. But I'm talking about just terminating it and not allowing for a renewal. That just in the sense, well, the reason being is that people are saying they want these STRs out of the neighborhoods. And so is that a way to reduce them in neighborhoods?
Tricia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are definitely some fine tuning. I mean, what we're suggesting to you today is a cap. It is a gross cap. There isn't a lot of granularity in that cap. Definitely something though that we can continue to work on if that's the desire of the board.
Because for me, it seems to be perhaps more appropriate that short-term rentals are more in our recreational areas, you know, our resort areas, because that's what they're meant to be. You know, they're not so much meant to be, gee, let's go into this neighborhood and have a big, huge party, you know, and have a bonfire on the back deck or whatever, you know. So then, you know, I had recommended, I know I spoke to you about this too, about limiting STRs by businesses that invest in more and more STRs for the purposes of making money, as opposed to one personal homeowner investing in a property for themselves. You know, is there a way we can do something like one homeowner, one STR? I know I've been told, I think it's kind of hard to discriminate against those, but couldn't we legally pursue some avenue? No?
No. The county's police power is defined by the state. The county board has absolutely no authority to define how somebody holds real property. And that's essentially what you're suggesting is if you're holding real property as an LLC, you can't get an STR permit. There's no authority under law to make that requirement. Plus, it's impossible to enforce. John Doe could come in, he's purchased the property as John Doe individual. He gets his STR permit. 2 weeks later, he changes grant deed to Acme LLC. So there's virtually no way for us to ever track that.
Okay, and so let's see. I know you were talking about people that are operating STRs without permits or TOT certificates or anything like that. So what you're saying is that the county does have, you do have teeth to enforce against those folks who are operating without short-term rentals or the TOT permit?
Yes, we did in the prior. Now let's talk about just the STR. One thing I should point out is depending on if, when, or how this might be adopted, the board will be considering potential changes to our TOT ordinance to marry these two up to be consistent. So just speaking about the STR ordinance, the prior one and the current one, it has always been contrary to the code, and therefore unlawful to operate an STR without an STR permit. What this ordinance does is it increases the penalty, the dollar amount of the penalty. And it puts in what is an obvious way of being able to collect that, which has always been our ability to begin with, but we've made it a little more explicit in this ordinance. So it's clear both to those operating without a permit what will happen if they continue to do so, and to provide the public with an idea of what the process would be.
Regarding fires and fire inspections, I'm curious that if there were ever a fire in a property, an STR, that was managed by a property management company, would their requirement become more stringent after that, like requiring a fire inspection annually, or will they still be able to stay on that 3-year fire inspection?
As proposed, if they're managed professionally, it would be every 3 years.
So if that house, for some reason, that STR caught fire, they had a fire issue, something caught fire, that wouldn't change that property manager's responsibility to that property at all? They'd still just remain in that 3-year cycle?
There's nothing in the ordinance that would change the circumstance if something like that were to happen.
Should we have something in
So,
the ordinance
I mean,
regarding that kind of a, I don't know whether you'd call it negligent, I mean, it's gonna be an accident.
Well, okay. We have enforcement provisions and provisions to, as Karen said, hold people responsible if they are, if there's multiple violations, right? We could revoke their permit, for example. But in terms of the change for specific to whether or not they're on a 3-year cycle or a 1-year cycle, we don't have provisions that would modify that in those instances. So it's every 3 years for professionally managed properties. But if that fire was due to, we had multiple violations, we could revoke their permit.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we clarify that you never within a county ordinance of this sort would you have a negligence standard. That's a civil and or a criminal standard. What we have here, as Crystal is saying, is say, for example, property manager X didn't conduct the proper inspections. Fire occurs, we find that out. That's a violation of the code. That would be, we could levy a fine based on that particular violation of the code. And if it continues, we continue to levy fines until the point where we could revoke. And if I'm not mistaken, the code, the proposed ordinance has a 2-year period. If your permit is revoked, then you can't get a new permit for 2 years, right? 2 years.
Right, right. And it's 3 violations in a 24-month period
Right.
versus 3 violations in a 12-month period. So we've tried to kind of tighten it down in terms of the violations.
So it's now 12 months instead of.
24 months now instead of 12. So 3 violations in a 24-month period. We can revoke.
I think too, one thing to keep in mind, I've heard almost universally by the board that they would like to have at least a review of this ordinance in a year or so. And this could go on your list of things to review, to bring up and review. You know, ordinance can be amended at any period of time, but as Crystal says, the proposal right now is 3 years for the property managers.
I think an annual review would be nice, probably at least for a couple of years till we try to work out all the kinks. And then this really has nothing to do with the ordinance, but regarding incentives to promote long-term rentals, is there any way that the county or the tax collector could grant significant property tax breaks?
No.
You know, in some states, when you use your property for purposes, in Florida, if you allow other people who own cattle, if you allow them to graze on your property, the state gives them a tax break.
I can't address that.
For the use of the, for
Right.
making good use of their property. So I'm just thinking kind of in terms of here is to promote and make good use of that property, especially in an area where if you're short housing, any kind of long-term housing.
There are very strict standards in the Revenue and Taxation Code. And this came up during COVID. And the treasurer tax, neither the board nor the treasurer tax collector can operate contrary to the Revenue and Taxation Code, and cannot just have discounts based on workforce housing.
I understand that. Thank you all so much for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If you don't mind coming back up for just a moment. On the 3,900, I'd like to get real clarity on this. Because we did have at least a handful of people that were caught in, when the moratorium hit, that were in escrow, and we had no means to allow them, and they provided, I think it was a handful of people, it wasn't many. Would the 3,900 number, would you feel comfortable that we'd be able to address those?
Yeah, go ahead. So those folks, we do have a handful of folks. Last I counted, it was about 77, and they applied for a permit. We could not issue a permit to them, but they applied. You cannot apply for an STR permit without a TOT certificate. So all those folks have a TOT certificate, so they're really counted in that 3,900.
They are counted in that number.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to move forward with the lower cap today, you're confident that they are counted in and they would have the ability, priority to get those permits?
They're counted in. They would be classified as a new permit. They're not part of the first 2 tiers of priority, unfortunately.
Okay.
But remember that to clarify then, that would apply to how the permits would be processed pursuant to the code, the proposed code, not the overall total, right?
Correct. So, and I could go back a slide or a couple of slides here when we talk about priority. So the current code reads, so that first priority is given to the folks that have a permit today. They have a 2021 active permit. The next priority goes to those folks that came in and requested an exemption. So they have an approved exemption on record for 2021. And then the third priority are new permits. So with the folks that we just talked about, that 77, they would really fall under that number 3. So they don't have priority. They don't have first priority. But I do have confidence that they're counted in that 3,900 number.
Well, I guess my question is, how do we assure, because you're talking about a first come, first serve, and we're not counting those as on a waiting list. We're going to reestablish a waiting list. So there is anticipation from what I've heard that there could be many, many more applications coming in, and those people may not be counted yet. And so how would we assure those that weren't, or could we in the implementation have a category that says if you can prove you were in escrow at the time we established the moratorium? Is that something?
Well, in actuality, if you read the, and I'm on page 44 of the proposed ordinance regarding the wait list, and we discussed this internally about these particular permits. And the wait list goes by oldest date first. And these folks that are in this process should, I assume, be date stamped and would be the beginning of your wait list because they're the oldest dates first. So the implementation of a wait list is by that permit, the permits that are in
The challenge
advance.
I have is I do think at one of, sorry, this goes in and out. I think that at one of our meetings, we said we weren't yet accepting wait list.
We aren't, but I'm talking about implementation.
Okay.
And I think our waitlist provision offers us that ability to implement with the notion in mind that you have 70 some odd permits which have been date stamped as having been received during the moratorium that are in for new permits. And I think I better let Crystal speak.
So let's back up. So we're putting a new permit system in place. That's going to go live April 1st. So those folks that have applied during the moratorium, they have to get in line. So as we've been talking about implementation, and so while we've got, the two first categories here would take priority, anybody could start to apply on April 1st, right? We are going to prioritize these first two and get through those permits first. And then we're going to look back and see, okay, who else applied on April 1st and start to take all of those applications in order by the date and time received. So notification will go out to all permit holders, all TOT certificate holders, and the 77 folks that have tried to apply and they can't right now under the moratorium, that they need to, April 1st is going to be the go live date. You have to that's the date you can start to get an application.
And then it'll be up to them to see whether they get in
Correct.
first or not. And if you get hundreds on that day.
I just want to make a distinction here. So you had said people that were caught during the moratorium because they were in escrow, right? My understanding, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a provision in the current ordinance that the moratorium that allowed those people to transfer. So I want to be clear here that you're talking about people that got caught with.
If the home
in
already
escrow.
had an STR, but if they didn't, I don't know if you all recall, we've had several people come to actually testify in Auburn that they have been caught in the, in this time when we did the immediate urgency ordinance and set a moratorium. And the homes had not previously been short-term rented, so there wasn't a transfer available.
Right. So those folks
Yes.
are part of that 77.
They're part of the 76.
But during the moratorium, there was a provision that allowed for someone, if they're selling, the new owner could come in and get a new permit. So those folks they're covered because they're in our permit inventory, right?
So they're in the inventory. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that
I think I'm clear.
Okay. And so the 77 would be new, really truly new permits, not ones that got caught as part of the.
Those were remedied.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there was a provision.
Okay, I'm going to try to take a stab at this. And part of the reason I'd like us to try to move forward today is we've spent 4.5 hours, I think, on this today. Our next meetings are in Auburn, and we've had great turnout today and great participation. I'd prefer to make this change today if we could. Ask our county council if we could make that change in the total and move forward on the ordinance. So I know I can't.
What are you proposing? What cap numbers, Cindy? And
I believe it's Karen, I believe it's a 3,900.
If you would like me to read into the record before you consider any motion on this ordinance, I could read into record a change to section 9.42 .040A. That's on page 44 of your packet. I can read in a change into the record that would set the cap at 3,900. I need to read that into the record before any motion is made on this ordinance. And bear in mind, we had the other change that I already read in the record, and I'm happy to read that for a second time.
Okay, we can't make a motion on this. So.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, would you like staff to recommend that?
No,
change?
I would
No,
not.
okay.
Would not.
Okay.
So, can I just look at my colleagues over here? Because I think that we have to come to an agreement to be okay with this amongst ourselves. And, you know, I'm certainly a pro property rights person. I believe that. I believe in the free market. At the same time, this Tahoe Basin is not the free market. It doesn't operate like the free market. And I want to make sure that we have the ability for people to utilize their property, but at the same time, be really cognizant of how it's affecting our community. So, you know, Robert, you were okay with the 10%. I heard a 5%. I heard a hold it at 3,900. Can we discuss it so that we can give staff direction?
Yeah, but without reading it into the record, how do we know what
Well,
it
Karen,
is that we're?
Karen, are you comfortable with us discussing it without a motion?
I'm comfortable with you discussing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
amongst
well, I
yourselves.
certainly support the 30.
So I support that as well.
I'm good with 39. And I'll just emphasize again, I think we're going to be revisiting a lot of pulse points, and we need to be prepared to do that and have like the working group systems in place so by which we can do adaptive management in an effective way.
So that's 3,900, no increase. Right, okay. I can support no increase.
Okay, then it looks like 3,900.
All right. I would like to read into the record regarding the proposed ordinance before the board. For section 9.42.040A, it shall read, cap, effective March 31st, 2022, the total number of residential short-term rental unit permits issued shall be capped at 3,900 in parens, overall cap inventory. Hotels, motels, condo hotels as defined herein, and timeshares are not subject to this article and therefore are not subject to this cap. Second change, which was read earlier, but for the record, I'll read it in again, is to section 9.42.050 B9. That's page 45 of her packet. 9 shall now read, an application for a business license must be completed, period. Second sentence deleted. That is the ordinance before the board today.
Thank you. And subject to our most recent governance workshop, the chair can make a motion, and I'd like
Correct.
to make that motion.
I'll second.
So that's motion Gustafson, second Holmes. And this will be on item 5A1 on the ordinance. And so with that, all those in favor?
If
Oh,
you
roll
could
call?
just, for the record, if you could
Let's do
read
a
that
roll
into
call.
the record, please, the motion.
The motion to approve the ordinance as you read it, with the amendments.
No, I would like you to make your motions
Okay.
based on the
Okay,
requested
yes.
action.
To introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 9, Article 9.42 of the Placer County Code to regulate short-term vacation rentals. That's the motion, Jim. Will you second that?
Yes.
Thank you. And now, would you like a roll call vote on this? Okay.
Gore. Aye. Wyatt.
Yes.
Holmes.
Right.
Jones.
Yes.
Gustafson.
Aye. And then 5.A2, find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to guidelines, sections 15061B3 and 15378.
Second.
All those, I'm sorry, roll call?
Gore. Aye. Wyatt.
Yes.
Holmes.
Aye.
Jones.
Yes.
Gustafson.
Aye. And with that, I wanted to conclude this discussion. First, thank you so much to everybody who participated both virtually and here in person, and all the staff work. They've spent countless hours trying to get this right. As you heard from many of us, we want to establish a task force working group that continues to work on this. We want adaptive management. Tell me if I'm wrong, anybody, that considers some of the other suggestions we heard today as we move forward and what the process might be to look at those with the buffers, the spacing, the numbers of maximum number of nights, those sorts of things. And I also want to make sure that we are clear that we'd like to make this as clear and easy as possible with these new permits, that if they require TOT and a short-term rental and a business license, that we streamline that to the best of our ability to collect the data and feed it to the various departments and within our county in the implementation phase. I think that's really important. So people can't be confused or forget one and not have the other and create confusion there. So anything else that we heard today that we want to address?
No.
Okay.
Good job, Chair.
Thank you so much, and we'll stand adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.